what is happening, distances far away, experiencing the superconscious energy that is radiated by the avatar. So if you see, Akashic reading is not a prediction. It is a direct revelation from the cosmic archives. So there is no such thing as past, present, and future. So beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. So in the dimension of time start the past, present, and the future. But in Akashic readings, there is no past, present, and future, and that is what you call as whatever has happened, whatever is happening, whatever is yet to happen is already very clearly recorded. So with that, we will have an introduction to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Satsang. So he is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts, and he has made the science of manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is actually ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kanchi Kailasa Sagarmapeetham, the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, the present 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasonatha Shamala Pita Sagarmapeetham, the present Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order. The Supreme Pontiff is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atal Akada, the present 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam, and he is elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders. And Supreme Pontiff is revered as a teacher of Hinduism, the most prolific, most viewed, read, and watched. He has authored 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, in Tamil, English, and Sanskrit, translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles, and he has released over 20 million copies of books and articles which are sold, read, and downloaded. And he has delivered over 10,000 hours of discourses, enriched over 1 billion lives digitally, and he is respected as the commentator of all the sacred scriptures like the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, the Shiva Sutras, the Brahma Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, the Ashtavakra Gita, and the Jain Sutras. And he is honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader, the reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including the Rudrakanyas, the Rudras, the Rishis, Rishikas, Bhairavas, Bhairavis, Sannyasis. And he is the establisher of the largest Hindu university, Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University, in the world with satellite campuses in 150 countries. He is the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems, the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvajnapeethas, collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf sculptures, and over 20 million digital books. So with that, we will now be moving on to the witnessing the demonstration of extraordinary powers of the third eye by the Balasans and Nithyananda Yogis. So we'll be having our Nithyananda Yogis and Balasans of the Nithyananda order joining with us now after a short break.
Yes. So let us witness the extraordinary demonstration of the Shaktis of Paramashiva, the powers of Paramashiva. But before that, let us learn about what are Shaktis. So today you will be witnessing the following powers of third eye, where one awakens the ability to scan and see everything and anything just as they see with their 2 eyes. And you will also be witnessing the extraordinary power of body scanning, which is the power where one awakens the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnose issues and any body problems which one has, and can even reveal the root problems and the solutions for those body problems. But before you witness this extraordinary demonstration, let us learn what are Shaktis. In the Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every person is hardwired to be able to manifest the 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are the divine and you need to manifest the divine. Not that you are a man and you need to reach the divine. So there are two types of manifesting powers, Shaktis and Siddhis. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are the divine and manifest from a deep space of oneness with Paramashiva, from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment. Siddhis are the powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. They are on the path of enlightenment. Shaktis express through ordinary beings in extraordinary ways just after initiation from the avatar, and they lead you towards enlightenment, whereas Siddhis express from tapas or penance and they are on the path of enlightenment. So who is the source of all these Shaktis? How do we manifest all these Shaktis? How do we get initiated into manifesting these Shaktis? Paramashiva is the primordial divinity, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trobhava and Anugraha. Creation, maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. And Paramashiva has incarnated and landed down in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Just to revive all these extraordinary Shaktis, Paramashiva has landed as a 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva and is reviving all these lost sciences. And Swamiji was recognized as an avatar at a very young age by the enlightened gurus, by the Guru Parampara. So there are so many gurus, Annamali Swamigal, Isiki Swamigal, Mata Vibhadanandapuri, Raghupati Yogi, Puornima, so many of these enlightened gurus who recognized Swamiji as an avatar at a very young age and have trained and taught Swamiji to revive these sciences and to initiate billions of people to manifest these extraordinary sciences from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, the science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. So how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? How do we manifest these extraordinary Shaktis? Every ultimate truth, Jnana, mapped into your consciousness, Prajna, manifests as a power and possibility of every being, Prajnana. So let us now watch a small video which explains what is Diksha, what is initiation, and what are the side effects of initiation.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi Dikshanam Muktihi Phalamakhanditam Avirodhat Bhavantyeva Prasangyastu Bhuktayaha. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya na Siddhihi na cha Sadgatihi Tasmat Sarva Prayatnena Guruna Dikshito Bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Satsang.
Yes. So let us see how this science, this extraordinary science of power manifestation is authenticated through the four aspects of evidences or pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, the empirical, the unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures by Paramashiva. Next is the Apta Pramana, the experiences and results of Aptas or the authorities of Hinduism who time tested and verified this science. Next is the Atma Pramana or the experience of Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Maha, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Satsang. This millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. And last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So, where do we get all these Shastra Pramanas from? Where do we get all these source scriptures from? The Veda Agamas is a living applied science. Vedas are the pure ultimate truths explained in the source scriptures, and they are a superior authority for Hindus. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths, and a reference cited from these source scriptures or Shastras is called a Shastra Pramana. So without further delay, let us get ready to witness a unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. So the power of third eye is where one awakens the ability to read with a blindfold. So let us see the Shastra Pramana with the power of third eye, which comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34. Kapalantarmanonyasa tishtanvilitalochanaha kramena manasodadhyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Lakshyam by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of Paramashiva. The next is Apta Pramana, where it goes back to the time of Bhagavan Krishna, when Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. In the Hindu Purana Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold his Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. And the 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita contains the description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form, which is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through the third eye. Natu mam shakyase drashtum anenaiva swachakshushaha dadami te chakshuhu pasyame yogamaishwaram. Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. Next is the Atma Pramana. The Swamiji beautifully shares in his own words. The first experience that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, the 10 directions below me, everything, I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel and experience all of them as myself. Next is the Sakshi Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So you can see the study measures compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain in conscious and meditative states using the PET, the positron emission tomography. When doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. And when in the deep state of Samadhi, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. So this is the observation from scientific experimentation. And now you will be witnessing the live Sakshi Pramana and how this rare sacred science is being made available to humanity and how the initiated disciples are able to manifest these extraordinary Shaktis as a day-to-day lifestyle. So along with me, I have Manitya Kaladharananda, who is 15 years old and a Balasant of the Nithyananda Gurukul. She is going to be manifesting the power of third eye in front of all of you today, and you will be witnessing how this extraordinary Shakti is being manifested by the Balasants of the Nithyananda Gurukul in front of your eyes. So along with me, I have a medically tested eye band. I have a medically tested eye band. You can see in front is a complete opaque sheet and behind is a thick sponge. You can see that there's a strap to comfortably strap the eye band to Ma Kaladhara's head. So you can see that this eye band has no gaps, no holes from between the sponge and the opaque sheet. So this is the eye band we'll be placing on Ma Kaladhara's eyes. This is actually tested by one of the top 10 hospitals of India, and it is proven that even with the eyes open inside this eye band, there is no possible way of light entering in this eye band. So I'll be placing this eye band on Ma Kaladhara's eyes. You can see that everything is completely the same. I'm not going to be making any changes to the eye band. I'll just directly place it on her eyes. So you can see that the eye band is completely covering her eyes, and now I'm strapping it to her head. So you can see, Ma Kaladhara, look to your right, left, up. So you can see it's completely covered and down. Yes. So now Ma Kaladhara is going to be manifesting the power of third eye for all of you. So I request the YouTube comments to be projected, and all of you can go ahead and post any comments you want on the live Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and Ma Kaladhara will be reading it live in front of all of you today. So I request all of you to go ahead. You can post emojis, numbers, shapes, anything, sentences. You can post medical terms, scientific terms, anything you want on the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and Ma Kaladhara is going to be reading it live. So I request all of you to go ahead and continue posting. Yes, and Ma Kaladhara, I would like you to turn around again. So you show that there's no wires, there's nothing. So you can see that there's no wires around Ma Kaladhara's head. It's only her and her eye band. There is a comment from 7SEARCHFUL has posted Om Sarve Bhavantu Suhila Sarve SUN Santu Niramayaha Sarve BHADRAANNI PASHANPUMAAKASHCID Dukha BHAAG Bhavet Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Yes, so that was amazing. We saw how 7 Churchville has posted Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinas Sarve Shanti Niramaya Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschid Dukha Bhag Bhavet Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. And Ma Kaladra was able to read that exactly, and even if she was not able to pronounce the word, she was able to spell it out exactly as it is posted in the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda page. So that was amazing. I request all of you to continue posting. You can post anything you want in the comments, and Ma Kaladra will be reading it out. Go ahead and post. You can post medical terms, scientific terms, and you can even post in the language of Tamil. So Ma Kaladra knows how to read Tamil. Anybody who is Tamil can post any comment in Tamil, and Ma Kaladra will be reading it out. Okay. And so we also have something interesting today. So you can see I have 3 storybooks with me. So I have 3 storybooks, and there in these 3 these are 3 random storybooks, and in these 3 storybooks there are a total of 31 pages in the first book, 30 pages in the second book, and around 50 pages, around 90 pages in the third book. So I request all of you to, any one of you can choose these any one of these 3 books, and Ma Kaladra, you can post in the comments and post which book you want Ma Kaladra to read, and you can also post a page number, and Ma Kaladra will be reading it out. So this is book 1, this is book 2, and this is book 3. Any one of the viewers can post which book they want Ma Kaladra to read and which page number out of these 3 books they want Ma Kaladra to read. So I'm showing these 3 books to the So I request all of you to continue posting. I'm holding these 3 books up. Any one of you can choose which book you want Ma Kaladra to read and which page number, and Ma Kaladra will be reading it out. I request all of you to go ahead and continue posting. Ma Kaladra is eagerly waiting to manifest this extraordinary Shakti third eye in front of all of you. Okay. So yes. Now all the viewers can choose which 3 books out of these 3 they want.
Yes. Again, 7 search tool has posted. Picture is too small. Yes, I. My yoga plan is showing the picture closely now.
Okay.
Manitya Parvapriyananda has posted page 30.
Okay. So I request you to post of which book you want page 30 to be read. Okay. So I'll be giving a random book. So I'll be choosing any random book out of these 3. So Ma Kaladra, you can open page 30 in this book and you can read. So I request you to show it a little higher in front of the camera. Yes. Yes, so Ma Kaladra has chosen this page and you can see how accurate it is. It is page 30, which Ma Kaladra has chosen.
Yes. 7 search tool has posted Tales of Vishnu. VALVUR.
Okay, so I'll be giving that book to her then. Yes. Ma Kaladra, you can choose page 30. Okay. So you can see how this is accurate, page 30. Yes, Ma Kaladra, you can go ahead and start reading. Or you can actually describe the pictures on page 30.
Yes. So here it is green curtain and there is a girl sitting with a mustard yellow color shawl and there is a pillow behind her which is light blue and the tiles are orangish pink and there is a person standing here speaking to the girl and he is wearing a purple colored dress with a yellow and black color shawl on his hip and here they show both of them fighting and the purple colored dressed person is holding a sword and here they're showing the picture of them fighting and here the girl's shawl is flying and the guy is lying down. The guy is lying down. The guy who is wearing a purple dress.
Okay, so that was a very elaborate description. So as all of you can see how Ma Kaladra described that there's a girl wearing a mustard yellow shawl and that there are two a man in a purple dress is fighting with the girl in the yellow shawl and the girl is running and the man in the purple dress is running. So is lying down. So Ma Kaladra has beautifully described. She even described that there's a green curtain here. So you can see how beautifully Ma Kaladra has described each picture with her third eye so accurately. She was able to read the whole thing. Yes, and I encourage all of you to continue posting more page numbers. You can post. We have 3 books with us and you can post. And the biggest book has 90 pages. So from 1 to 19, you can do 90. You can choose any page, and Ma Kaladra will be describing the pictures, reading, and she will be doing everything through her third eye. Yes, Ma Kaladra, why don't you go ahead and read the next comment?
Expressions of me, I am Ma Jalandhar has posted. FANTASTL Ma with an fantastic Ma with an exclamative mark, and she has posted so proud of you with the 2 dots and a closed bracket. And expression of me, I am Jalandhar has also posted page number 44. Yes,
Okay,
now
Ma.
I'll be reading the page number 44.
Okay, Ma, we have these two books with us. Which book do you want Ma Kaladra to read page 44? And actually, in this book, which has 90 pages, we have 3 books in one. So this is 3 in 1. So you can choose any book. So even in this, you can choose any book which you want Ma Kaladra to reach page 44.
Expressions of me, I am Ma Jalandhar has posted the one with the red border.
So Ma Kaladra, you can go ahead and choose which book. Yes. So she has correctly chosen the one with the red border. Yes, Ma Kaladra, open page 44.
This book has only 30 pages.
Okay, amazing. So as all of you can see, this book has only 30 pages in it. Yes. So, Ma Mahajalandhar Sthitananda, why don't you go ahead and choose another number, Ma? As the one with the red border has only 30 pages. Okay. So, okay. Ma Kaladra, why don't you go ahead and read?
Yes. Expressions of me, I am Maha Jalandhar Sthitananda has posted ho with an exclamative mark and wonderful. She has posted all right, page number 22. So now I'll be opening the page number 22.
Yes. So, Ma Kaladra has chosen correctly page number 22. I think the camera is a little blurry, but she has correctly chosen the page number 22. So, Ma Kaladra, why don't you go ahead and read page number 22? You can describe the pictures on page 22.
There are 2 males, and the first person has a gray but little purple hair, and he has a feather on his turban. He's wearing a dark pink with light pink mixed, dark and light pink, and he's wearing 2 chains in golden color, and he's wearing a coat kind of top which is dark pink, and inside the top he's wearing is light pink, and the person next to him is wearing a light green turban with a light green shawl and wearing a dark green top, and in the next picture they're showing both of them sitting on top of a cushion, sofa kind of cushion, and there are 4 bolsters which is there next to them, and the sofa which they're sitting on is yellow with green with black color lines,
Okay.
and they're showing 3 pillars, and then in between where they're sitting is light green.
Okay, so Ma Kaladhara has described the top part of the picture. So all of you can see how in the top part of picture, Ma Kaladhara beautifully described that there is 2 people sitting up. The first person is wearing a purplish pink kind of dress with a coat on top, and how the second person is wearing a green, a dark green shawl and a light green shawl. And in the second box, there is 2 people sitting on a sofa, a cushion kind of thing with 4 bolsters next to them, and there are 3 pillars, and you can see how Ma Kaladhara was even able to see the amount, how many cushions are there, how many pillars are there, and how they are sitting, in which way they are sitting. She was able to see to so many details, how so accurately she was able to read and see through her third eye. It is very amazing, a beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye. Now I'll be removing the eye band of Ma Kaladhara. So you can see how the eye band is completely intact. There's no change to the eye band. Everything is the same. And you can see how Ma Kaladhara is still adjusting to the light. So her eyes were closed inside the whole time, and she was able to see with her eyes closed. So that is a very amazing demonstration of the power of third eye. Next, we will be manifesting the power of body scanning. So you'll be witnessing the Balasans and the Nithyananda yogis doing a body scanning. So we'll be chanting the Shastra Pramanas now, and we'll be joining with you after a short break. Till then, I request all of you to call your family members and friends and go ahead and start posting your comments. Start posting requests for body scanning in the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda channel, and then the Balasans and the Nithyananda yogis will be coming and doing a live body scanning for all of you. So we'll be coming back and joining with you after a short break. Yes. So now you will be seeing the pramanas for the power of body scanning, where one awakens the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, body problems, medically diagnosed issues, and even be able to reveal the solution. The unique thing about body scanning is that the third eye reveals the root cause of the problem, why the problem even started in your body in the first place. The third eye doesn't just reveal the problem, it reveals why it started. There are so many cases where the person is not able to relate with the scanning. The person will be like, no, I don't have this problem. But when they follow the solution Paramashiva gives, they actually get healed of the problem that they are aware of. Because the solution which Paramashiva gave was for the root cause of the problem. So let us now chant the Shastra Pramana for this power of body scanning. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyattvante vyajyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constituted principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva, and by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Devi, Adi Shakti, is revealed and the supreme power manifestation happens. Next, you will be seeing the Apta Pramana for this power of body scanning, which comes from the life of a Siddha named Tereyar. Tereyar was one of the prominent disciples of Agastya, and one day a man suffering from a severe headache came to Agastya for healing, and Agastya did the body scanning and revealed that there is a small type of terai, a frog, sitting in his head. and he immediately instructs his disciple Tereus to perform the open head surgery and remove the frog from the person's brain. And after the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and completely cured of the headache. Thus, he gained the name Teraya. Next is the Atma Pramana, the experience of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Satsang. Swamiji, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. So Swamiji beautifully tells how he manifested the power of body scanning. Swamiji beautifully shares, only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. And at that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in different organs of mine, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning through body scanning. I found out what the problems and imbalances had happened and where the balance had to be done. And Swamiji beautifully shares that he used allopathy as a second opinion to verify his findings. And last is the Sakshi Pramana, the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestations being manifested through the different disciples of Swamiji who have been initiated. So you can see how in the Paramashivoham level 2 program, many disciples and devotees who attended the program have shared how they were able to manifest this extraordinary power. And all of you also can manifest. So you're seeing and you'll be thinking, wow, even the participants are able to manifest. Even you yourself can manifest. Just join the Paramashivoham level 2 program and you can also manifest. But now you can manifest all the 463 powers, not only the power of body scanning or third eye or consciousness over matter, everything, all the 463 powers. But now you will be witnessing the demonstration, the live demonstration of body scanning happening in front of your eyes by the Balasants and the Nithyananda yogis. So now I request all of you to continue posting, call your family members, call your friends, show them that they can manifest this power just with one initiation, and tell them that now they can get a body scanning, and immediately after the Devi Parashakti Akashic readings, they can themselves witness this power. So go ahead, call them, and we'll be back after a short break. Yes. So now you will be witnessing the extraordinary demonstration, a live demonstration of the power of body scanning by the Balasants of the Nithyananda Gurukul. So along with me, I have Masoni, Maniti Brahma Yogananda, and myself, who will be manifesting this extraordinary power of body scanning for all of you today. So I request the YouTube comments to be projected, and all of you please continue posting your requests and comments for the power of body scanning, and the Balasants are eagerly waiting to manifest this extraordinary Shakti for all of you. So, expressions of me, I am, has posted. Mahajalandhara Sthitananda has posted, my sister Mayuri would like a body scanning about healing her diabetes, please. So, Ma Brahmayaga, you can do the body scanning for Ma Nitya Mahajalandhara Sthitananda's sister. And anybody else, please continue posting your comments. Please post for body scanning. And okay, so Ahmed Aya has posted, please scan my body and what color is my shirt. Okay, so I will be doing the scanning for what color is your shirt, and Sony, you can do the scanning for Ahmed Aya's body. So we'll three be chanting the Mahavakya together. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Ahmedaya, Paramashiva has revealed two colors. First thing I was able to see is like a navy blue color, but it's in that shade, but it's a kind of lighter blue also, but it's a mix of those two colors. And Paramashiva revealed one more thing is that one part of the dress you're wearing, I don't know if it's the shirt or pant, but one part is like a light orangish peach color. These are the two things Paramashiva revealed. I request you to get back in the chat and confirm whether whether the scanning was correct or not. And you can also share how you felt when the Balasan did the scanning. Yes, Ma'am Ramyoga, you can go ahead.
Yes, so Ma Mahajalandhara Sthitananda, Paramashiva revealed to me that for your sister Mayuri, the solution for her diabetes is every day after she gets up, the first thing she should, before eating anything or before even drinking water, immediately after she gets up, she has to have 1 tablespoon of neem leaves and turmeric. She has to make a paste with both of them. She has to mix them together and make a paste. And she should have a whole tablespoon of it. She should eat it as it is. And then only she should even drink water and have anything else. So if she follows this simple solution for 1 month, it will heal.
Oh, wow. A very unique solution for your sister, Ma. Paramashiva has revealed a neem and turmeric paste she has to eat every morning. So just tell your sister to follow this solution and she will be completely healed. Mahajalandhar Sthitananda has posted, I would like to move to India and first to Europe, please, where my husband is. What do I need to be aware of that is blocking me in moving, please? Okay, first thing, Ma, Swamiji has actually advised anyone outside of India not to come in India right now as the COVID is spreading and it is really bad. But you can also ask this question to Devi Parashakti when she comes live, and Devi Parashakti will guide you as per what is correct for you, Ma. So you can ask this question to Devi Parashakti. She will be guiding you and telling what is right. But Swamiji has for now told anybody who is out of India best not to move into India as COVID-19 is spreading really fast around the world and yes, and is taking many lives.
Nithyananda Mahamadaya, here Paramashiva revealed that you need lots of cleansing in your body. So to cleanse your body, have neem juice and castor oil in the morning with empty stomach.
Yes, that is a very simple solution and a simple scanning, but amazing how she was able to see through her third eye and scan even and reveal the solution. So I request Ma Mahajalandhara Sthitananda and Ahmed Aya, I request you to get back in the chat and verify and confirm whether the scanning is correct or not. Ma Mahajalandhara Sthita has posted, okay, thank you, Ma. Okay. Ahmed Aya, I request you to get back and I request all of you to continue posting your comments in the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel. Okay. So, Ma Soni, okay. So, Ma Mahajalandhar Sthitananda is posted for my sister. Yes, name and turmeric first thing in the morning. Yes, sir. Thank you for getting. Yes. So, Ma Soni, Ma Brahmayana, why don't you go ahead and share? How are you able to manifest this power? When was the first time you manifested? And how do you feel? This is not a power which any normal kid can do around the world. How do you feel being able to scan another person's body and being able to reveal what problems they have? Why don't you go ahead and share?
Okay, so I would like to share my experience of how I felt when I manifested body scanning for the first time. So I was doing a demo on for Shiva Diksha. Few participants had come to Adinam, and at that time I was manifesting body scanning, and one volunteer was chosen for me to do a body scanning for them, and I did the body scanning, and like that was the first time I was going for a demo and doing a body scanning live for someone. So I was really nervous, and then but even though I was nervous, I still did the body scanning, and I asked Swamiji, what should I tell him? What is the problem he has? And then Paramashiva Swamiji showed that he has recently gotten a minute surgery on his left thigh, and that was like a really precise answer. Which I was like thinking, should I tell it? Is it really? Does he really have it, or am I just thinking? Because it was like so exact. If he doesn't have it, then it's wrong. If he has it, then it's correct. So like, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether I should say it or so. And then I was just sitting there for a few minutes, not knowing what to do. But then after that, I decided, okay, whatever Swamiji is showing, I'll just say it, whether it's right or wrong. After all credits go to him. So I just told, I clenched my hands really tight, and I just told that Aya, you have gotten a recent minute surgery on your left thigh. And he was so shocked. He didn't have any words to say. He couldn't say anything, and he was just looking at me, and he couldn't say anything. He was so shocked because it was precise, and I couldn't believe that it was correct. And then he was like, Ma, how do you do it? That was my that's my experience of the first time I did body scanning, and from that day onwards, whatever solutions come, I'm completely confident, and I just say it because I know it will be correct, because after all, Swamiji has revealed it, and Parameshwar has revealed it.
So beautiful. Just with that simple trust on Swamiji, you're able to reveal and completely confidently say, this is the problem you have. And similar experience I had for the power of remote vision. So one day we were doing the Kalpataru demo, and one person came and asked me, okay, why don't you go ahead and scan my house? I was like, okay. And I did the house scanning for him, and I revealed that he is on the 3rd floor. And he was like, no, I'm not on the 3rd floor. I'm on the 4th floor. And then immediately, one of the Balasins immediately asked, Aya, are you living on the third floor, excluding the ground floor, or including the ground floor? Are you living on the 4th floor? And then he told, oh yes, without the ground floor, without the basement, if you count it, I'm living on the 3rd floor. And then he was like, yeah, I'm living on the 3rd floor. And then I continued the scanning. And then I was like, you have a guitar. It's next to your sofa on the corner of the wall, in front of one. It's kind of like a closet kind of thing. In front of that, it's standing. It's like around. It's like, I think it's pretty big, and it's in a it's supposed to be in a black color case, but it's a little open. And he was just like, oh my God. He was so shocked, because that's exactly how it was. He had a guitar right next to the sofa in the corner of the house, and the black case was a little open, and the guitar was shown. So he was so shocked how he was able to relate. How he was so shocked that I was able to manifest and see through my 3rd eye, and was able to scan and tell that there's a guitar in his house, and it is in this position. It is leaning against the wall, and the black case is open. It's just the trust on Swamiji. Just with the trust on Swamiji, whether we get it right or no, at the end it is all Swamiji's grace. Even if we get it right, the credits go to him. Even if, and there is nothing called it not being accurate. Everything which Paramashiva reveals is accurate. So this is the beautiful experience we've had with the powers of remote vision, body scanning, and much, much more. So now it's time to conclude this power manifestation session. We thank all of you for joining us in this beautiful power manifestation session. We already have Manitya Sadashiva ready to start the next session, where you will be learning about Devi Parashakti herself. So now we thank all of you for joining. Please stay tuned. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Nithyananda, that was an absolutely exquisite, extraordinary demonstration of the powers by the Balasants of Nithyananda Gurukul. And every single day, no matter what, without fail, we have seen how the Balasants have been demonstrating the powers of Paramashiva. And just through the initiation, as Maha Nitya Yoga Prananda, who had been just explaining, just through the initiation, this beautiful process begins, and we are seeing the possibilities of humankind being manifested through these individuals. And we can see every single day how so many people are being benefited. So how so many people are asking their questions, are having their bodies scanned, and are seeing literally the powers of Paramashiva and having the higher possibility of themselves awakened to them. And that ultimately is the purpose of the Guru in our lives, the purpose of which the avatar happened on planet Earth. And in this day and age, we are celebrating the happening of the avatar on planet Earth, as he is manifesting as Devi Parashakti herself, the embodiment of the divine feminine consciousness. Now, in this next segment, we will be understanding who is Devi Parashakti. Let us be introduced, for many of us for the first time, to who is Devi Parashakti. Who is this divine cosmic being? How do we connect with her? And how do we ensure that we can, in some way or form, receive her blessings? We'll now understand Devi Parashakti from the very beginning, from the way that she is described in the Shastras. The Lalita Sahasranama is one of the great chants, sacred chants, which is dedicated to Lalita or Devi Parashakti, and it describes her beauty and her valor, her divine qualities. In fact, it has all of the 1008 qualities of Devi Parashakti listed. Such beautiful significance behind each one, and each one being an ultimate powerful characteristic of Devi Parashakti. Now, in these next slides, we will be entering into the next segment with the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti. We'll be understanding Devi Parashakti in a very subtle, very sacred way, and which is, of course, apt as today we are experiencing Devi Parashakti literally as a physical being, literally as she has come down to interact with each and every one of us, to bless each and every one of us. Devi Parashakti is the ultimate, pure, divine feminine consciousness, and she is the embodiment of the cosmic mother. She is the source of where all the billions and billions of universes go in and come out. And she is the one whom we all revere and worship, as well as the ultimate embodiment of life itself. And we connect to her as our mother, and she has the ability to literally take away all our fears, our worries, everything at one shot. Now, let us understand and begin with the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, Joining with me today is Ma Nithyananda Swami as well to introduce to each and every one of you who is Devi Parashakti. Let us first begin with the Dhyana shlokas and meditate on Devi and invoke her presence among us.
Yes, we'll now chant the Dhyana Sloka from Lalita Sahasranama. Sinduraruna Vigraham Trinayanam Manikya Mauli Spurat Taranayaka Shekaram Smitamuki Mapina Vakshoruham Panibhyamali Ratna Jasakam Raktotphalam Bibhrati Saumyam Ratna Gatastha Rakta Charanam Dhyayet Paramambikam.
Now I'll just be briefly chanting the English translation as well. The Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in vermilion, red body with triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles and a splendid bust, one hand her twirling the jewel cup, and the other twirling a red lotus.
The next Dhyana Sloka is Arunam Karuna Tarangitakshim Dritapashangusha Pushpabana Chapam Animadi Viravrita Mayukairahamityeva Vibhavaye Bhavani.
I meditate on the great Empress. She is shining and red body with her eyes full of compassion and holds the news, the gold bow and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima for rays, and she is the self within me.
So Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, Parashakti, is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, and in which all of us are going to merge.
And out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as Nija Avatara of the Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And she is gracing us, answering all of our prayers, attending and giving our boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, and delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself.
So, in the words of Parashakti herself, it says, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Krimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is in Kailasa Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as a part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi. As Nithyananda, I took the Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraja Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing, listen, people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara.
Raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, and Shiva manifesting as the source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, and from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, Jnana, Shakti, and growing as the four Vedas, expanding as 5 Panchabhutas, beyond the 6 chakras, filled as the Gotras of 7 Rishis, expanding as the 8 directions, existing as 9 Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the world. To tell and make truth blossom and to do good, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, is the form of Nithyananda. I came to bless every one of you.
So literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti, right? When you're having the darshan in the screen. So how to receive her? So let us receive her very, very traditionally. So the traditional way of receiving her, it actually includes having the tambulam ready. The tambulam would include a plate with 2 betel leaves, a banana, a betel nut, and a coin. So that coin is called as a traditional dakshina. So it can be of any lowest value. It can be even 1 paise or even 1 cent.
Now you can offer that to Devi Parashakti, and after the darshan is over, do namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf and betel nut and take it as a prasadam immediately. Collect those coins and send it to the LA temple. This betel leaf, the betel nut may look really small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really Devi Parashakti is there. And ultimately, you'll not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. Now, as you can see here, we have a couple of samples of the betel leaf, the betel nut, the betel nut, the banana, and the coin. So, and it's all arranged in a plate here, as you can see. The coconut and the red bangles, as well as the red vestram, is also optional. But this betel leaf, betel nut, the banana is a basic necessity for each and every one to offer to Parashakti. So now let us see how we can ask our questions. Now that we have been introduced to Devi Parashakti, how can we ask our questions and interact and start interacting personally with Devi Parashakti? Ask her our questions and request her boons, request her energy in our lives, request her guidance, whatever it might be. So as you can see, Devi Parashakti has made herself available in all of the different social media platforms, wherever we are. And here you can see how you can ask your questions through YouTube. So on YouTube, you should first ensure that you are a member of Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And this will give you access an array of more than 7,000 YouTube videos and all the darshans, dikshas, satsang sessions, everything that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally compassionately made sure that we all are able to have this great wisdom of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And once you're a member, you'll be able to enter into the chat any of your questions or your prayers on the right-hand side. So make sure that you're able to do those steps on YouTube.
Yes. So the next official social media platform through which you can connect with Parashakti and ask for your blessings is the official Facebook page, Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashiva. You can like and follow Kailasa's official Facebook page, and then after that, you can ask your questions in the comment section under the live stream.
And many of you are frequent users of Twitter, so you can also ensure that you are following the Twitter handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at Sri Nithyananda on Twitter, and also make sure that you are asking your questions as a reply to the main live feed of on Twitter. You can hit reply, and then you can use the hashtag #AskTheAvatar in order to give your reply and to ask your questions and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti.
The next social media platform is the Instagram account. So Sri Nithyananda is the official Instagram account, and you can follow that in the Instagram and ask your questions in the comment section.
Yes, and perhaps you're not social media savvy and you're not comfortable at all with social media yet. No need to worry. You can ask your questions on kailasa.org through the WhatsApp widget. If you have WhatsApp, you can use the WhatsApp widget, and also you can use the live chat widget. So these two are other options that you can use through kailasa.org. Now we have another option that you can also do for even making donations and anything that you'd like to do today. So we'll be going through that in the later segment of today's program. Now we will understand that Devi Parashakti has addressed each and every one of us as individuals, as people who are, some of us most desperately, most yearning the divine presence of Devi Parashakti in our lives. We're yearning for someone to take care, to give us boons, to take care of our lives, and to give us protection, as many of us are struggling to do so in our lives on the outside today. But Devi Parashakti has not only attended to us as individuals, but also as humanity as a whole, has given us supreme knowledge, wisdom, and guidance in order to take actions and guide our whole life and ensure that we are aligning and being protected at all times. Devi Parashakti has literally given us so many of the most beautiful gifts through these divine Akashic readings, where she has guided us through this day and age, through the COVID-19 pandemic, where she has literally been able to handhold us through these extremely dark and tense times, just as a mother would carry her child through any storm, whatever it is. We are seeing how Devi Parashakti is literally doing that, and she is guiding each and every one of us as a humanity as a whole. So in this next segment, we will be understanding the guidance that Devi Parashakti has given, the pure guidance and for the whole of humanity. And Devi Parashakti has given so much of supreme knowledge, whether it comes to the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Hindu Yonism, or the immunity or the black fungus disease. So many different ways Devi Parashakti has given us supreme knowledge and wisdom. So now we will now be entering into the next segment of today's program. Yes. Now, every one of us understands the after effects of the Pralaya, where humanity is still undergoing the after effects of the cosmic deluge and thousands of deaths due to the global pandemic and emerging fungal epidemic, along with the recent numbers of natural disasters, have taken a toll on humanity's collective psyche, leading to increase in poverty and even malnutrition, depression, and mental health issues.
Yes. So why did this happen? So what has caused this? Who is behind this, and how could we have avoided this? So what is the solution for this? So in this segment of this program, we would go through a scientific and statistical understanding of Parashakti's revelation on the cause and solution of the Pralaya.
Now, all of us know the current status of the world right now. More than 3.8 million deaths, 175 million confirmed cases, and the top worst affected countries being USA, India, and Brazil at the moment.
So we could see the number of increasing COVID cases, especially in India. It's more than, and the number of COVID deaths, which is more than 37,000, and number fallen into poverty since 2020 is 75 million people.
And we can easily see how the entire country, India, is undergoing so much of turmoil. And here we can see that India is the sixth most depressed country, 6.5% of the population suffering some form of mental illness, especially now with the pandemic going on. And also the suicide rate is every 9 for every lakh people, so extremely high. And the suicide is one of the biggest causes of deaths in India in groups 17 to 24, 15 to 24. And that is a very alarming age because it is the youth that is being directly affected.
Yes, so you can see how India is suffering because of all these natural disasters, the cyclones, and the third wave of COVID, which is actually about to hit the Indian population at large. So how could we have prevented this? So we will now listen to Parashakti's revelation on the 31st of May of what Parashakti has revealed.
இரண்டாயிரத்திருபத்திரண்டு வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய்த் தெரிந்து கொள், சொல்வதைப் புரிந்து கொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இரண்டாயிரத்திருபத்திரண்டு வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய்த் தெரிந்து கொள், சொல்வதைப் புரிந்து கொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Yes. So what Parashakti has revealed in her own words in English, she says, for this huge Kirimi Bojanam hell not to come to India in 2020 itself, I had planned to do Padayatra throughout India and 12 Jyotirlingas through my son, Swamiji. They chase the captain of the ship out of the country and see what is going to happen. Let us now listen to Bhagavan.
Want to do 1 year Padayatra specially for this purpose in 2020. 2020, planning for a full year. I'm going to walk from Rameshwaram to Amarnath. 1 year with 10,000 people, just walking all over India to spend time with people. 2020, there will not be any program other than Padayatra and just spending time with people. Just walking. Of course, 10,000 people will be walking with me. Maybe 200 vehicles to carry our food and all the other items, transportation. Enjoying the river banks, forests, and time with nature. 10,000 people manifesting powers, walking from village to village. What do you think will happen? The scene of Buddhism spreading will be repeated now. How the Buddhism spread. 10,000 monks walking from village to village. What will happen? That's only monks. Here power manifesting 10,000 people. The whole village will be manifesting powers. Just want to enjoy India and let India enjoy me. So planning for next year Kumbh Mela 2019, next year January Kumbh Mela. Before that, all the Balalayam, everything. Balalayam is going to be like the same structure outside with one stone tower, gold coated. It will be something like a 40 to 50 feet tall stone tower and 5 Rajagopurams, which will be something like 120 feet. This will be the Balalayam. And after the Mulalayam is built, this Balalayam will serve as a Utsavamurti Sannidhi, where the Utsavamurtis will be worshipped and where the Archanas. See, in the main temple, there will not be any Archana or anything, because just for darshan itself, there will not be time. Like Tirupati, you can only have darshan and Arati, the camp for Arati. No other worship is allowed in the main temple. Because 12 Abhishekam is going to happen, 12 Kala Abhishekams. So continuously the rituals will be going on. People can have only darshan. They will not be able to involve themselves in any ritual. Other than darshan, nothing else will be allowed. So all the archana, all the other offerings, like people will offer the archanas and other, everything will be done to the Utsava Murti, which will be kept in the Balalayam, the present Balalayam, present structure. So people can spend time here. That will be more like a main darshan. This will be like energy darshan, where you can give letter, get response. So by next year, the Balalayam will be ready. So 2019 full year, I will be conducting the programs and everything. 2020 will be the one full year Padayatra, walking. From next year, Jayanti, means 2019's Jayanti to 2020's Jayanti. Full year, Jayanti to Jayanti will be Padayatra. Before that, we will make 10,000 people power manifestors. It will be sannyasi, brahmachari, grihastha, all put together. 10,000 people will be walking. What a scene it will be. I think that is the only way the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma can be done. I need to get into the ground where people can see me, where they are living. I can't be waiting for people to come where I am living. Now I am sitting in one place to prepare these 10,000 people and make this science completely user-friendly. For that only I am sitting and working. So I have given 2 years for me now, 2018 and 2019. So 2020, before that 10,000 people will be ready to walk with me, manifesting powers. We will literally solve every person's problem in every village. The way we are walking, the path, route we are taking, physical healing or mental healing, or it's a too big visualization. How will you visualize? What will happen if 10,000 power manifestors enter into a village and ask people, tell me your problem now, come on, let's sort it out. Understand, 1,200 years before in Tiruvannamalai temple carvings, how the baby will be in the womb in 2nd month, 3rd month, all that is detailed way carved, it is there. Which scanning machine was there in those days other than the third eye? Very detailed carvings are there. Even Srirangam temple, the whole carving is there. Srirangam temple gives a week by week the whole picture of male baby and female baby. Any of you have seen that? Srirangam Rangaraja Mandapam, it very clearly portrays. There will be one Rangaranga Gopuram. In that next to Rangaranga Gopuram, there is a Rangaraja Mandapam. We have already collected some chunk of 80-90 to be displayed in this Balalayam. Work is going on all of that. We are also going to tell you the science of temple building story as per Agama and as per practical village level, ground level, all that. In those days, 2000 years before, when this Cambodia and all these civilizations were flourishing, two communities from India moved. One is agriculture community, another one is business community. These two community only traveled and installed civilization. Of course, kings went, that is different. But the common civilian, these two community only went. ஸோ நகரத்தார் அண்ட் சைவ வேளாளர். சைவ வேளாளர் அக்ரிகல்ச்சர்.
Yes. So since the age of 10, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been preparing for the Padayatra to save the humanity. So from that age, you can see he has been enriching and giving the signs of enlightenment through his powerful discourses. So this 16th to 17th November 2005, which happened in Chennai in Tamil Nadu, where he is conducting a huge satsang on the title Anandam Selvattai Inikum.
And he continued to conduct so many programs, enriching many people, giving darshan, initiation, and taking the science of enlightenment to the world. And here you can see on the 19th of November 2005 in Vellore, Tamil Nadu, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiating thousands of people into the science of enlightenment.
And again in 2005, this is in Rasipuram in Tamil Nadu, he is conducting another satsang in the title Ain Guru. What is the need for the Guru?
And more programs conducted on the 21st of November 2005.
And again in 2005, where he has conducted huge satsangs and programs in Salem, Tamil Nadu. This is one of the Nithyananda Satsang programs.
There's the Nithyananda program in Devi.
And you can see the birth star celebration of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism happening in Tiruvannamalai in 2005. Huge crowds of people actually swarming around him, waiting for his darshan and healing.
And on the 1st of January 2006 in Adi Kailasha Puja, celebrating the 29th Jayanti celebration.
And also this is the Jayanti celebrations, and where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is addressing a school in Tiruvannamalai.
And in Adi Kailasha Puja on Guru Poornima Day.
And this is the Shakti Spurana program picture, the Dhyana Spurana program, which the Supreme Pontiff himself conducted.
Little Anandas, which was conducted to initiate young children into the science of enlightenment.
And he himself is conducting the Sapta Yagam in July 2006 in Salem in Tamil Nadu. So you can see the various pictures where devotees are actually participating in the Homa, and the Supreme Pontiff himself is conducting the Sapta Yagam, the Homa, in Salem in Tamil Nadu. These are the various pictures.
And here in Adi Kailasha Puja, the Nithyananda Satsang program in 2006.
Yes. So the Nithyananda Satsang program was being conducted in Salem in Tamil Nadu in the 27th, 30th of July in 2006. So now we saw the various contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, how he has enriched thousands and thousands of people by healing, by giving enriching sessions and actually explaining to them and giving them the glimpse of the signs of enlightenment through initiation. But however, the anti-Hindu elements have really made it impossible to do the re-energizing process by driving away the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism out of India.
Now let us listen to Devi Parashakti's solution for this pralaya to end, revealed on the 31st of May.
2022 வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதைப் புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கையிலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
So Devi revealed that the only solution for this pralaya to end in India is if the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's feet touch the ground in India, and the Padayatra that was planned for years is actually conducted, and the re-energizing process of the 12 Jyotirlingas is allowed to happen. And India should receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with great reverence and respect as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the head of Vaidanta. So as we look around, we see what the great rishis had revealed, that Kali Yuga would be forewarned us what to expect in this Kali Yuga.
So yes, so we can see Kali Yuga is the worst of all the 4 yugas, where man will be his own worst enemy. So in the Kurma Purana, sage Vyasa, he says, Idam Kali Yugam Goram Sampraptam Pandunandana Tato Gacchami Devasya Varanasim Mahapuri. Asmin Kali Yuge Ghore Lokha Papa Nuvarthinaha Bhavishyanti Mahapapa Varnashrama Vivarjitaha Nanyat Pashyami Jantuna Muktva Varanasim Purim Sarva Papa Prasamanam Prayaschittam Kalau Yuge.
And the translation goes, this Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas, ages in all the world. People are sinful and forget the dharma of the 4 varanas and the 4 ashramas. In fact, men are so sinful that no prescribed penance atones for their great sins. The only place which is free from such sins is the great city of Varanasi, the Mahapuri.
Yes, the Kurma Purana again states, Brahma Krita Yuge Devastrethayam Bhagavan Ravihi Dwapare Daivatam Vishnuhu Kalau Rudro Maheshwaraha. Brahma is the presiding divinity or lord for Krita Yuga. The Treta Yuga, it is Bhagavan Ravi, in which appeared Sri Rama. In the Dwapara Yuga, the presiding divinity is Vishnu. And in the Kali Yuga, the current age, the presiding divinity, the avatara is Rudra, Lord Maheshwara, Maha Sadashiva.
And on the 2nd of January 1978, out of his deepest compassion to protect humanity, Paramashiva himself descended into the human form in the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidan, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Paramashiva. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed that if he had taken one more year, if he had waited till 1979 to descend onto planet Earth, it would have been too late for humanity. Let us listen to that revelation here.
And I tell you, O Hindus, don't be afraid. I am back with the same signs. We are going to be rich. It is not lost. Just the last minute climax before it was going to be put off. Have happened. (1979) would have been late. 1979 would have been late. If I had time, I would have sent only ambassadors. Because no time, I have to get up and come directly. O O Hindus, feel blessed. Science is not dead. It is available. I have everything needed to bring that science back to life and establish its legitimacy.
So the Avatar's advent on the planet Earth was to protect humanity from this great pralaya and to bring the new age of Satyuga and to bring the superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations on this.
ஓம் உலக மக்களே கேளுங்கள். கலி முற்றி கலி கழிந்து புதுயுகம் சத்தியயுகம் புறப்பட வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததனால் வந்திருக்கின்றது இந்த பெரும் பிரளயம். கவலை வேண்டாம் மக்களே. நித்யானந்தன் வடிவம் தாங்கி நாமே இங்கு வந்திருக்கின்றோம். நித்யயுகம் செய்வோம். நித்யயுகம் சத்தியயுகமாய் மலரும் இங்கு. ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
So Devi revelations translated into English reveal that people of the world listen. Kali Yuga has matured and over time has come for Satya Yuga to happen. So this great pralaya has come. Don't worry, people. In the form of Nithyananda, I myself have come here. I will make Nitya Yuga. Nitya Yuga will blossom as Satya Yuga. Be blissful.
So for this huge Kirimi Bhojanam not to come to India, 2020 I had planned to do Padayatra throughout India in 12 Jyotirlingas through my son Swamiji.
The Avatar has been preparing for this Padayatra since the age of 10.
So the Supreme Pontiff began enriching people with all these truths from sacred scriptures of enlightened living. You can see in these various pictures.
Even as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was just 14 and 15 years old, all of his classmates were called the Yatra, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led them all from Guriyatam, Tamil Nadu to Tiruvannamalai, his birthplace, and a huge spiritual pilgrimage site.
And when Supreme Pontiff was around 19 years of age, you can see the Ramakrishna Mutt, where he could recall the Yatra from Chennai, Tamil Nadu to Tiruvannamalai and his unforgettable pilgrimage trip.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued walking the length and breadth of India, reaching more and more people and preparing each one until the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the international mission, the Nithyananda Satsang, to revive Kailasa internationally on the 31st of December 1929.
And after that, the Supreme Pontiff established the first Kailasa enlightenment ecosystem in Tiruchengodu in Tamil Nadu on the April 14, 2001. You can see in the picture. And he named it as Ramakrishna Dhyana Peetham.
Vijayatra all over the world to enrich people from all different backgrounds.
And with his intensity and dedication, crowds of thousands of people were gathered around him and they simply resonated deeply with his presence and his energy.
In 2004, the Avatar and his disciples took his disciples on the first Himalayan Yatra, visiting temples, delivering satsangs, and initiating them into the superconscious breakthrough.
So subsequently, the Avatar personally organized and led yatras yearly and guided individual souls not just to physical spiritual sites, but supernal spiritual realms.
And in 2006, the Padayatras were taken to the next level with the Kodigan Yatra, with crores participating and impacted by Nithyanandeshwara and Nithyanandeshwari, who were traveling from city to city to bless humanity.
So you can see the Kodikan Ratha Yatra, which was actually led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and culminated with the consecration of the Garbha Mandir for the Nithyanandeshwara, Nithyanandeshwari, Parashakti, and Swayambhu Nithyanandeshwara in Adikailasa Sagarnapita. So the deities were energized as Archavataras to radiate the energy of Paramashiva and Parashakti to create the Adikailasa Sagarnapitam as a ship to save humanity from the upcoming Pralaya.
And here are the different Kailasas created by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to create spiritual energy centers in India to create a safe haven for this great Pralaya.
So in 2008, the Avatar created the Nithyananda Vaidya Sarovar, the Ananda Linga. So anyone who bathes in the waters would be actually healed from all kinds of diseases. So we'll now watch the video clip of the Rudrabhishekam performed with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Namastahastrakshaaya Jagadanmane Janamo Girishaya Vishtaaya Janamo Nirustamaya Cheshumate Janamo Srasvaya Javamanaya Janamo Brihate Javarshiyate Janamo Vriddhaya Samvriddhane Janamo Agriyaya Prathamaya Janama Ashavecha Jiraya Janama Shigriyaya Shibhyaya Nama Urmyaya Vasvanyaya Janama Srotasyaya Dvipyaya Namo Jyeshtaya Jaganishtaya Janama Purvajaya cha Parajaya Janamo Madhyamaya cha Pagalbhaya Janamo Jaganyaya cha Buddhiyaya cha Namasobhyaya cha Pratisarjaya Janamo Yamyaya cha Kshemyaya Janama Urvaryaya cha Khalyaya Janama Shvopyaya cha Vasanyaya Janamo Vanyaya cha Kaksyaya Janama Shravaya cha Pratishravaya Janama Ashushenaya cha Ashurthaya Janama Shuraya cha Vabhindate Janamo Varmene cha Varutine Janamo Bilmine cha Kavachine Janama Shrutaya cha Shrutasenaya cha Namo Dundubhyaya cha Hananyaya Janamo Dhishnave cha Pravishaya Janamo Dutaya cha Prahitaya Janamo Nishangine cha Shudhimate cha Namastikshne Sabe cha Idhine cha Namaspaya Udhaya cha Sudhanvane cha Namasrutyaya cha Pathyaya cha Namaskatyaya cha Nipyaya cha Namasupyaya cha Sarvasyaya cha Namo Nadyaya cha Vaishantaya cha Namakupyaya cha Bhatyaya cha Namo Varshaya cha Namo Meghyaya cha Vidyutyaya cha Namo Irdhriyaya cha Tapyaya cha Namo Vatyaya cha Reshmiyaya cha Namo Vastavyaya cha Vastupaya cha Om Namah Somaya cha Rudraya cha Namastambraya cha Arunaya cha Namah Shangaya cha Vashupataye cha Namah Ugraya cha Bhimaya cha Namo Agre Vadhaya cha Dure Vadhaya cha Namo Handre cha Hanyase cha Namo Vrikshebhyo Harikeshebhyo Namastaraya Namah Shambhave cha Mayobhave cha Namah Shankaraya cha Mayaskaraya cha Namah Shivaya cha Shivadaraya cha Namastirthyaya cha Kulyaya cha Namah Paryaya cha Varyaya cha Namah Pradaranaya cha Uttaralaya cha Namah Ataryaya cha Latyaya cha Namah Shashpyaya cha Phenyaya cha Namah Sikatyaya cha Pravahyaya cha Namah Irinyaya cha Prabhatyaya cha Namah Kigam Shilaya cha Kshenaya cha Namah Kapardine cha Pulastaye cha Namah Goshyaya cha
And in 2009, the Avatar held another Kodikan Radayatra and garnered international.
நின்பதம் கண்ட என் மனம் நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நின்முகம் நீனைந்து இங்கு நிர்மலமாகவே ஆனதே இதய சக்கரம் அனகதமும் இனிமையோடு திறந்ததே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே மற்றவர் கண்டு மறைகள் எல்லாம் கழன்று விசுத்தி அதுவும் அசுத்தியாய் பொறாமையோடிங்கு ஏக்கத்தோடப்பா புண்ணியம் எல்லாம் போனதே எரிந்தவயிரும் ஏக்கமும் சேர்த்து விசுத்தி அசுத்தியானதே விசுத்தியை தீர்க்க விமலனின் பதம் விரைந்து இங்கு வரவேணுமே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே ஆமை பூகுந்த எண்ணகந்தினை பொறாமை பூகாது காக்கவே
And wherever the Avatar's feet have graced the planet Earth, is there the seeds have been of super consciousness have been sown.
So, with 1,000 and plus ecosystems, the Sarvanyapitas, billion people worldwide were enriched, and Avatar has created those ecosystems. You can see.
And here are some of the Kailasa ecosystems that the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has created. Kailasa and Erode, which was the Adi Nithyananda Satsang.
The Adi Kailasa Sarvanyapitam, and you can see Kailasa in Thiruvannamalai,
Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio,
Kailasa in Los Angeles,
Kailasa in San Jose,
and you can see Kailasa in Seattle,
Houston, Texas,
so you can see the Kailasa in Charlotte, USA, Kailasa in Washington, DC, Kailasa in Toronto, Canada, which was established by the Supreme Concept himself. Kailasa in Oklahoma City,
Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona,
in St. Louis, Kailasa in St. Louis, Kailasa in Oman, in Dubai. You can see
Kailasa in London, Scotland,
Kailasa in Scotland, Kailasa in Netherlands. The various ecosystems established across the world, like Kailasa in Slovakia,
Belgium,
Kailasa in Luxembourg,
Kailasa in Austria,
Kailasa in Germany, in Italy, in France,
Kailasa in Switzerland,
and you can see Kailasa in Mauritius, Kailasa in South Africa, Kailasa in Salem, which is established by Supreme Pontiff himself, and then Hosur in Tamil Nadu. This is the Pattanam ecosystem, Kailasa in Pattanam. The Kailasa in Varanasi, Kailasa in Rajapalayam, Kailasa in Hyderabad, Adinam.
Kailasa, which is the Yogini Sarvinyapita.
Kailasa in Thiruvanmiyur, Chennai, Kailasa in Alangulam, Kailasa in Chennai, Tambaram. You can see Kailasa in Chennai, Avadi. Kailasa in Chennai, Avadi is seen in Melbourne, Australia.
Kailasa in New Zealand.
So the Kailasa in Singapore.
In Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
And Kailasa in Guadeloupe.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism created all of these Kailasas to ensure humanity survives and created the sovereign order of Kailasa with thousands of sannyasis with no discrimination against caste, creed, or religion.
So you can see Supreme Pontiff in Hinduism initiating thousands into spiritual healing who have become healers to heal the millions of people around the world.
And more than 2,500 satsang centers have been created, Padaka mandirs and home temples have been operating as de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa.
So the avatar. So he reclaims the Hindu-centric freedom. So the thousands of Padayatras were conducted by the Hindu diaspora worldwide, honoring the hard work of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and revival of Kailasa, silently preparing each one for what was to come in the future.
In 2017, devotees in Malaysia planned a Padayatra and executed it successfully, with thousands participating, with the dying Hindu population in Malaysia being reinvigorated.
Yes, you can see for every major festival, devotees from various places do the Padayatra out of sincere devotion to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
And here you can see some of the global achievements and services that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been conducting for the past 26 years, with 26 plus years of humanitarian service, over 1 billion free organic nutritious meals being served continuously, and over 1 billion e-citizens being enriched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and a diverse global population in 347 cities in 196 countries across 6 continents, and the world's largest Hindu university established in the US, Canada, UK, Slovakia, Switzerland, and France.
And you can see world's greatest digital media platforms, over 1 billion views through websites like kailasa.org, nithyananda.org, Nithyananda Hindu University, kailasa.tv, nithyananda.tv, and the various social media platforms in the Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and online applications like the Enlighten app, Enlighten Up, SoundCloud, or the Nithyananda Radio.
And 1 billion e-citizens in over 100 countries enriched with and created the most successful communities in the world. And here you can see a map of where all e-citizens of Kailasa live.
Yes, so these are the various global initiatives that was taken through Kailasa in holistic health, education, and development of human potential, sharing the practical applications of Hinduism and its signs of enlightenment through which we have made breakthroughs. So we have seen so much has been contributed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and enriching people and saving and protecting the humanity from the huge cosmic deluge, the pralaya which is going to affect them. But yet he was driven away and chosen out of India itself. So we saw what Devi Parashakti had revealed in the Akashic readings. So with that, we will be moving to the next segment of this program after a short break.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all the viewers. We will be entering into the next segment of today's program on the different offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. Now, many of you know and are a part of this beautiful Hindu tradition where each and every one of us has experienced such a beautiful connection, a simple yet extremely profound connection with the divine. We understand that He is God for everyone, but also exclusively for us. And He is our personal guide in every single step of the way. He's our personal guide as we are making steps in our lives, as we are manifesting new adventures and new ventures, new relationships, and getting the most out of our life. Now, whether it is our birthdays, or the different festivals in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the different Jayantis, or the different Brahmotosavams, or our anniversaries, our weddings, or marriage ceremonies, whatever it is in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, as we are unfolding a new path in our lives, we request the blessings of the divine. We thank them for having guided us thus far and blessed us with so much. And we also ensure that we request their blessings and their guidance further in our life. And not only that, in this way, in our lives today, unfortunately, many of us are finding that the divine is not as present as we used to have in our childhood, in previous times. Perhaps we would have been so happy to be able to interact, to go to the temple for every single blessing, for every single temple occasion. And we would have been so happy just to interact with the divine, have the darshan of the deities, and offer a few coins in the hundi and continue our day, continue our time. But in this day and age, as the internet is only what is available to us and we are in global lockdown, it is so hard to find a way properly that we can interact with the divine, have the personal darshan and diksha, and also make our offerings as we want to. Now, Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is bringing all of these extremely sacred, effective rituals to manifest your reality as you want it in your life through all of these different offerings. Now, understand that offering is a giving of a divine gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness, and it consists of two parts. One is giving, and the second is accepting. Only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. An offering is not made out of fear nor out of greed. When an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for the only purpose of enlightenment.
So we will now invoke Devi Parashakti by chanting the verse from Mula Agama of Manonmani Dhyanam. Induni bhaveda karavahni nayanam syat pankaja varabhaya japaksha sarayuktam angahima bhushana vichitra vasanam syat tungamakutojvala manonmani swarupam.
And the English translation. Moon-like face holding the Vedas on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower gracing, and blessing hands on one hand with the japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani.
And the next Jana sloka is Dhyaye Devim Trinetram Sashini Bhavadanam Vedahastam Dadhanam Savye Padmam Varadama Pare Chabhayam Chakshamalam Divyairabharanai Vibhushita Tanum Brahmadi Vipujitam Devi Meva Manonmanim Pratidinam Kamarta Datrim Shubham.
And the English translation. I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes glowing like the moon and holding the Vedas, lotus embracing, blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day.
So let us now understand the significance of the divine element, gold, in the offerings to Parashakti. So the Atharva Veda beautifully has described Treda Jutam Brahmanedam Hiranyam Agnerakam Priyatamam Babhuva Somasyaikam Insitasya Parapatata Apamekam Veda Samreta Ahustatte Hiranyam Trividastva Vise.
In the English translation, triply born by birth is this gold from the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni, one fell away from Soma when it was heard. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha. Let that triple gold be for your long life. Now we all should understand that gold is a divine element. Many of us know and understand its value and its pricelessness and when we're offering gifts. Many of us have given for Mother's Day, our marriage anniversaries, even our rings when we are doing weddings or marriages are made of gold, and it's very high value when it's a gift in gold. We already understand that, but we don't understand the next level, the quality that is actually divine and sacred in gold. In fact, it purifies anything that it touches, and it's an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity.
So you can see that gold is present in all the scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and the purest metal which purifies our very being. So in Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold, and ritual feasts were even offered in golden bricks. So when one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee, and it was in abundance, and it was used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities like cows. And kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold, streets would have huge columns, huge archways made of gold, and even the horses and cows were dressed up in gold.
The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called Hiranyamaya for gold in Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda. As we were saying, gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to ones you love and revere. And the Vedic rishis actually understood this extremely potent metal that was gold, and they applied this super science that Paramashiva had gifted on planet Earth in all the different aspects of the whole life and lifestyle in the Hindu civilization. Temples are constructed and paved in gold, deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold, and because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, it literally lasts forever.
So with that, we'll move on to the offerings to Devi Parashakti. The first offering is the E-Hundi offering. So the Shastra Pramana describing Devi Parashakti says, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya, Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharada Radhya Sharvani Sharmadayini.
And the English translation, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fears. Now, if there is any fear in the minds of devotees, Devi is the one to be sure to remove that fear absolutely compassionately and without asking for anything in return. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. However, here it does not mean the seasonal autumn that we're going through. It is meant the autumn of our lives when we are going through existentially more and more, our thoughts are turning inwards and we are questioning inside of us, the purpose of our lives, and so on. The role of the divine is known and understood clearly at this time, and the need for Devi worship becomes stronger.
Yes. So you can offer the hundi offering at any amount at your own capacity without a deep devotion. And you can also avail the opportunity through the YouTube super chat and super sticker option, which we will be guiding you in the later part of this segment. The next offering is the Sankalpa chanting. So the Devi Mahatmyam chapter 12 verse 34, it says, Tayaitan mohyate vishvam saiva vishvam prasuyate saya chitta cha vijanam tushta rudhim prayaschadhi.
And the English translation, the goddess enchants the universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess being prayed without any interest in anything gives the knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. Now, the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34, here is showing us the compassion of Devi Parashakti. And just by offering the Sankalpa chanting, the conscious resolution, it blesses the person, whoever is offering you, or if you're offering on behalf of the other person, with all the fruition of the desires and wishes that you are yearning for. Every single day, having a conscious resolution is how you should start the day, and understanding that your consciousness works more powerfully than anything else to have the blessings of the divine and literally radiate their own consciousness in you, manifest their consciousness, the supreme consciousness, through this conscious resolution. You can offer the Sankalpa today.
So the next offering is the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu, the golden coin offering, which is inscribed with the names of Parashakti. So Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731, it says, Nama Parayana Prita, which means she who likes the repetition of her various names. So this is the offering of 1008 names of Parashakti, and it's a very, very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. So you can offer a coin inscribed with each of the 1008 names and receive the blessings to have all the divine qualities, the Ananta Kalyana Gunas of Parashakti. It is available at 3 sizes in 3 denominations, $75, $151, and $251.
The beautiful thing about this Sahasranama Kastu actually is that all of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti are chanted, and all those are the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, which you will be bestowed with. The sacred thing is that the science of the chant, the sacred chants, is actually used and implemented here, where every time we chant the name of Devi, that energy is invoked inside of us, and we start manifesting that powerful energy. So it is a very beautiful science of manifesting oneness with the divine.
Yes. So the next offering is the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. The Meenakshi Pancharatnam, it beautifully describes Mukta Hara Lasat Kirita Ruchiram Purnendu Vaktra Prabham Shinjannu Purakinkini Manidaram Padma Prabha Suram Sarvabhishta Falapradam Girisutam Vanirama Sevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavaram Nidhim.
The English translation, I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has pearls and face shining like the full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, and who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion.
So you can offer the finger ring with the pearl, the Mukta Anguti, to Parashakti and receive her blessings to be showered by her compassion, pure love in all your business endeavors. The Mukta Anguti is available at $251, $501, and $750. The next offering is the offering of the golden lotus, the Swarna Padma Pushpam. The Kamikagama, it describes अष्टविद्येश्वरोपेत कुम्भावरण संयुतं सर्वे सूत्रवस्त्रद्य हेम पङ्कजभूषितः सपीदनः सकुर्चश्च पक्वभिल्वः फलप्रभा नपन्नध्याय संसिद्ध प्रमाणेन समन्विता.
And the English translation, all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with the lotus flower made of gold. Actually, in the sacred Hindu scripture, the Padma Pushpa, the lotus flower, is referred in so many different places. And in fact, in all the different kinds of worship, or the mudras and asanas, the hand gestures or the body postures that we do during any puja, anything, is always in some way associated with the lotus. And in some way, it is always implemented into the worship of Paramashiva and the worship of the ultimate. And it always involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, and lotus petals. And that's why lotus is considered as a divine flower. And in fact, Shakti of Paramashiva is also called a lotus. And the base of the Paramashiva linga is also the lotus. And the disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus. So with so many different references, the lotus is such a beautiful divine flower that actually represents Devi herself, as Devi Parashakti sits on the lotus. Now, the significance of lotus, as is told in the Hindu tradition, is how everywhere, in any pond, in any muddy waters, the lotus can bloom, and it can literally be the most graceful, most elegant flower in that whole pond. Just in that same way, if we're offering to Devi Parashakti the Swarna Padma Pushpa, we can receive the blessings to radiate the state, space, powers, and being of Devi in your innermost space amidst any and every adverse situation in your life. You can have the blessings to literally radiate Devi at all times, just as the power of the lotus flower.
And the next offering to Parashakti is the Swarnamitti, golden touring. So the Shastra Pramana, it describes Nakadhititi samchanna namajjanna tamo guna padadbhaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha.
The English translation, you whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet, you whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. Now you can offer the toe ring to Devi, adorning her sacred feet, to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, even in the most difficult parts of your life. Now, Devi Parashakti is adorning her feet always with the sacred toe ring. And it is not simply like any married woman in the Hindu tradition does wear the toe ring, but this has significance, as we saw in the previous Shastra Pramana, that the very toenails of Devi Parashakti can literally liberate you and remove all the ignorance from you. So adorning that toe ring and offering our gratitude to that the feet that literally liberate us is the most sacred offering that we can give to Devi Parashakti.
Yes, the next offering is the Swarna Mantika, the golden hairline jewelry. Sudha Sarabi Varshini, she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from Sahasrara, that is, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. So the Mantika, the hairline jewelry, it represents the nectar that flows from the crown chakra, the Sahasrara chakra, which is completely and fully opened.
And for those of you who don't know, the Sahasrara chakra is represented by 1,000-petaled lotus at the crown of the head. And it is such a beautiful representation here as we are talking, that the nectar which is overflowing from that very lotus, the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully open, understand, the 1,000-petaled lotus, which is fully open and literally oozing the nectar out, that nectar is represented by the Mantika. And this is also another traditional piece of jewelry that is offered to Devi Parashakti, and also that all Hindu women are wearing as well as an ode and a remembrance, an offering as well to Devi Parashakti. So you can offer this Mangtika to Devi and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. Now, before we proceed to any of the further offerings, I'd like to also say that if you would like to go ahead and start taking the next steps to make a payment or to register for yourself for any of these offerings, you can go to tiny.cc/Devi offerings.
Yes, so the next offering is the beautiful, very special offering, Pratyakshapada Puja. So we'll be chanting the Shastra Pramana from the Sloka 83 of Saundarya Lahari. Nakadhiditi sanchannana majjana tamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakruta saroruha.
The illumining splendor of Devi's toenails dispels the darkness of ignorance in the devotees of prostrating at her feet that defeat the Lord. Now, Shlokam number 83 of the Saundarya Lahari, one of the most beautiful stotrams on Devi Parashakti, states that the nails that have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi, and Tamoguna is considered as darkness, and by constantly prostrating before Devi, the ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. You can offer the Pratyakshapada Puja to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and have the blessings of literally your ignorance being removed entirely. I strongly encourage each and every one of you who are tuning in with us today, make sure that you are manifesting some offering during the Guru Puornima Brahmatosavam and for the Guru Puornima festival upcoming. This Guru Puornima festival is such a beautiful festival, a most auspicious time to surrender all the karmas that you have, everything that you have, and surrender and offer that at the feet of Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa, the form of all the gods and goddesses, and the one who has taken on the responsibility as Jagat Guru, the one who is taken on the responsibility for the whole universe as Guru. And you can ensure that you are blessed with all the fruition, the blessings, auspiciousness in your life. During this Guru Puornima time, it's a very auspicious time for us to make this offering and for us to offer the Pratyakshapada Puja. The next offering is the Vastra Seva. This is the offering of the sacred adornment or the sacred cloth in order to adorn the deity and the body itself of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Devi Parashakti. So this brings us to a conclusion to all of the different offerings. And next, here is a summary table for all the different offerings that we went over today. There's first the E-Hundi offering, which again, you can make as a general donation and you can make for any amount. The Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Metti and the Swarna Mangtika, and then also the Pratyakshapada Puja and Vastra Seva. So all of these cost and the availabilities are also written down here. If you'd like to go ahead and you're ready to make your payment, you can go to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. Now you might be in two categories as we are concluding this segment, and you just heard all of the different offerings. On one side, I'm sure many of you are so wanting to make these offerings today, and you really want to, yet maybe the resources or the money or the time is not yet finalized yet, or not yet you're able to make that ready in order to make these offerings immediately. If that is your case, you can fill out the intention form for making these offerings. You can go to tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi and fill out the intention form. This intention form will help you in manifesting. You'll get more details, and if you're interested in offering, you'll be able to have the further details for all of the different offerings and how you can make that manifest in life. And if you are ready for the payment, you can go ahead to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings, and that link will lead you to this very page as you are seeing. So as you can see, the Parashakti Bhavasamadhi Darshan donations are here listed out. And you can just select from the drop-down menu any of the offerings that you'd like to make, and then you can select add to cart. Then once you select add to cart, you'll see all the different items in your cart, and you can review your cart and proceed to checkout. And then you will be filling out your billing details and all of your details as well, your payment details. Make sure that you submit this form. Then after you are filling out the payment, you can go to Sankalpa 2021 form. And this is tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021. Make sure that you are filling out this form completely so that you can ensure that your names and all the names of your family members are chanted during the puja. And this is the way that we ensure that all the pujacharyas, the shivacharyas from the Nithyananda Paramashiva Devalaya are chanting and making sure that your name is chanted during the puja, and the benefits are all bestowed on you. So also here we have the another beautiful option that is available through YouTube. So first of all, on YouTube, if you go, I'm sure many of you are logged in through there. You have to first join the Kailasa's Nithyananda YouTube channel as a member. And you can, right next to the channel name underneath this video, you'll see the join button. Once you have joined, on the right-hand side, you'll be able to see the super chat and super sticker option. So you can go to super chat, and then you can, the YouTube will give you a couple steps, either to make a donation through the credit card or debit card or PayPal, and you can make any kind of donation. This is what you can offer as the e-hundi amount. And you can also choose a super sticker option, where you can choose any sticker that you'd like to send as well. And Devi Parashakti during the Bhavasamadhi Darshan will also see and bless. And you can send that as well as your as a small donation as well. So these are all the different options and the beautiful ways that you can literally manifest the oneness experience with the divine, and you can manifest whatever you want in your life today. And the way to make all of these, all of whatever you want to manifest into reality as a immediate and instant result is just through these offerings. You will be able to see in so many different ways how you are manifesting, and literally you're living the reality that you wanted to live from the very beginning. So you can always make these offerings and proceed to the payment links in the scroll below as well. And another amazing news that we have for all the viewers today is the United Nations has also recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And after so many decades of persecution, we have seen how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has not given up once for ensuring that the voice of Hindus does not die away, does not become invisible by oppressive forces or supremacist, casteist, and racist people out there. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously working in order to bring the Holocaust and the ongoing genocide against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to the whole world, and making it an extreme, making it recognized by the international audience. And today we are able to say, at least in some form, that the United Nations has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Today, as we are going on into the next segments, we'll be understanding the details and seeing how the United Nations has recognized the persecution, and seeing more into what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is finally bringing to the international audience, and the genocide that has happened for the last 1,000 years against Hinduism, which by bringing to the international audience, by literally showing the whole world the truth, he is bringing an end to that Holocaust which is going on. In the next segments, we will be seeing the details of all of what has happened. And in this next segment also, we will be also being joined by the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham administrators who have literally been on the grounds and taking care of the Kailasa COVID care centers in India, one of the most astounding contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as he has literally built a ship called the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham through so many different spiritual alchemy processes, through literally his divine presence walking on the land of Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham, which is today serving as one of the foremost places, safest places for people to stay and live during this extremely tense time in the whole Pralaya. So we'll now be joined in just a few minutes by Ma Nithyananda Swami and Ma Nitya Pranapriyananda to explain to us in detail about the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham ship that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working for the last more than 2 decades. We'll be right back with you after a very quick break, and we'll be continuing on with the next segments in today's program.
What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognitions, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet. thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Nithyanandam, and welcome to today's segment of the Adi Kailasa ship. Today is an extremely significant day in the history of Kailasa, the only Hindu civilization and nation in the world today. And today we're going to share a very momentous happening for Kailasa. Once again, the United Nations has recognized the persecution, ethnocide, genocide, specifically femicide of the Kailasa women's community, the women followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. As one can see, the United Nations had called for, had done an entire study on femicide. Femicide specifically means the killing of women, specifically related to their gender, meaning just because a woman is a woman, killing the woman. And a very in-depth study has been done by the United Nations across various nations across the world, and inputs taken, studies done over various communities, and the inputs and the studies, the analysis taken from various human rights institutions, regional mechanisms, UN entities, civil society organizations, and a whole slew of other organizations that contributed to this massive study of what is the state of affairs of women, women rights, and specifically the extreme inhuman crime of femicide, which is the killing of women. And the Adi-Shaivite minority community of Kailasa had also gone through this massive crime of femicide. And this report, which has been published, is giving a glimpse of the whole persecution that the women community of Kailasa has gone through. We wanted to share this with you at the outset of this segment, and we'll be going into the details of this in the next portions of this segment. And to really understand the significance of this momentous happening, one really needs to understand that this is not something that is just affecting Kailasa or the followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, or even the 2 billion Hindus at large today. It is actually a victory, a resounding victory, and an awareness that has been brought to the hilt of over 2 millennia of genocide, ethnocide, human rights violations, the attempt by various anti-Hindu terrorist militant forces to exterminate Hinduism from the face of this planet. On the one hand, we have that, what the world has done to exterminate Hinduism, and on the other hand, we should first see why Hinduism is so important to be preserved, what are its contributions, how does the Hindu lifestyle enable world peace, enable a massively powerful way of living our super consciousness, our real existence, and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has enabled that, continuing to enable that, and sharing with the whole world the real gems of Hinduism and reviving Hinduism as the living religion throughout the world, inspiring every person, being by being, to live one's true conscious sovereignty. So let us take a look at what Hinduism had to offer, a brief look at the Hindu Holocaust and today's situation, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, after facing over 2 decades of persecution and over 70 brutal direct assassination attempts, still contributes to the world in the same way and with the same intensity, probably more, in the interest of making each and every being realize that each of us is really Paramashiva. So let's take a jump into the next segment to see the roots of this Hinduism, its origins, its Holocaust, and how it exists today. And really, the whole civilizational history can be encompassed in a few words, literally. The whole happening of the Hindu revival today, the Hindu persecution today, in the few words called the freedom struggle of Kailasa, the story of the world's only Hindu nation. Let us take a look at the big picture first. Kailasa and its vision and mission. Kailasa is the only macrocosmic, ancient, Hindu enlightened civilizational nation to serve the religious and spiritual needs of 2 billion Hindus. We have all the details in https://kailasa.org. The 2 billion Hindus and the whole of humanity. Kailasa creates a safe haven Kailasa is the only macrocosmic, ancient, Hindu enlightened civilizational nation to serve the religious and spiritual needs of 2 billion Hindus and the whole of humanity. Kailasa creates a safe haven to live, practice, express, and radiate the peaceful lifestyle of extraordinary powers as per Hinduism, regardless of race, gender, caste, or creed. Kailasa is literally the homeland and civilizational nation for Hindus on par with Israel for Jews, Vatican for Catholics, and Tibet for Buddhists. Kailasa was created with the determination to not just preserve and protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma and share it with the entire world, but also to share the story of persecution that is yet unknown to the world. Towards this goal, Kailasa is dedicated to the preservation, restoration, revival of an enlightened culture and civilization based on authentic Hinduism. The mission of Kailasa. Kailasa is a nation created by dispossessed Hindus from around the world who lost the right to practice Hinduism authentically in their own countries. Though the Kailasa movement is founded in the United States and spearheaded by members of the Hindu Adi Shaivite minority community, it is created for and offers a safe haven to all the world's practicing, aspiring, or persecuted Hindus, irrespective of race, gender, sect, caste, or creed, where they can peacefully live and express their spirituality, arts, and culture free from denigration, interference, and violence. The vision of Kailasa is enlightened living for all of humanity, which is rooted in the fundamental principle of Advaita or oneness, the idea that all beings can live in peace and harmony, and that all human beings are equal and divine, can reach their highest potential irrespective of their color, nationality, religion, gender, sexual orientation, caste, creed, or race. And now a glimpse about what really is Hinduism. Hinduism represents the world's most ancient yet progressive indigenous spiritual tradition. It is an open framework or model of civilization that stands for non-violence, vegetarianism, worship of nature, organic lifestyle, temple-based living, yoga, manifesting spiritual powers, and the inherent divinity of every being. Hinduism comprises many indigenous spiritual traditions coexisting peacefully for millennia. The Hindu Holocaust, on the other hand, is the story of the persecution of Hinduism. The Hindu Holocaust is a stark epitome of a campaign of race extermination through a systematic, egregious, and ongoing ethnic cleansing, forced relocation, double killing through genocide and genocide denial over the last 5,000 years on the most ancient living civilization on the planet. Denied by the historians, untold by its victimized survivors. The Hindu Holocaust is one of the biggest crimes against humanity in world history. Hindus have time and again suffered religious persecution in the form of forceful conversions, massacres, demolition and desecration of temples, confiscation or destruction of property, incitement to hate, imprisonment, torture, murder, destruction of universities and schools, and crimes against women and children. The systematic elimination of Hindus was done As Hinduism was once practiced freely in over 56 nations across the continent, from Afghanistan, India, Nepal, Burma, Sri Lanka, all the way to Singapore, Malaysia, Cambodia, and Indonesia, and in the 200 states, 1,700 samsthanas or provinces, and 10,000 sampradayas or traditions. Over several centuries, the combined forces of foreign invasion, political upheaval, colonialism, and religious persecution systematically ended millennia of Hindu Swarajya or self-rule. Today, Hindu temples remain in few countries, but the Hindus who worshipped in them have been ethnically cleansed. The double killing, which is a Holocaust and its denial. Hindus are the victims of the double killing of Holocaust and the denial of Holocaust. Denying the largest Holocaust, which has been shockingly going on since 5,000 years of history, will continue to go so in the future unless cognized first and corrected thereafter. The denial of the Holocaust through distortion of history and ideological indoctrination is the last act of crime in the Holocaust and the heralding of the next crime. The strategy is to first obfuscate and obliterate a people, then obfuscate and obliterate their memory, and finally seek to obfuscate and obliterate the memory of the obfuscation and obliteration. This strategy has been successful as today nobody knows or even speaks of the unbroken continuum of annihilation of the Hindus. 100 million killed, over 1 billion ideologically enslaved, be it by the invading Mughals or the colonial forces, be it in the name of their race or color or religious faith or cultural roots or ethnicity or some other distinction. Hindus have over the past over 2,000 years been subject to mass murder, multiple perpetrator rapes, forced indoctrination, artificial famines, child abuse, identity distortion, resulting in a systematic physical elimination of over 100 million Hindus, ideological slavery of over 1 billion Hindus across all sampradayas on all levels. All levels, literally physical, mental, emotional, cultural, religious, political, economical, social, and much more.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
Nithyananda. The next segment is we're going to see how this glorious Nithyananda. Yes. So next we're going to see how this glorious Hindu civilization went through unprecedented persecution over millennia. The untold story of Hindu Holocaust. So broadly, we can place these Hindu Holocaust into three phases. The first phase is by the Islamic invaders, starting from 800 to 1700 AD, where the physical destruction of Hindu civilization happened. Will Durant, from his book, The Story of Civilization, he says that the Mohammedan conquest of India is probably the bloodiest story in history. The Islamic historians and scholars have recorded with great glee and pride the slaughters of Hindus, forced conversions, abduction of Hindu women and children to slave the markets, and the destruction of temples carried out by the warriors. And all of this happened between 880 to 1700 AD, when the millions of Hindus were converted to Islam by sword during this period. Million more were raped and murdered and dismembered. Overall, 200 million Hindus were slaughtered by Muslim invaders, 100,000 temples were destroyed, 1 million deities and sculptures were destroyed. The conquering armies burnt villages, devastated the land, plundered people's wealth, took Brahmins and children and women of all classes captive, flogged with thongs of rawhide, carried a moving prison with them, and converted the prisoners into obsequious Turks. The rape of a continent. Genocide endorsed by the Islamic law. Al-Hidayah, one of the most influential works of second Sunni jurisprudence, still in use today as a legal manual, it very clearly says that if the infidels, which means the non-believers of Islam, upon receiving the call to convert to Islam, neither consent to it or agree to pay taxation, it is then incumbent on all the Muslims to call upon the God for assistance and make a war upon them, because God is the assistance of those who serve him, and destroyer of his enemies and infidels. And it is necessary to implore his aid upon every occasion. The Prophet moreover commands us to do so. So the legal manual very clearly says that if somebody is termed as an infidel, which means a non-believer of this religion, if he says no to conversion, or if he says no to pay tax for not being converted, then you have every right to destroy the infidel, as per the legal manual of the Islamic law. Having done so, Muslims must then, with God's assistance, attack the infidels with all the manner of warlike engines, and must set fire to their inhabitants, and must inundate with water and tear up their plantations and tread down their grain, because by these means they will become weakened, and their resolution will fail and their force be broken. These means are therefore all sanctified by the law. So the law itself sanctifies all the horrendous acts of disarming a person, weakening a person, and forcing that person to convert into the respective religion. Rape of a continent. Abdullah Wasaf, describing the Islamic law, prescribed for Hindus as converted to Alauddin Khilji by his qazi or a legal advisor, who says that Hindus are like mud. If silver is demanded from them, they must agree with great humility to offer gold. If a Mohammedan decides to spit into a Hindu's mouth, the Hindu should wide open it for that purpose. God created the Hindus to be the slave of the Mohammedans. The Prophet had ordained, if the Hindus do not accept Islam, they should be imprisoned, tortured, and finally put to death, and their properties must be confiscated. To keep the Hindus in abasement is especially a religious duty, because they are the most inveterate enemies of the Prophet. So you can see the hatred is being spread systematically, and it is also sanctified as per the legal manual and the religious manual of this religion. So therefore, the entire community who invaded India deployed all means possible to physically destroy the backbone of this Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The rape of a continent. Mohammedan Qasim Hindu Shah Firista. He says that the Raja of Nagarkota, after sustaining some loss, submitted but was restored to his dominions. The name of Nagarkota was on this occasion changed to that of Mohammedabad. Sultan Feroze on this occasion broke the idols of Nagarkota and mixing the fragments with pieces of cow's flesh, filled bags with them and caused them to be tied around the necks of Brahmins, who were then paraded through the camp. It is said also that he sent the image of Naushaba to Mecca to be thrown on the road that it might be trodden underfoot by the pilgrims. The Hindu prisoners were divided into 4 sections and taken to each of the 4 gates of the great Katkar. There, on the stakes they had carried, the prisoners were impaled. Afterwards, their wives were killed and tied by their hair to these pails. Little children were massacred on the bosoms of their mothers and their corpses left there. The economic and the psychological destruction of Hindu civilization happened between the 17th and 20th century by the British occupation. The will to run, the same celebrated historian who made a comment on the Islamic movement in India, he also told that I have seen great people starving to death before my eyes, and I am convinced that this exhaustion and starvation are not due, as their beneficiary claims, to be overpopulation and superstition, but to the most sordid and criminal exploitation of one nation by another in all recorded history. You can see the pictures of people, Indians especially and Hindus especially, who were force-starved in the artificially created famine by the British occupied India in Bengal. During the British occupation, $45 trillion were looted from India over 200 years. 45 million Hindus were dead due to famines and poverty imposed by British policy and reprisal killings for 1857 mutiny, and 680 native kingdoms usurped by the British Raj. The British came to one of the richest countries of the world. Over 200 years of exploitation, looting, and destruction reduced it to a poster child of a third world poverty. Next, we have this colonial subjugation, British master race theory. Using theories of scientific Darwinism, racism, and social Darwinism, the British justified their conquest and oppression of dark-skinned people as humanitarian, civilizing mission, even though it was a mere cover for the racial oppression and economic exploitation. Do you not see then, by following these studies, you are walking in the very path through which England woes her wealth? The glorious work which God seems to have laid on the English race to replenish the earth and subdue it. Charles Kingsley, celebrated professor, historian, friend of Charles Darwin, and priest in the Church of England. Colonial subjugation, 200 years of intense racial hatred towards Hindus. Hindus are full of dissimulation and falsehood, the universal concomitants of oppression, the vices of falsehood. Indeed, they carry to a height almost unexampled among the other races of men. As for religion, no people have ever drawn more gross and disgusting picture of the universe than what is being presented in the writings of the Hindus. Very few words are required, especially regarding Islam, because the superiority of the Mohammedans in respect to religion is beyond all dispute. In truth, the Hindus, like the eunuch, excels in the qualities of the slave. The Mohammedan is more manly. Colonial subjugation. The Catholic Church performs 250 years of ethnic cleansing in Goa. The fathers of the church forbade the Hindus under terrible penalties the use of their own sacred books and prevented them from all exercise of their religion. They destroyed their temples and so harassed and interfered with the people such that they abandoned the city in large numbers, refusing to remain any longer in a place where they had no liberty and were liable to imprisonment, torture, and death if they worshipped after their own fashion the gods of their fathers. Colonial subjugation, the divide and rule. The British had been horrified during the revolt of 1857 to see Hindus and Muslims fighting side by side under each other's command against the foreign oppressor. They vowed this would not happen again. Divide and rule was an old Roman maxim, and it shall be ours, wrote Lord Elphinstone. A systematic policy of fomenting separate consciousness among the two communities was launched over the British sponsorship. The colonial subjugation. The British Empire used all possible means to destroy the Hindu civil and cultural institutions in order to delegitimize and demoralize the indigenous people of India so they would become slaves in their own homelands. The discriminatory laws to instill feelings of racial inferiority engineered famines to starve natives into submission, annexed Hindu kingdoms to undermine the native rule, mistranslated Hindu scriptures to instill anti-Hindu narratives, destroyed indigenous Gurukul education system, destroyed local industries and forced importation of British goods, banned Indians from owning or producing the firearms. Now let us look into how did they engineer famines to split the spirit of the people. Winston Churchill, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, he says, "I hate Indians. They are beastly people with beastly religion. The famine was their own fault for breeding like rabbits." Harsh British tax and export policies and poor infrastructure management caused multiple famines in India, claiming tens of millions of lives. Most recently in Bengal, 1943. Indians were forced to eat leaves, grass, and even human flesh for that matter, and parents threw their starving children into the river and wells, whilst others committed suicide to escape from their living hell. British invaders destroyed the local industry to ensure dependence and poverty. Prior to colonial rule, India was the world's leading textile manufacturer and produced the finest fabrics. The British engaged in a systematic campaign to destroy the local handloom industry through harsh taxation and export policies that forced Hindus to import British-made textiles and banned the Indian textiles from being sold in foreign markets. Within a generation, the Hindu weavers were turned into beggars and their indigenous skills were lost forever. They destroyed the local industry to ensure the dependence and poverty. By 1878, Indian Railways mechanics in Jamalpur in Bengal and Ajmer in Rajputana had become so proficient at maintaining the locomotive trains that they started designing and building their own models at a fraction of the cost of the imported British trains. The British Parliament responded by passing an act in 1912 banning all the local manufacturers of trains to ensure India's economic dependence on their colonial masters and destroy the native technological know-how. Seizure, taxation, and the ruin of Hindu temples. It was strange but determined piece of policy when throughout the country the pagoda lands were resumed by the East India Company and the allowances were granted in their place. Now let us contemplate the result of this plan. From one end of the country to other, the pagodas were ruined and unmaintained. The revenues of Tripati are on a gradual decline and will die in the lapse of years a natural death. Some of the most celebrated temples in the country are worse off, but there are still, alas, many more strongholds of the devil. False anti-Hindu narratives. British rulers perpetuated the narrative that Indians were generally illiterate and education was restricted to high caste Hindus. But their own surveys revealed that every village had at least one school, and the Sudras and other low caste children constituted 70 to 84% of the students. In contrast, a century of direct British misrule of India left the population with a dismal 12% literacy rate. We must at present do our best to form a class who may be interpreters between us and the millions whom we govern, a class of persons Indian in blood and color, but English in taste and opinion, in moral and in intellect. To that class, we may leave it to refine the vernacular dialects of the country, to enrich those dialects with terms of science borrowed from Western nomenclature, and to render them by degrees fit vehicles for conveying the knowledge to the great mass of the population. Despite their best efforts to adopt the English language, clothing and mannerisms, the anglicized brown British native clerks of India were often viewed with contempt and ridiculed as Bengali babus by their white masters for their ornate speech, self-importance, and fawning attitude towards any Westerner they meet. Converting the native Hindu Rajas into proper British gentlemen. Concerned at the raising awareness of the nationalism. Sorry for the technical glitch. The colonial subjugation, converting the native Hindu Rajas into proper British gentlemen. Concerned at the rising awareness of nationalism after the Indian Mutiny of 1857, the British realized that to strengthen their hold in India, they being just a handful needed to widen their political and psychological management of India and Indians. Thus, they began to focus on the education of native princes and the pursuit of the objective in Macaulay's Minute on Education of 1837 to create a class of people who are Indian in blood and color, but English in opinions, in morals, and in intellect. That became the cornerstone of their strategy. Now let's look into the Criminal Tribes Act of 1871. The British government passed the Criminal Tribes Act, where various ethnic communities were deemed subversive to colonial authorities simply because they did not conform to the idea of civilized living. Their idea of civilized living, it is not even the idea of civilized living. They targeted populations such as sadhus, sannyasis, tribals, nomads, gypsies, and sudras. They were presumed guilty by birth, murdered, raped, arrested, had children separated from the parents, and held in penal colonies or quarantined without conviction or due process. Upon release from British custody, the targeted communities were subjected to surveillance and given tattoos to stigmatize them and make them easier to track. Criminalizing the indigenous communities, which is Thuggees and Dacoity Suppression Acts, in an effort to demonize the Hindus and feed the stereotype of savage Oriental, British authorities and media sensationalized the stories of bloodthirsty Thuggees or bandits who would offer the human sacrifices to the wicked and fearsome goddess Kali. The image of Thuggees was promoted worldwide as an example that it was something which is very wrong with India. In addition to denigrating the Hindu culture, the narrative of the Thuggee menace was also used to justify the colonial rule, suspend the civil liberties, and target subversive elements that challenged the British hegemony. The secular India, where the Hindu temples were looted and neglected. Post-independence, the Indian state continued the British policy of taxing and managing the wealth and properties of all the major Hindu temples, despite claiming to be the secular state. Their governance of Hindu temples had been fraught with mismanagement, neglect, corruption, theft of jewels and deities, and alienation of temple land. Many temples constructed at least 1,500 years ago or much before the temples recognized by UNESCO are in ruins. Even the daily rituals are not performed. Some temples remain closed throughout the day with no one to even light the lamps. If you take the case of Sabarimala, which is an anti-Hindu activism, the Sabarimala temple dedicated to Lord Ayyappa in Kerala, where the South India represents one of the Hinduism's unique spiritual ecosystems. The form of Ayyappa worshipped as the Sabarimala in Naishtika Brahmachari, a strict celibate. As such, women of reproductive age are forbidden to enter the temple out of respect for Ayyappa and to maintain the sanctity of the spiritual ecosystem. Otherwise, in almost 1,000 other Ayyappa temples across India, men and women are equally allowed access, while the Sabarimala is a single exception. Ayyappa devotees undergo 41 period of celibacy, fasting, and other penances prior to making the pilgrimage to prepare their bodies and super consciousness for spiritual ecosystem present in Sabarimala temple. Scriptures and oral tradition explain that the celibate male energy present in Sabarimala is actually harm to the female fertile body. This is a temple which has been visited over 50 million devotees a year, and it is one of the world's largest pilgrimage sites that is exceeded only by Mecca. Given its prominence, the Sabarimala temple has been targeted by the anti-Hindu social activists for years as part of their broader campaign to delegitimize Hindus as sexist and patriarchal. The temple was forcibly entered, vandalized, and its deity was broken down in 1950 by Syrian Christian provocators. At the time of arts and Damascus, atheist chief minister of Travancore Cochin, Keshavan, he says that if a Hindu temple is destroyed, that much superstition is being destroyed. So you can see openly it is a statement made by somebody in the government that is so anti-Hindu, like so much of religious intolerance is inculcated to Hindus in the recent times. Since 1991, a group of activist lawyers have sought to force the Sabarimala to accept women by judicial fiat. Next is the media narratives used to stereotype and demoralize the Hindus. The use of propaganda against the enemy supported by such military, economical, or the political measures may as be required. Such propaganda is generally intended to demoralize the enemy, to break his will to fight or resist, and sometimes to render him favorably disposed to one's position. The communication media most commonly used in psychological warfare are the same as those that is being used in civilian life: radio, newspaper, motion pictures, etc. The secular India in which the media narratives used to stereotype and demoralize the Hindus. Bollywood and many other mainstream media outlets consistently portray Hindu gods and gurus as cartoonish, dishonest, corrupt sex freaks in a manner similar to British imperial propaganda. You can see here how India today denigrates the Hindu sari while praising the Muslim hijab. The glaring double standard only makes sense in the light of the anti-Hindu colonial stereotypes perpetuated in modern India. The relentless campaign of psychological warfare waged on Hindu minds by the British and their brown successors post-independence have resulted in a Hindu population that is demoralized, delegitimized, and without a sense of identity except to pathetically aid the West. This is a textbook case of internalized racism. What is the result? The result is Indians spend billions of money annually on fairness cream to lighten their skin to be more like their former British masters. A 2014 marketing study found that about 90% of Indian girls cite their skin lightening as a highest need. So far we have seen how the great Hindu civilization went through three different phases of Hindu Holocaust. The first being the physical destruction by the Islamic invaders, the next being the identity delegitimization and the double genocide imposed by the British invaders. Then the third phase in which in the secular India, where the new Hindutva groups and the anti-Hindu forces openly challenge anybody who practices Hinduism. So at this stage, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, revived the ancient sciences of Hinduism as per its original authenticity as revealed by Paramashiva in Vedas and Agamas, and as revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Because of the amount of hard work and the amount of revolution that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created in last 26 years in reviving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, he is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his community went through unprecedented persecution for more than a decade. The best part is the United Nations have now recognized the persecution that has been done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his community for the second time. In the next segment, we're going to see some of the important contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in combating the ongoing pandemic and how he has opened his homes of Kailasa, despite he being persecuted more than a decade in his homeland, how he has compassionately opened the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa to one and all to protect themselves from this ongoing pandemic. So before we go to the next segment, let's take a short break and we'll be right back.
What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Welcome back. And now, as we shared at the start of this segment, we will go over the recognition that Hindu persecution, especially femicide of Hindu women, that Kailasas women have gone through, and that recognition being made by none other than the United Nations, as the report on the prevention of femicide has been published on the website. What does this report detail about? Let us take a look. The human rights situation, if one sees for women in India, women and children in India, is quite abysmal, as one has seen from various reports. Despite tremendous public outcry against crimes against women and children, such as rape, sexual violence, gender-based harassment, female infanticide, happen unabated in India. As Bhagavan said, the erosion of the true Hindu values has resulted in the destruction of the entire social fabric. The state of the Republic of India has been either unwilling or unable to curtail these crimes. India is right now being labeled as the most dangerous country for sexual violence against women, according to the Thomson Reuters Foundation 2018 survey. That's a very concerning statistic for a nation which is, for Bharat, which is known to be proud for the position that it has always given women. According to the National Crimes Records Bureau, the rape of minor girls increased by 82% in the year 2016 compared with the previous year. Sexual violence and brutal rape, as one has seen in the various news reports that have been flashing for a number of years now, have been weaponized against minority women and children, especially by extremist militant elements at the highest levels of governance. This weaponization of sexual violence targeting women and children is part of a more pervasive and systematic campaign targeting certain indigenous spiritual traditions, minority communities, and their leaders, especially those from linguistic and religious minority groups and of dark-skinned people of indigenous spiritual traditions and of ethnic native Hindu tribes that have existed in India for millennia. One such indigenous spiritual tradition currently targeted for extermination by the Neo Hindutva extremist militants is the Hindu Adishaiva minority tradition in India. The extremist militants are the ones who take on the garb of Hinduism, but actually they are anti-Hindu. The women, children, and young girls of the ASMT community were the most vulnerable target of these Neo-Hindutva extremist militant forces. The ASMT explicitly rejects extremism of all types. The extremist militant elements are opposed to ASMT's stance when it comes to the rights of women, including otherwise marginalized Dalit women, the rights of the members of the LGBTQ+ and transgender communities. The Neo-Hindutva terrorists despise Hindu women in monastic and priestly roles. The spiritual head of the ASMT has publicly declared himself, as we all know, Bhagavan has declared himself to be transcendental gender and possessing multiple gender components. The Neo-Hindutva extremists see LGBTQ+ rights as immoral. The ASMT freely ordains women into sannyas, recognizes 11 genders, and performs specific temple rituals for even gay marriage, as per more than 5,000-year-old indigenous spiritual scriptures. The ASMT represents one of the most progressive ideologies and is a target of persecution by the Neo-Hindutva extremists.
In the last decade, especially in India, there has been an alarming trend in the mainstream media and the social media of sensational screening and manufacture of misinformation and hate speech that is marginalizing minority communities, especially targeting women with the use of image morphing and deepfake videos. In 2010, a fabricated video of the ASMT actress Ranjita was repeatedly and sensationally broadcasted by the Sun TV and various media channels to defame her character and to delegitimize her guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Satsang. The Neo-Hindutva affiliated media published articles with pictures of ASMT female monks with captions such as sodomized disciples. The media targeted the ASMT minor girls by publishing their pictures in the national newspapers with vulgar captions. The media published fake interviews of the ASMT actress Ranjita for defaming her. Nakiran Gopal and other media heads pressurized Ranjita to commit suicide and circulated false news of the same in media as a rumor. This smear campaign is just not limited to ASMT women, the ASMT female monks, but the most vulnerable target of this persecution are the ASMT girls and the female children, especially those minor girls who pursue religious studies to become nuns. In 2009, a 12-year-old ASMT girl was kidnapped and molested by the new Hindutva extremist. The US courts sentenced the child rapist to 57 months of imprisonment. This did not damage the remedy. The child rapist filed several vexatious litigations in India and US. In US, these false allegations by the child rapist, such as calling the child a liar and her parents and community as part of the brainwashing cult, were all rejected by the court with a penalty for defamation with cost. In India, however, the neo-Hindutva media ran 14,000 hours of hateful programs marginalizing the ASMT child rape victim, ASMT actress Ranjita, ASMT nuns, ASMT women and girls. The media publicly addressed them as brainwashed, sodomized disciples, witches, prostitutes, cult worshippers, sex slaves, and also published violence inciting prejudice narratives such as hang the sin swamis, Hindu monks and nuns. Several media houses continue to publish such defamatory articles, causing marginalization of the ASMT community, especially women and the girls, dangerously inciting mob violence and rape against them. In India, court orders are not upheld by the government. The Indian government and the Indian state departments are perceived as one of the most corrupt in the world. The mainstream Indian media and social media influencers exercise a massive influence on the masses and even the court judges. The media is easily able to sway public opinion and even sway the opinion of the judges. Sadly, there is no legal recourse available in India. In India, like we mentioned before, the court orders are not upheld by the government. The Indian government and the Indian state departments are perceived as one of the most corrupt in the world, and the mainstream Indian media and the social media influencers exercise a massive influence on the masses and even the court judges. The media is easily able to sway the public opinion and even sway the opinion of the judges. In a court proceedings directly involving the ASMT, the court explicitly mentioned how the court was prone to prejudice by this negative media propaganda. Though the media can influence the judiciary in India, the court judgments are toothless in curbing the media hate propaganda. Neo-Hindutva media willfully dishonors the court orders without any consequence. Therefore, there is no legal recourse that is available for India. The ASMT actress Ranjita, the victim of the celebrity deepfake petition in the High Court of Karnataka and all available forums for several years. Although the courts ordered in her favor, restraining the misinformation and telecast of the fabricated deepfake videos, the neo-Hindutva media kept pushing the implementation of the order of various quasi-legal institutions. Finally, the media's self-regulatory quasi-legal body, the NBSA, ordered its member channels to remove the fabricated defamatory videos from their websites. None of the media houses complied with the order and kept re-uploading, re-telecasting the same abusive footage and continued the misinformation propaganda to date. Any complaint on the media in the High Court is redirected to NBSA, BCCC, and any such other bodies which do not ever have a website listing their policies to self-regulate these malpractices. The NBSA, which is a self-regulatory body, is a toothless and is known to disregard its own guidelines and orders, even when the member channels ridicule and shame dead celebrities. The NHRC, the National Human Rights Commission, has maintained silence on the subject and pushed the responsibility on the state executives. A politically owned Neo-Hindutva media channel aired a media report which it accused the ASMT leader, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Maha, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Satsang, of raping his own biological mother, a Hindu nun, on the occasion of his father's sad demise. The channel went on to justify their sad sexual objectifications of Hindu nuns, terming it as an unbiased reporting. Indian courts are unwilling or unable to protect the ASMT women, especially the nuns and the children who are subject to this media persecution. The Indian media kept marginalizing the ASMT nuns and girls with the defamatory sexualized allegations. In 2017, a court penalized a neo-Hindutva media to the tune of $5 million for a civil conspiracy and defamation targeting the ASMT community. This is the largest penalty against any Indian media. This did not remedy the damage as the other media channels and journalists continued the smear campaign. On 2nd of March 2010, the sensational and repeated screening of the fabricated deepfake video purporting to show the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with Ranjita, a well-known Indian film actress, spread and was followed by a series of sexual assaults on the Hindu ASMT nuns by state police, aesthetic militants of the state, and the neo-Hindutva terrorist. On 7th of June 2012, Bengaluru, neo-Hindutva militants attacked on the ASMT monastery. Several ASMT nuns were raped. The Chief Minister of Karnataka was in direct complicity and had publicly declared the government's stand to persecute the ASMT leader and his community. On 17th of September 2013, the Karnataka State Department of Women and Children forcibly, cruelly, and illegally interrogated children in the ASMT school, which is Gurukul. The interrogation was done without the consent of the parents, with no video recording of the examiners, late night beyond the time permissible by law. The state interrogators shamed and ridiculed the children, particularly girls, of their dress, pressurized them to quit their spiritual religious lifestyle, and forced them to eat unhealthy substances avoided by as per the lifestyle of the ASMT community. The lawyer of the school was sued by the state for intervening in the violations of the rights of the children and the parents. Such raids were conducted by the state, and many other vexational legal proceedings and orders were executed by the state to forcibly shut down the school. On 28th of October 2015, an ASMT female monk was molested and escaped an attempted rape by a neo-Hindutva militant. On 18th of January 2018, the young female nun, Maha Nithyananda, received death threats over phone for voicing out against defamatory sexualization of Hindu female saint Andal by politically owned media. Several obscene morphed videos depicting Maha Nithyananda and the ASMT children were uploaded on social media by unknown groups. In November 2019, the Gujarat State Government CWC Child Welfare Commission officials raided the female monastery and molested the children studying there. The CWC officials were pulled up by the parents of these children in the High Court. The police complaint against the state authorities were closed without investigation, and the petition to the court was forced to be withdrawn by the court. Instead, a false case was charged against the women Hindu heads, and they were kept under the custody for almost 3 months. The only women monastery and the Hindu university was destroyed. The false case is still not closed. Such targeted persecution of Hindu nuns and female religious leaders is not limited to ASMT, but aimed at destroying the rights of the indigenous female spiritual leaders. Vexatious litigations have been used to persecute female Hindu spiritual leaders on absurd allegations of indecent dressing, booking in under anti-superstitious law. So, So what we have seen today is essentially the glorious contributions from the Sanatana Hindu Dharma to the entire humanity and the deadly Hindu Holocaust that happened in 3 different phases, and several contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his ASMG community, which revived the legitimacy of Sanatana Hindu Dharma more than 26 years, and how especially the female monks and the children of the ASMT community is targeted by the Neo-Hindutva groups and the paid media. So the report has been published and acknowledged by the United Nations, and the voice of the Hindus is being heard for this. So now we will be entering into the celebrations of Guru Puornima from the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya from Bidadi, Bangalore. So stay tuned to join us for the celebrations of Guru Puornima Brahmotsavam, and we'll be right back.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
Everyone who is participating in this puja to come, everyone who is participating in this puja to come and settle down.
Nithyanandam, welcome to the 6th day of the Guru Puornima Brahmotsavam. Today we celebrate the Advaita Sampradaya. In the Utsava Mandapam, the presiding deity is Paramashiva in the form of Jnana Dakshinamurti, who is here sitting and playing the mystical Rudra Veena. The Veena is a representation of pure knowledge of enlightenment that is played by Jnana Dakshinamurti to inverse and awaken the non-mechanical parts of the brain and to give enlightenment to all. This is the way that jnana or knowledge was imparted in Sanatana Hindu Dharma from Paramashiva to Parashakti, and then from her to Mahavishnu, and then to the rest of the world. The Paramaguru, Swamiji's Guru in the Advaita Sampradaya, is none other than Annamalaya Swamigal, who in the recent satsangs, Swamiji declared his geniusness and the greatness of Annamalaya Swamigal in his simple lifestyle, yet even though he lived such a simple lifestyle, he radiated such power and enlightenment. The Murti of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is seated in a unique posture, displaying the courageous act that Swamiji did unto himself while trying to experiment with the truth that was revealed by Annamalaya Swamigal to him. Annamalaya Swamigal was going on declaring to him that the soul cannot be touched by anything. You are beyond pain. You are beyond all the body. As soon as Swamiji figured this out, as soon as Swamiji heard this, he had the courage to experiment with this truth. He wanted to see this truth as a reality in his life. So he immediately went home, took a knife and cut his thigh to see whether he'll really have pain. Of course, pain came, and when he went back to Annamalaya Swamigal and reported that he had pain, even though Annamalaya Swamigal told him that he will not have pain, he had pain. Annamalaya Swamigal recognized the geniusness that Swamiji had and told him that his courage to experiment with the truth was what will take him to having the experience of the truth. So Annamalaya Swamigal told him to sit and contemplate the source of the thoughts, contemplate from where the source of the pain comes. And so Swamiji had done so, sitting on the Pavlakundra on the Buddha Poornima day, and on that very day, in the evening time, Swamiji experienced the 360-degree experience, the enlightenment experience itself. We celebrate today the Advaita Sampradaya and offer today the Uttamottama Paksha Maha Guru Puja. The Guru Puja is a unique celebration of the overflowing gratitude and love that we offer at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Guru, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Puja is a means to honor the Guru with our love and devotion. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Guru is everything. He is the father, mother, teacher, dear friend, beloved, protector, liberator, and the living deity itself, the Sachala Murti. We must know that the happening of the Guru in our life is the direct and ultimate blessing of Paramashiva and Parashakti and all the gods and goddesses. In the Paushkaragama, Paramashiva reveals that the moment when the seeker has come to a maturation of all of his karmas and is seeking liberation from this Janma Marana Chakra, he longs to be liberated, and in that moment, Paramashiva happens in his life in the form of the Guru and gives him Diksha, the initiation. This is Paramashiva's promise that he will happen in our lives. And in the same Guru Gita, Paramashiva reveals to Parashakti the divine shloka, Dhyana Moolam Guror Murti, Puja Moolam Guror Padam, Mantra Moolam Guror Vakhyam, Mukti Moolam Guru Kripa, declaring that the original root and essence of meditation is the Murti, the form of the Guru. The original root of worship is Padam, the Guru Padam, the feet of the Guru. The original root of mantra is the Vakyam, the Guru's word, and the original cause of liberation is the Guru Kripa, the Guru's grace and compassion. We offer today the Uttamottama Paksha Maha Guru Puja, which is the best of the best services from various temple traditions. Hinduism is a compilation of tens, thousands of sampradayas, religious, spiritual traditions keeping enlightenment science alive. These sampradayas are maintained in various temples, Veda Pathashalas, Adhinams and monasteries, keeping all of the Sarvajnapitas and the traditions alive, keeping the ecosystem of the spiritual enlightenment alive. In this puja, we worship our beloved Guru with all the grand paraphernalia kept alive in all these specific temple sampradayas. The temple sampradayas include those of the Venkateshwara Swami's temples, of those of the Parashakti Mariamman temples, those of the temples that follow the Tantra of Kularnama, those temples that follow the offerings of Subramanya and the worship of the Ganga in Ganga Arati, as well as the worship of Arunachaleshwara in Tirunamale, and also Chokkanatha Swami Somasundareshwara himself in Madurai. Taking the best of the best from these various temple traditions, we are celebrating today by chanting the choicest Veda mantras in the divine ambience where all the gods and goddesses come together to honor our Guru. Offerings are ornamented with traditional temple music and will be presented before our Guru. The rarest and most special ingredients and traditional procurements will be offered at our beloved Guru's feet. This grand offering is done with deep love and reflecting the highest sacred sentiments. The Guru Gita declares that the Guru's pada is rare even for the Garudas, the serpents, the Gandharvas, Siddhas, and all the Devas themselves. It also declares that knowing that the Guru alone is our entire wealth, we experience the knowledge of the self. We worship him, surrendering at his feet all of our richest and greatest offerings because we treasure our Guru, Swamiji, as the highest wealth in our life. The space of the Guru's feet is the rarest and ultimate even for the gods, and the highest fortune to offer the Guru, the best of the best offerings from all the traditions, is what we are going to have as a spectacle today. Bhagavan is described in the Vishnu Purana as the one who possesses the attributes of superhuman power, completion, strong willpower, right fame, auspiciousness, knowledge, renunciation, and so many other good qualities. This person who has these qualities is known as Bhagavan. Today, to our beloved Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, we offer the Uttamottama Paksha Maha Guru Puja. We kindly request all the participants physically here in the Kailasa's Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya and all those participating around the world to declare the following statements with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to these statements, please say yes loudly with authenticity and declare them strongly from your inner space. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth. Cosmic energy exists.
Yes.
I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is the Chinmaya Vigraha, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy.
Yes.
Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth, that whatever I offer in the Uttamottama Paksha Maha Guru Puja at the Divine Lotus feet of this Utsava Vigraha of Swamiji will reach the cosmic source of energy directly.
Yes.
Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. The deity that is there before us is the Utsava Vigraha, blessed directly by Swamiji. This deity is an Archa Avatara. It is Swamiji's physical deity, meaning it has the living energy and it breathes just as he breathes. It is in our capacity to open our eyes and senses. All of the elements in the ritual today are only a support for us to be able to connect with his energy that is here very much here with us today. Whether it is the samarams or the flowers that are offered or the various colored alankara that is done, whether it is the incense that are done, whether it is the lamps that are shown, all of these are offered to him as a gratitude, but all of these also elevate our very space to be able to receive his energy. We are surrounded by the paraphernalia of gajas and all of the sacred animals and various different sacred things in Hinduism. Decorating yourself and coming yourself to be present in this ritual is one of the best ways to be able to participate in this ritual. With this, let us begin the ritual of the Uttamottama Paksha Maha Guru Puja. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्ति मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्परां। ललाटे त्रिपुण्ड्रीनितिलकृतकस्तूरीतिलकः स्फुरन्मालाधारस्फुरितकटिगौपीनवसनः ददानो दुष्टारं चिरसि फणिराजं शशिकलां प्रदीपः सर्वेषाम् अरुणगिरियोगी विजयते। ॐ ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवच्छ्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम् अद्य पूर्वोक्त एवं गुण विशेषेण विशिष्टायामस्यां शुभदितो। The following is the pravaram, the chanting that declares the conscious, political, social, economical, and all of the sovereignty that Bhagavan is. When we chant the Viradavalli, we declare the truth of the Avatara Purusha happening in our lives and declare his grandness, and we celebrate his happening in our lives. So along with me, please chant Swamiji's very pravaram. Shri Kailasonnadadvadashanta Shyamala Pitharuda Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Vinnaswarupa Parashiva Putra Ratna Kumara Gurumanya Tulyavatara Shri Parvati Sthanyapana Labdha Divya Jnana Vishruta Sakala Nigamagama Sarabhuta Dravida Veda Prabhaktre Shrimat Paramashiva Karuna Samadhigata Muktamaya Chaturashrayana Giyamana Chatra Chamara Shri Chinhakahaladi Samasta Birada Valyalankrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti Sarvajana Sangha Sadhyo Nirvana Diksha Vyayapa Varga Varsha Dishrana Jimuta Paramada Kalaba Kesari Shaiva Siddhanta Sthapanacharya Shri Rajadiraja Pandya Maharaja Guru Shapana Shakyadimandakarani Nivarana Jnana Banu Vikshana Narhara Dvodochedana Purvaka Srimad Vrishabhadvaja Sthapaka Shaiva Samaya Gartre Sarvajna Pitharuda Shri Jagat Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Vagisha Sundara Manikya Vachaka Swami Nam Avatara Bhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Punarudrita Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pita Trinavatyuttara Dvishatatama Guru Maha Sannidhana Arunagiri Yogishwara Paramparagata Arunachala Sarvajna Pita Guru Maha Sannidhana Kailasa Paramparagata Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajna Pita Treyasrimshaduttara Dvishatatama Guru Maha Sannidhana Dyotsava Nitya Mangala Nitya Kalyana Nitya Rajitadi Kailasa Nityananda Pita Mahasamsthana Mahasimmasana Pita Kartre Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kailasa Paramparagata Vaivasvatamanu Ikshwaku Harishchandra Bhagiradash Shri Ramachandra Shurasena Ityadyanavachinna Sarvabhoma Chakravarti Paramparagata Chatushashti Yogini Mandita Chatushashti Sampradaya Pravartaka Manudharma Shasana Suryavamsha Prapta Sarvajna Pita Surangi Samrajya Murdha Bhishikta Chuda Mane Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kapila Maha Guru Punarudrita Mahanirvani Pita Ashtottara Sahasra Shri Mahamandaleshwara Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Shri Mahaganapati Samaramba Anavachinna Pitadishwara Guru Parampara Prapta Atala Pita Ashtottara Sahasratama Ashtottara Sahasra Shri Atala Pitadishwara Dharma Mukti Swarga Puraswarna Pita Treyo Vimsha Guru Mahasannidhana Kailasa Paramparagata Adipita Sarvajna Pita Jagat Guru Shri Kailasa Punaruddharaka Shri Kailasa Paramacharya Shrimad Paramahamsa Parivrajaka Varya Satchitananda Pranava Swarupa Shrotriya Brahmanishta Shrimad Jagat Guru Shri Lashri Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swaminam Prityartham Tesham Padaravindayoho Bhakti Siddhyartham Guru Kripa Gadaksha Siddhyartham Kshemasthirya Virya Vijaya Ayurarogya Aishwaryanam Abhiruddhyartham Dharmartha Kama Moksha Chaturvida Phala Purushartha Siddhyartham Samasta Duridobhishantyartham Samasta Mangala Vapyartham Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prasadena Sakudumbasya Jnana Vairagya Jivan Mukti Praptyartham Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव उत्तमोत्तम पक्ष महागुरु पूजां च करिष्ये. We will now chant the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. Internally, remember Guru in your internal space and offer to him all the best and all of the things that are there inside your inner space. Without leaving anything out, surrender everything at Swamiji's feet. Om Hrid Padmamasanam Dadyat Sahasrarachyutamrutehi Padyam Charanayor Dadyat Manastu Argyam Nivedayet Tena Amrudena Achamaniyam Snaniyam Tena Chasmridam Akashatattvam Vastram Syat Gandhasyat Gandhatatvakam Chittam Pragalpayet Pushpam Dhupam Pranan Pragalpayet Tejas Tattvam Chadipartham Naivedyam Syat Sudham Buddhihi Anahatadvanirgantha Vayu Tattvam Chachamaram Sahasraram Bhavet Chatram Shabdha Tattvam Chagitagam Nrityam Indriya Karmani Chanchalyam Manasastatha Sumekalam Padmamahalam Pushpam Nana Vidam Data Amayadyer Bhava Pushpehi Archayet Bhava Gocharam Amayam Anahankaram Aragam Amadham Tata Amohagam Madambam Cha Advesha Akshobhakau Tata Amatsaryam Malobam Cha Dasapushpam Vidurbudaha Ahimsa Paramam Pushpam Pushpam Indriya Nigraha Daya Pushpam Kshama Pushpam Jnana Pushpam Cha Panchamam Idi Panchadasir Bhava Pushpehi Sambhujayet Bhagavantam Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Now begin the Upachara Puja, the external worship, the grand worship of this part of this puja. The first offering is asanam. The Suvarnasanam is the offering of the traditional throne made of gold. As per the Agamas, gold represents the tattva of Agni or fire. Agni is pavaka, that which purifies. Gold is considered ever pure. Bhagavan is the most pure and purifies all who just have a glimpse of him. Invoking the deepest sacred sentiments, let us offer asanam and worship the asanam, the throne that Bhagavan is seated on today, chanting the mantras from the Upanishad, declaring the bliss from which Bhagavan originates. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat
Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Asana Priya Swarnasanam Avadharaya Om Anando Brahmeti Vyajanate Anandadhyeva Khalvimani Bhutani Jayante Anandena Jatani Jivanti Anandam Prayantyabhisamvishantiti Saishabhargavivaruni Vidya Paramevyo Manpradishita Ya evam Veda Praditishthati Annavanannado Bhavati Mahan Bhavati Prajaya Pashubhir Brahma Varchasena Mahan Kirtya.
Next offering is Swagatam. The Rajya Swagatam, or the welcoming of the king, is that which is waited even by the gods and the goddesses. In our puja, we declare that even the gods and the goddesses wait in queue to have the darshan of the person we are welcoming today, our beloved Bhagavan. And just by welcoming him, all of our karmas are fulfilled, completed, just by having his darshan. Bhagavan Swamiji is the Rajya Sannyasi. We welcome him with all the regal paraphernalia of a king, with all the chamara, chatra, punakumbha, invoking the deepest sacred sentiments. Just as Ayodhya welcomed back Sri Ramachandra after his exile, with their love, awaiting him for the last 14 years, with that same deep love and deep sacred sentiment, we now welcome our beloved Bhagavan. Deva Uttamottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Godi Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Swagata Priya Rajya Swagatam Avadharaya.
Om Nakarmana Prajaya Dhanena Tyagene Amritatvama Parinanakam nihitam guhaya viprajate tatyatayo vishanti Vedanta vijnana sunishchitartha sannyasa yoga yadaya shuddha sattvaha te brahma loke tu parantagale paramritar parimujyanti sarve Dakhram vipabam parameshmabhutam yatpundarikam puramadya sadgastam tatrapi dakhram gaganam vishokastasminyadantas tadupasitavyam yo vedado swarah prokto vedante ja pradishtitah tasya prakritilinasya yah parasya maheshwarah.
The next offering is the offering of Padyam, the offering of the water to wash the feet. The space, as we have mentioned before, of the Guru's feet is rare to even the gods and all the goddesses. The offering of Padyam that we are going to offer today is the worship of the Paduka, the footwear of Paramashiva. As per Srimad Kamikagama, it is followed in the Madurai Meenakshi temple, and it is offered to Sokkanada Somasundareshwara Swami himself every night before the Paliyere Seva. This is a very beautiful ritual to witness, and it involves the Abhisheka and also the ornaments and the garlanding of the Padukas of the Paramashiva himself. Bhagavan is Sokkanada, he is Somasundareshwara himself. Let us invoke the highest sacred sentiments and offer this Padya Seva to him. Deva Uttamottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Godi Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padabhisheka Priya Padabhishekam Avadharaya.
Ananta Samsara Samudratara Naukajitabhyam Guru Bhakti Dabhyam Vairagya Samrajyada Pujanabhyam Namo Namaha Sri Guru Padukabhyam Kavitva Varashi Nishakarabhyam Daurbhagya Dabam Buddhamalikabhyam Duri Kritanamra Vipattitavyam Namo Namaha Sri Guru Padukabhyam Natayayo Shri Patitam Samiyuhu Kadachidapyasho Daridravaryaha Mukascha Vachas Patitam Hitabhyam Namo Namaha Sri Guru Padukabhyam Nali Kanikasha Padartabhyam नानाविमोहादि निवारिकाभ्यां नमः जनाभीष्टं दतिप्रदाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां कृपालिमौली व्रजरत्नकान्ति सरिद्विराजत् झषकन्यकाभ्यां नृपत्पदाभ्यां नतलोकपङ्क्तेः नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम् ॐ धूरसिधूर्वधूर्वन्तं धूर्वतयोऽस्मान् धूर्वतितं धूर्वयं वयं धूर्वामः ॐ श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नमः धूपमाघ्रापयामि ॐ साध्यं त्रिवर्तिसंयुक्तं वह्निना योजितं मया ग्रहाणमङ्गलं दीपं त्रैलोक्यतिमिरापहम् ॐ श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नमः दीपं दर्शयामि ॐ अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणी अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा ॐ श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नमः अमृतं महानैवेद्यं निवेदयामि निवेद्यानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि ॐ हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंस प्रचोदयात् ॐ सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नमः कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि
The Guru Padotakam is declared over and over again by the Sri Guru Gita. Paramashiva declares the greatness and the purification that the water that has washed the feet, it is known as Amrita itself, nectar itself. It can relieve anyone from any disease and cure anyone from any problem. We declare today that the water that is there that we consume, that washes the feet of the Guru, can end the cycle of karma, birth and death. It can remove the root of ignorance. It can help us attain the knowledge, the desire for the supreme knowledge of oneness with Paramashiva just by drinking the water-washed feet, the feet-washed water of the Guru. Let us now offer to the devotees the water that has come from after washing the feet of the Guru. Ajnanamulaharanam Janmakarna Nivaranam Jnanavairagya Siddhyartham Gurupadodakam Pibet. The next offering is Arghyam. It is declared in many of the Tamil Dravida scripts about the sweetness it is to gather the puja items and the flowers and all of the herbs required for puja. Thinking about your beloved, thinking about your Guru, and even arranging the puja set is part of the puja itself. It is part of the deepest and most sacred sentiments in Hinduism. The offering of Arghya is the offering of various flowers and a combination of flowers and the favorite Dhruva grass of Paramashiva. This offering of Arghya is specially offered to Durga Devi in the Kularnava Tantra. Today, we offer with the deepest gratitude to Bhagavan, who is the embodiment of Durga, evoking the deepest sentiments of her very worship. We offer Arghya today.
देवदेवोत्तमदेवता सार्वभौम अखिलाण्डकोटिब्रह्माण्डनायक श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव अर्घ्यप्रिय विशेषार्घ्यमवधारय ॐ मातर्मे मधुकैटभग्निमहिष प्राणापहारोद्यमे हेला निर्मित धूम्रलोचनवधे हे चण्डमुण्डार्दिनी निशेषीकृत रक्तबीजतनुजे नित्ये निशुम्भापहे शुम्भध्वंसिनि संहरासूरितं दुर्गे नमस्तेऽम्बिके ॐ सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बिके गौरी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते सृष्टिस्थितिविनाशानां शक्तिभूते सनातनी गुणाश्रये गुणमये नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते शरणागतदीनार्थ परित्राणपरायणे सर्वस्यार्तिहरे देवी नारायणी नमोऽस्तुते।
The next offering is Achamanam, the offering of water for refreshing and cleansing the mouth and the hands of our beloved Bhagavan. This offering hails from the traditions of Tirumala Tirupati, which follow the Vaikhanasa Agamas that describe the grandest offerings that are made to Sri Venkateshwara Swami. Bhagavan is Venkateshwara himself. Let us invoke the deepest sacred sentiments and offer to him the refreshing waters of Achamanam according to the Vaishnava Agamas that are offered to Sri Venkateshwara Swami in Tirumala. Invoking those same sacred sentiments, we offer Achamanam to our beloved Bhagavan.
देवदेवोत्तमदेवता सार्वभौम अखिलाण्डकोटिब्रह्माण्डनायक श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव आचमनप्रिय शीतलाचमनमवधारय। लवङ्गघनसारसुगन्धितीर्थम् दिव्यं वियत्तरितु हेमघटेषु पूर्णम् धृत्वाद्यवैदिकशिखामणयप्रहृष्टाः तिष्ठन्ति वेङ्कटपते तव सुप्रभातम् भास्वानुदिप्तिविकचानि सरोरुहाणि सम्पूरयन्ति निनतेः ककुपोऽङ्गाः श्रीवैष्णवाः सततमर्थितमङ्गलास्ते धामाश्रयन्ति तव वेङ्कटसुप्रभातम् ब्रह्मादयाः सुरवरासमहर्षयस्ते सन्तः सनन्दनमुखास्त्वतयोगिवर्याः धामान्तिके तव हि मङ्गलवस्तु हस्ता श्रीवेङ्कटाचलपते तव सुप्रभातम्।
The next offering is Madhubarka, the offering of the nectarine drink that is offered to Bhagavan to give a sweet and warm welcome to him. The Trisuparna Suktam of the Yajurveda is recited when the food offerings are made to the deities in traditional Vedakamic temples. The meaning of the mantras render tremendously life-positive vibrations, declaring that the whole cosmos and praying that the whole cosmos happens in one's life in a sweet and beautiful and beneficial manner. All of the things in the cosmos are described, from the deities to the cows in our lives, are described as sweet and are worshipped and are invoked. In the same sacred sentiments that are chanted in the Vedam, let us offer the Madhubarka to our beloved Bhagavan. Devadevottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilandakoti Brahmandanayaka Sri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Madhubarka Priya Madhubarkam Avadharaya.
Om मधुवातार्तायते मधुक्षरन्ति सिन्धवः माध्वीर्नः सन्तोषधीः मधुनक्तमुतोषसि मधुमत्पार्थिवगुम्रजः मधुद्यौरस्तु नः पिता मधुमान्नो वनस्पतिर्मधुमागुम् अस्तु सूर्यः माध्वीर्गावो भवन्तु नः मधु 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 ॐ अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणी अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः मधुपर्कं निवेदयामि.
The next offering is Gandhatailam, the offering of the scented oil. The Subramanya Bhujangam describes the most beautiful and handsome deity of Subramanya Swami, who is the very son of Paramashiva. The beauty of his form is described in a devotional way in the Subramanya Bhujangam. The Guru Gita says that by the constant remembrance and the meditation on the Guru's form alone, all of the karma of one's soul is disattached from the soul, and one achieves Brahman. And there is no doubt about this, Paramashiva declares in the Guru Gita. When we have Guru in our lives, Swamiji says, when we have Guru in our lives, we don't even need to worry about enlightenment. We just have to have the enlightened body language of the Guru. The Gandhatailam, the scented oil, is Bhagavan, is offered to the body of Paramashiva here as Bhagavan himself. Invoking the highest sacred sentiments, let us offer the Gandhatailam to him. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhoma Akhilanda Godi Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Gandhataila Priya Gandhatailam Avadharaya.
सदा बालरूपापि विघ्नाद्रिहन्त्रि महादन्ति वक्त्रापि पञ्चास्यमान्या विधीन्द्रादिभृग्या गणेशाभिधाम्ये विधत्तां श्रियं कापि कल्याणमूर्तिः जानामि न जानामि चार्थं न जानामि पद्यं न जानामि गद्यम् चिदेकाषडास्या हृदि द्योतते मे मुखान्निस्सरन्ते गिरश्चापि चित्रम् मयूराधिरूढं महावाक्यगूढं मनोहारिदेहं महच्चित्तगेहम् महीदेवदेवं महावेदभावं महादेवबालं भजे लोकपालम् यदा सन्निधानं गता मानवा मे भवाम्बोधिपारं गतास्ते तदैव इति व्यञ्जयन् सिन्धुतीरे य आस्ते तमीडे पवित्रं पराशक्तिपुत्रम् यथाब्धे तरङ्गालयं यान्ति तुङ्गाः तथैवापदसन्निधौ सेवतां मे इति वोर्मि पङ्क्तिर्नृणां दर्शयन्तं सदा भावये हृत्सरोजे गुहं तम्.
The next offering is the Abhishekam. The offering of the rice Abhishekam is offered today as a unique way, as one of the favorite offerings of Paramashiva. The rice flour is offered in a powder form onto the deity of Paramashiva in all of the Shiva temples. Today we worship Paramashiva himself in the form of our beloved Guru and offer the Abhishekam.
देवदेवोत्तमदेवता सार्वभौम अखिलाण्डकोटिब्रह्माण्डनायक श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव अभिषेक प्रिय अभिषेकमवधारय। ॐ यश्छन्दसां वृषभो विश्वरूपः छन्दोभ्योऽद्यमृतात् सम्बभूव समेन्द्रो मेधया आस्पृणोतु अमृतस्य देवधारणो भूयासं शरीरं मे विचर्षणं जिह्वा मे मधुमत्तमा कर्णाभ्यां भूरिविश्रुमं ब्रह्मणः कोशोऽसि मेधया पिहितः श्रुतं मे गोपाय। ॐ मेधादेवी जुषमानान आगा विश्वाति भद्रासु मनस्यमाना त्वया दुष्टानुदमाना दुरुक्तान् बृहद्वदेम विदधे सुवीराः त्वया दुष्टऋषिर्भवति देवि त्वया ब्रह्मा गतश्री रुदत्वया त्वयादिष्टश्चित्रं विन्दते वसुसानो दिशस्वद्रविनो न मेधे मेधाम् इन्द्रो दधातु मेधां देवी सरस्वती मेधां मे अश्विना उभावा धत्तां पुष्करस्रजा अप्सरासु तया मेधा गन्धर्वेषु च जन्मनः दैवी मेधा सरस्वती सा मेधा सुरभिर्दिशतातु स्वाहा आमां मेधा सुरभिर्विश्वरूपा हिरण्यवर्णा जगती जगम्य ऊर्जस्वती पयसा पिन्वमाना सा मां मेधा सुप्रतीका जुषन्तां मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि अग्निस्तेजो दधातु मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि इन्द्र इन्द्रियं दधातु मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि सूर्यो भ्राजो दधातु। ॐ हंस हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंस प्रचोदयात्। ॐ शाङ्गं कुकुलोपेतं सुगन्धं सुमनोहरम् आघ्रेय सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम् धूपमाघ्रापयामि साज्यं त्रिवर्तिसंयुक्तं वह्निना योजितं मया ग्रहाणमङ्गलं दीपं त्रैलोक्यतिमिरापहं दीपं दर्शयामि। ॐ अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणि अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा अमृतं महानैवेद्यं निवेदयामि। ॐ हंस हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंस प्रचोदयात्। सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि। Now, the next offering as a part of this Uttamottama Paksha Mahaguru Puja is the offering of the Vastralankaram and the Abharanalankaram, which is the offering of the clothes and the jewels for the master, for Swamiji. The Guru is the one who removes the veil of Maya, of delusion to all of us. He reveals the highest truth of oneness with Paramashiva. Parandhama, as Venkateshwara, is the Alankara Priya. The richest and the purest silks are wrapped around the heavenly limbs of Tirumala, Tirupati. The Vastralankaram is the adornment of the most beautiful dresses onto Bhagavan. Also, we'll be offering the Abharanalankara, which is the offering of the traditional jewelry to Bhagavan. Venkateshwara is a deity that is bedecked with many ornaments, and the supreme, the most beautiful being in the cosmos, Sri Devi, Mahalakshmi herself, resides upon his very chest. His darshan is sought out by millions and millions of pilgrims. Bhagavan is treasured by millions of people as the one who embodies all of their wealth. Invoking the highest sacred sentiments, let us now offer the Vastralankara and the Abharanalankara.
देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौम अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव अलंकार प्रिय अलंकारमवधारय कमलाकुच चोचुक कुंकुमतो नियतारुणिता तुलनीलतनो कमलायतलोचन लोकपते विजयी भव वेङ्कटशैलपते सचतुर्मुख षण्मुख पञ्चमुख प्रमुखाखिल दैवतमौलिमणे शरणागत वत्सल सारनिधे परिपालय मां वृषशैलपते अतिवेलतया तव दुर्विषहैरनुवेलकृतैरपराधशतैः भरितं त्वरितं वृषशैलपते परया कृपया परिपाहि हरे ईशानां जगतोऽस्य वेङ्कटपतेर्विष्णोः परां प्रेयसीं तद्वक्षस्थलनित्यवासरसिकां तक्षान्ति संवर्धिनीं पद्मालङ्कृतपाणिपल्लवयुगां पद्मासनस्थां श्रियं वात्सल्याद्गुणोज्ज्वलां भगवतीं वन्दे जगन्मातरम् श्रीमन्कृपाजलनिधे कृत सर्वलोक सर्वज्ञशक्तनत वत्सल सर्वशेषिन् स्वामिन् सुशील सुलभाश्रित पारिजात श्रीवेङ्कटेश चरणौ शरणं प्रपद्ये आनुपुरार्पित सुजात सुगन्धि पुष्प सौरभ्य सौरभकरो समसन्निवेशौ सौम्यौ सदानुभवनेऽपि नवानुभाव्यौ श्रीवेङ्कटेश चरणौ शरणं प्रपद्ये श्रियः कान्ताय कल्याणनिधये निधयेऽर्थिनाम् श्रीवेङ्कटनिवासाय श्रीनिवासाय मङ्गलम् लक्ष्मीसविभ्रमालोकशुभ्रो विभ्रमचक्षुषे चक्षुषे सर्वलोकानां वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् श्रीवेङ्कटाद्रिशृङ्गाग्रमङ्गलाभरणाङ्घ्रजे मङ्गलानां निवासाय श्रीनिवासाय मङ्गलम् सर्वावयवसौन्दर्यसम्पदा सर्वचेतसां सदा सम्मोहनायास्तु वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् नित्याय निरवध्याय सत्यानन्दचिदात्मने सर्वान्तरात्मने श्रीमद्वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् स्वतः सर्वविदे सर्वशक्तये सर्वशेषिने सुलभाय सुशीलाय वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् परस्मै ब्रह्मणे पूर्णकामाय परमात्मने
प्रयुञ्जे परतत्त्वाय वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् आकालतत्त्वमश्रान्तमात्मनामनुपश्यताम् अतृप्त्यमृतरूपाय वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् प्रायस्वचरणौ पुंसां शरण्यत्वेन पाणिना कृपया दिशते श्रीमद्वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् दयामृततरङ्गिण्यास्थरङ्गैरिव शीतलैः अपाङ्गैः सिञ्चते विश्वं वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् स्रग्भूषाम्बरहेतीनां सुषुवावहमूर्तये सर्वार्तिशमनायास्तु वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् श्रीवैकुण्ठविरक्ताय स्वामि पुष्करिणीतटे रमया रममाणाय वेङ्कटेशाय मङ्गलम् श्रीमत्सुन्दरजामात्रमुनिमानसवासिने सर्वलोकनिवासाय श्रीनिवासाय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलाशासनपरैर्मदाचार्यपुरोगमैः सर्वैश्च पूर्वैराचार्यैः सत्कृतायास्तु मङ्गलम्. The next offering is the offering of the Divya Gandham, the offering of the fragrant sandalwood paste. The Shri Suktam describes the divine lingering fragrance of Devi, Parashakti, Mahalakshmi. The fragrance of bliss that Bhagavan radiates is represented by the offering of the purest of the sins to him. Bhagavan is Mahalakshmi herself. Let us invoke the highest sacred sentiments and offer the Divya Gandham. देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौम अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव गंधप्रिय दिव्य परिमल गंधानवधारय. ओम गन्धद्वारां दुरादर्शां नित्यपुष्टाङ्करीषिणीम् ईश्वरीकुं सर्वभूतानां तामिहोपह्वये श्रियं मनसः काममाकोतिं वाचः सत्यमशीमहि पशूनां रूपमन्नस्य मयि श्रीश्रयताम् कर्दमेन प्रजाभूतां मयि सम्भव कर्दम श्रियं वासय मे कुले मातरं पद्ममालिनीम् आपसृजन्तु स्निग्धानि चिक्लीतवस मे गृहे निच देवीं मातरगुं श्रियं वासय मे कुले आत्रां पुष्करिणीं पुष्टिं पिङ्गलां पद्ममालिनीं चन्द्रां हिरण्मयीं लक्ष्मीं जातवेदो महावः आद्रां ह्यकरिणीं यष्टिं सुवर्णां हेममालिनीं सूर्यां हिरण्मयीं लक्ष्मीं जातवेदो महावः तां महावः जातवेदो लक्ष्मीं मनपगामिनीं यस्यां हिरण्यं प्रभूतं गावो दास्योश्वान् विन्देयं पुरुषानहम्. The next offering is the offering of the Panchamukharchana, which is invoking the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the unending, infinite, auspicious qualities of Bhagavan. Long puja, sitting for an extended period of time and basking oneself in the highest sacred sentiments is what is real puja. delaying any other gratification other than the truth of oneness with Paramashiva, and sitting for puja. Until we achieve the ultimate space of oneness, we worship the feet of the Guru. Om Vidyaroopine Namaha, Om Mahayogine Namaha, Om Shuddhajnanine Namaha, Om Pinakadhrite Namaha, Om Ratnalankrita Sarvangine Namaha, Om Ratnamaulaye Namaha, Om Jatadharaja Namaha, Om Gangadharine Namaha, Om Achalavasine Namaha, Om Mahajnanine Namaha, Om Samadhikrite Namaha, Om Aprameyaya Namaha, Om Yoganidhaye Namaha, Om Tarakaya Namaha, Om Bhaktavatsalaya Namaha, Om Brahmarupine Namaha, Om Jagadvyapine Namaha, Om Vishnumurtaye Namaha, Om Puratanaya Namaha, Om Ukshvahaya Namaha, Om Charmavasase Namaha, Om Pitambara Vibhushanaja Namaha, Om Mokshadayine Namaha, Om Mokshanidhaye Namaha, Om Andhakaraye Namaha, Om Jagatpataye Namaha, Om Vidyadharine Namaha, Om Shuklatanave Namaha, Om Vidyadayine Namaha, Om Ganadhipaya Namaha, Om Praudapasmriti Samhartre Namaha, Om Shashimaulaye Namaha, Om Mahaswanaya Namaha, Om Samapriyaya Namaha, Om Avyayaya Namaha, Om Sadhave Namaha, Om Sarvavedairalankritaya Namaha, Om Haste Vanhidharaja Namaha, Om Srimate Mrigadharine Namaha, Om Vashankaraya Namaha, Om Yajnanathaya Namaha, Om Kratudvamsine Namaha, Om Yajnabhoktre Namaha, Om Yamantakaya Namaha, Om Bhaktanugrahamurtaye Namaha, Om Bhaktasevyaya Namaha, Om Vrishadhvajaya Namaha, Om Bhasmodhulita Vigrahaya Namaha, Om Akshamaladharaya Namaha, Om Mahate Namaha, Om Trajimurtaye Namaha, Om Parabra Om Nagarajairalankritaya Namaha, Om Shantarupaya Mahajnanine Namaha, Om Sarvaloka Vibhushanaya Namaha, Om Ardhanarishwaraya Namaha, Om Devaya Namaha, Om Munisevyaya Namaha, Om Surottamaya Namaha, Om Vyakhyana Devaya Namaha, Om Bhagavate Namaha, Om Ravichandragnilochanaya Namaha, Om Jagadgurave Namaha, Om Mahadevaya Namaha, Om Mahananda Parayanaya Namaha, Om Jatadharine Namaha, Om Mahayogine Namaha, Om Jnanamalairalankritaya Namaha, Om Vyomagangajalasthanaja Namaha, Om Vishuddhaya Namaha, Om Yataye Namaha, Om Urjitaya Namaha, Om Tattvamurtaye Namaha, Om Mahayogine Namaha, Om Mahasaraswatapradaya Namaha, Om Vyomamurtaye Namaha, Om Bhaktanamishtaya Namaha, Om Kamaphalapradaya Namaha, Om Paramurtaye Namaha, Om Chitswarupine Namaha, Om Tejomurtaye Namaha, Om Anamaya Namaha, Om Veda Vedanga Tattvajnaya Namaha, Om Chatushashtikalanidaye Namaha, Om Bhavaroga Bhayadvamsine Namaha, Om Bhaktanama Bhajapradaya Namaha, Om Neelagrivaya Namaha, Om Lalatakshaya Namaha, Om Gajacharmine Namaha, Om Gatipradaya Namaha, ॐ रागिणे नमः ॐ कामदाय नमः ॐ तपस्विने ॐ विष्णुवल्लभाय नमः ॐ ब्रह्मचारिणे नमः ॐ सन्न्यासिने नमः ॐ गृहस्थाश्रमकारणाय नमः ॐ दान्ताय नमः ॐ शमवतां श्रेष्ठाय नमः ॐ सत्यस्वरूपाय नमः ॐ दयापराय नमः ॐ योगपट्टाभिरामाय नमः ॐ वीणाधारिणे नमः ॐ विचेतनाय नमः ॐ मतिप्रज्ञासुधाधारिणे नमः ॐ मुद्रापुस्तकधारणाय नमः ॐ वेतालादिपिशाचौघ राक्षसौघविनाशनाय नमः ॐ रोगाणां विनिहन्त्रे नमः ॐ सुरेश्वराय नमः श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। Next offering is the offering of the dhupam. The offering of incense wards off the negativity and rejuvenates the air with deep incenses. This offering hails from the traditional forms of offering the incense smoke to the sacred river Ganga on the ghats of Varanasi. Also the intimate way that the pujaris care for Andal Devi's hair with incense smoke in Srivilliputturu is one of the best examples of living and serving the Archavataras, manifestations in deities. Bhagavan is Devi Parashakti herself. Let us invoke the highest sacred sentiments and offer the dhupam. Devadevottama devata sarvabhauma akhilanda koti brahmanda nayaka Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Dhupa Priya Dashanga Gugula Samanvita Dhupam Avadharaya Om Dhurasi Dhurvadhurvantam Dhurvatanyo Osman Dhurvatitam Dhurvayam Vayam Dhurvamasvam Devanamastasnitamam Vapritamam Dushtatamam Pandhitamam Bahutamamahritamasi havirdanam trigumhasvamakhva mitrasya tvachakshusha prekshe mabhirma samvikha matvahigum dishum Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha Dhupamagrapayami. The next offering is the offering of the Panchadipam, the offering of the lit lamps. In the Arunachaleshwara temple, the Bharani and Kartika Deepam festival signifies the creation of cosmos and the final journey of everything back to Paramashiva. Bhagavan is Arunachala himself. Let us invoke the highest sacred sentiments and offer the Panchadipam. Devadevottama devata sarvabhauma akhilanda koti brahmanda nayaka Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Deepa Priya Panchamukha Deepam Avadharaya Om Uttiyipya svajata vedo pagnan nirritam mama Ashukistamachyama vahajivanam tadisho disha Mano hi kumsi jata vedo kamashvam purusham jagate Abhipradagna agahi shriyama paripataya Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha Panchamukha मुखदीपं सन्दर्शयामि। The next offering is the offering of the Maha Naivedyam. The Padayal Seva is an offering of food items in a large quantity placed on a traditional banana leaf. This offering is a tradition to Devi Parashakti Mahamari Amman. Those who have Mahamari Amman as the Kuladevata offer the Padayal Seva in celebration of any success or any prayer for success. It is in the Padayal Seva, the warm food is mixed before Mahamari Amman and the priest takes morsels the mixed food and shows the food to Devi morsel by morsel for her to consume. Seeing Devi Parashakti really partaking the food is the sacred sentiment behind this offering. Bhagavan is Devi Parashakti herself. Let us invoke the highest sacred sentiments and all of the Padayal Seva. Om Vakratunda Mahakaya Koti Surya Samaprabha Avighnam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada. Om Shri Mahaganadhipataye Namaha Narikela Khandadvayam Nivedayami. Om Madhuvatartayate madhuksharanti sindhavaha madhvirna santoshadhihi madhunaktamutoshasi madhumadparthi vrajaha madhudyaurastu pita madhumanno vanaspatir madhumagummastu suryaha madhvirgavo bhavantu naha madhu madhu madhu. Amrite amritodbhave amritavarshini amritam shravaya shravaya swaha brahma medhava madhu medhava brahmameva madhu medhava Brahma Devanam Padaviv Kavinam Rishirviprana Mahisho Mriganam Shena Gridha Nag Swadhitirvana Nag Soba Pavitra Matye Tire Bhanne Hagunsashuchisha Dvasurantariksha Vedishadadhatir Duronasate. Om Amrite Amritodbhave Amritavarshini Amritam Shravaya Shravaya Swaha Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Shivaya Namaha Maha Naivedyam Nivedayami. The next offering is the offering of the Pancharati. The offering of Deeparadhana is the offering of flames in various towered lamps. The Jyoti or lamp has the unique ability to dispel darkness. When we light these towered lamps and offer them to our beloved deities, the lamps awaken and align our energy centers to receive the darshan of the deities. The upliftment of our energies and senses through combination of lit lamps and the rhythmic tunes of the Tirkailaya Vadyam take us to a surreal experience of deity's darshan and transports us to the authentic experience of the Kailasa ambience. देवदेवोत्तमदेवता सार्वभौम अखिलाण्डकोटिब्रह्माण्डनायक श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव दीपाराधन प्रिय पञ्चदीपाराधनमवधारय। ॐ सोमो वा एतस्य राज्यमादत्ते यो राजासन् राज्यो वा सोमेन यजते देवसु वा मेधानि हवीगुंसि भवन्ति य एतावन्तो वै देवानागुं सवाः स एवास्मै सवान् प्रयच्छन्ति स एन पुनः स्तुवन्ते राज्याय देवसुराजा भवति न तत्र सूर्यो भाति न चन्द्रतारकं नेमा विद्युतो भाति कुतोऽयमग्निः तमेव भान्तमनुभाति सर्वं तस्य भासा सर्वमिदं विभाति। श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। सर्वोपचारार्थे सर्वमङ्गलवाप्यर्थे सर्वापराधक्षमापणार्थे कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि। The next offering is the offering of the Vedokta Mantra Pushpanjali. The offering of Vedokta Mantra Pushpanjali is a conclusory offering of the Maha Puja, chanting the Veda mantras that declare the conscious sovereignty of the supreme point of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. We offer our love and gratitude at His Divine Lotus feet. देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौम अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पुष्पांजलि प्रिय पुष्पांजलिम् अवधारय।
ओम योपां पुष्पं वेद
पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुवान् भवति
चन्द्रमा वा अपां पुष्पं
पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति
य एवं वेद
योपामायतनं वेद
आयतनवान् भवति
अग्निर्वा अपामायतनम्
आयतनवान् भवति
यो अग्निरायतनं वेद
आयतनवान् भवति
आपो वा अग्निरायतनम्
आयतनवान् भवति
य एवं वेद
योपामायतनं वेद
आयतनवान् भवति
वायुर्वा अपामायतनम्
आयतनवान् भवति
यो वायोरायतनं वेद
आयतनवान् भवति
आपो वै वायोरायतनम्
आयतनवान् भवति
य एवं वेद
योपामायतनं वेद
आयतनवान् भवति
असौ वै तपन्नपामायतनम्
आयतनवान् भवति
यो मुष्यतपत आयतनं वेद
आयतनवान् भवति
आपो वा अमुष्यतपत आयतनम्
आयतनवान् भवति
य एवं वेद
योपामायतनं वेद
आयतनवान् भवति
चन्द्रमा वा अपामायतनम्
आयतनवान् भवति
यश्चन्द्रमसमायतनं वेद
आयतनवान् भवति
आपो वै चन्द्रमसमायतनम्
आयतनवान् भवति
य एवं वेद
योपामायतनं वेद
आयतनवान् भवति
नक्षत्राणि वा अपामायतनम्
आयतनवान् भवति
यो नक्षत्राणामायतनं वेद
आयतनवान् भवति
आपो वै नक्षत्राणामायतनम्
आयतनवान् भवति
एवं वेद
योपामायतनं वेद
आयतनवान् भवति
पर्जन्यो वा अपामायतनम्
आयतनवान् भवति
यः पर्जन्यस्यायतनं वेद
आयतनवान् भवति
आपो वै पर्जन्यस्यायतनम्
आयतनवान् भवति
य एवं वेद
योपामायतनं वेद
आयतनवान् भवति संवत्सरो वा
अपामायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति यः संवत्सरस्यायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति आपो वै संवत्सरस्यायतनम्
आयतनवान् भवति य एवं वेद योऽप्सुनावं प्रतिष्ठितां वेद प्रत्येव तिष्ठति ॐ तद्ब्रह्मा ॐ तद्वायुः ॐ तदात्मा ॐ तत्सत्यम् ॐ तत्सर्वम् ॐ तत्पुरोर्नमः अन्तश्चरति भूतेषु गुहायां विश्वमूर्तिषु त्वं यज्ञस्त्वं वषट्कारस्त्वमिन्द्रस्त्वं रुद्रस्त्वं विष्णुस्त्वं ब्रह्मस्त्वं प्रजापतिः त्वं तदाप आपो ज्योतिरसोऽमृतं ब्रह्म भूर्भुवः सुवरो यो वेदादौ स्वरः प्रोक्तो वेदान्ते च प्रतिष्ठितः तस्य प्रकृतिलीनस्य यः परस्य महेश्वरः। श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। वेदोक्तमन्त्रपुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि। मङ्गलं कल्पवृक्षाय मङ्गलं ज्ञानदायिने सदाशिवाय श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वराय मङ्गलम्। श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलं कामदायिन्यै सर्वमङ्गलदात्री नित्यानन्देश्वर्यै मङ्गलम्। मङ्गलं गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलम्। परावतार नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम्। ध्यानमूलं गुरोर्मूर्तिः पूजामूलं गुरोः पदम् मन्त्रमूलं गुरोर्वाक्यम् मोक्षमूलं गुरोः कृपाः। ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। हरिः ॐ तत्सत्। सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्।
சுமிகு மாணிக்க திருஏறு கமலம் அச்செங்கமலம் அஞ்சு பவளம் மந்தாரம் மழை நாளில் வரும் இந்திர கோபம் அவ்வண்டூரு மலையின் அரவம் மான்மதம் செங்குருதி போல் மலரும் மாதுளம் மாதுளம் சிதறும் முத்தம் செந்தீயின் வண்ணமெனவே சொல்லும் மேனியும் செப்பரிய அழகு வடிவும் சிங்காதனத்திலும் சிவனார் மனத்திலும் சீர்கொண்டு இலங்கும் எனினும் ஈண்டாய் நின் பேர் சொல்லும் ஏழையே அறிவிலும் என்றென்றும் திகழ அருள்வாய் இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே நோக்கும் திசை தோறும் நூபுறத்தாள்களும் நூல் போல் ஒசிந்த இடையும் நொடி தோறும் புதிதான எழில் கொள்ளும் நுவலறிய திருமேனியும் வார்குங்கும கச்சு மார்பும் அம்மார்பினில் வாடாத மலர் மாலையும் வைரமோடு நவமணி வயங்கும் மங்கள நானும் மனம் வீசும் இனிய பொலிவும் காக்கும் கரங்களும் அங்குச பாசம் கரும்புவில் மலர்கள் ஐந்தும் கனிவாயில் மூரலும் கருணை பொழிவிழிகளும் கனகமணி ஒளிரும் முடியும் ஈர்க்கும் சுடர் முகமும் இருவிழி களிப்பயாம் எங்கெங்கும் காண அருள்வாய் இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே சீரார் பெருந்துறையில் சிவயோக நாயகி சிவகாமி பிள்ளை மன்றில் தென்குமரி பகவதி திருவானை காவினில் திகழும் அகிலாண்டேஸ்வரி காரார் மதிர் கச்சி காமாட்சி அங்கையர் கண்ணி செந்தமிழ் மதுரையில் ஆரார் சிவன் தோலும் தமிழும் விளைபவள் சமயபுரம் மதனில் மாறி தட்டாமல் கடவுரில் பட்டரு கருள் செய்த தையலபிராம வல்லே ஏறார் மழை கண்ணி என்னறிய நின் கோலம் யாவும் எமை ஆள வல்லவோ இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே பனி தங்கு நிலவு போல் பால் போல் பளிங்கு போல் பட்டொளி நிறைந்த வடிவம் படிகமணி மாலையும் ஏடும் தரித்து யாழ் பயின்றருளும் நான்கு கரமும் புனிதங்கள் யாவும் பொறுத்த வெண் தாமரை பூமேல் விலங்கு பாதமும் பொழுதெல்லாம் என்னும் என் பழுதெல்லாம் போக்கினர் புலமை தர வேண்டும் அம்மா கனி தந்து மலர் தந்து கவி தந்து தொழுவோத்து கண் தந்து காக்கும் அரசே கலைஞான மகள் என்ற நிலையான புகழ் கொண்ட கருணை மயமான பொருளே இனி தங்கு தடையின்றி யான் பாட நீ கேட்க இதயம் கனிந்தருள்வாய் இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே மாதவன் ஸ்ரீதரன் மதுசூதனன் துளசி மாலை மார்பன் கேசவன் வைகுந்தன் அச்சுதன் மலை மேலும் வாழ்கின்ற மறைநாயகன் தாதவிதழ் மலர் கூந்தல் ஜானகி மணவாளன் ஜனர்தனன் தேவதேவன் சாரங்கன் நாரணன் தாமோதரன் கோதை தலைவன் ஆழ்வார்கள் நேசன் மேதினி பத்மநாபன் வேறு வேறான பெயர் நூறு நூறாய் விரியும் மேகவண்ணன் தங்கையே ஈதன வரைந்து யாம் போதுதற்கரியனின் இசை பாட மொழி ஏது கான் இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே கபாலினி மனோன்மணி நந்தினி வன்னி மண்டலவாசினி மானவதி யோகினி மனாதீத நாயகி வாகினி மனமோகினி சூலினி சுவாசினி சுமங்கலி சுந்தரி துணைவி திரிபுர சுந்தரி ஜோதி ஸ்வரூபிணி சுதாமினி ஹம்சினி சும்பதி சுரமர்தினி சாலினி சனாதினி தருணி கல்யாணி சிவசங்கரி சாருகேசி சாம்பவி கலாவதி தருமவர்தினி ஜனனி சாமுண்டி தேவதேவி நீலவா காத்யாயினி கேசரிய அபிராமி பிரம்மாணி காயத்ரி பிரிசூடி மொய்யம் பெருமாட்டி மீனாட்சியினை கேசரிய அபிராமி பிரம்மாணி காயத்ரி பிரிசூடி மொய்யம் பெருமாட்டி மீனாட்சி இணையடிகள் போற்றி போற்றி இறைவியனை ஆண்டொரு நித்தேஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே குற்றத்தமிழ் கொம்பன் குற்றம் மறைக்கணியாமல் காத்து நின்றாய் வெற்றி தமிழ் காண மேகமே
himself as he is going to be gracing each and every one of us for the live Nithyananda Satsang. I'd like to invite all of the viewers to come and please see and share the latest news from on the ongoing events and the agreement and the recognition of the United Nations of the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, of the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, just in the previous segment, prior to the amazing Uttamottama Maha Guru Puja that was conducted by the Nithyananda Uttamottama witness, we had just had seen and imbibed for ourselves some of the latest developments regarding the recognition of the UN, who has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The UN, who has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we were being guided through by Ma Nithyananda Swami and Ma Nithyananda about the freedom struggle of Kailasa, the sovereign nation, Hindu nation, Hindu civilizational nation that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving. And we were also being able to see the latest development where the UN has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now I request if the entity operator one can project the link where the UN has officially recognized Kailasa for its ongoing work to eliminate femicide in India, and femicide specifically against Hindus. We'll just be projecting that link. I encourage each and every one to go to the link, see for yourself about this, this latest development, an extremely exciting news where the UN has recognized the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. And among the persecuted communities and the leading advocates for eliminating crimes against women has recognized Kailasa, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has listed Kailasa as one of the persecuted communities, as one of the marginalized communities who has literally been victim at the hands of the anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces. So in just a few minutes, we'll be projecting that link. I request all of the viewers to go to the link and share this link in all of the social media platforms. Let us spread the word and let us do our small part in ensuring that this Hindu Holocaust, the genocide of Hindus for thousands of years, comes to an end, finally, by being recognized in the international platforms, in the international audience. Through this report that the UN has published on its webpage for the UN Special Rapporteur for against the acts of femicide in various different populations, UN has recognized how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the foremost leader to eliminate crimes against women, especially Hindu women. Yes, as you can see here, we have the link projected of where the UN Special Rapporteur for acts of femicide is listing Kailash Union and Kailasa as one among the persecuted communities, and who has seen and recognized the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for his work of bringing an end to the crimes against the Hindu women in India and the Hindu women all over the world. And in so many different ways, as you can see here, under a list of the persecuted communities, Kailasa is listed there, officially recognizing what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone, the persecution he has undergone. Now, over the last more than 2 decades, continuously, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been an advocate for the equal and infinite rights of all genders, and without discrimination, any kind of discrimination against any caste or background, religious background, any race or gender or sexual orientation. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been leading and initiating each individual Hindu into and empowering each Hindu into living a empowered Hindu lifestyle. But the anti-Hindu militant forces were directly against this, because this was against their agenda to continue oppressing and subjugating the masses, subjugating the Hindus whom they were directly looting and profiting off of. Yet, over the last 2 decades, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked continuously so hard in order to ensure that the victims of crime and the victims of gender-based violence have a voice. And that is why today the UN has officially recognized and seen and given a voice for all of the victims of violence. victims of gender-based violence against Hindu women and against the women of Kailasa. And in so many different ways, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked in order to report these crimes done against the women in an international audience, has done so many different things in order to bring the research and studies of undertaken by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to analyze exactly how the victims of femicide and gender-based violence are being treated. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has brought so many concrete measures which he has taken personally and brought Kailasa and revived Kailasa to take up the mission of improving the support to victims and any targets and vulnerable populations of femicide. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also ensured to report the good practices and the challenges of everything when it comes to femicide against Hindu women. And also, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues as well to report to the international audience and to continuously advocate for the thousands and millions of Hindu women who are continuously being subjugated, oppressed, and undergoing gender-based violence around the world, only if they are Hindu. As you can see here, this is the official report that the United Nations has published, and where it specifies the crimes and violence that has been attacked against the women of Kailasa. And though this report only names just a few of the women of Kailasa who have been through so much of violence, still there are millions who have not had their voice heard yet. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to work to eliminate the crimes done against women and allow justice to be served in some way. Now, by empowering the female orders of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, whether it is the Rudras and Rudyakanyas, the Sannyasinis, the Brahmacharinis, the Krama Brahmacharinis, or the Bhairavis, the Yoginis, everyone, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been actively helping the targeted individuals who are targeted for femicide and gender-based violence. And these specific lineages of endangered lineages of ancient of Hindu women are actually targeted for simply for their Hindu lifestyle. And not only that, over the last 2 decades, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has continuously been empowering victims and the targeted populations who are vulnerable to femicide and to gender-based killings and more different types of violence. And not only that, concrete measures have been taken by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in order to support and to heal the victims of violence and ultimately to prevent femicide. And we can say that among so many different leading organizations and so many different people, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the foremost advocate and foremost leader working to eliminate the crimes done against women. And we've seen, for example, in so many of the ancient sovereign Hindu nations, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived just because it is Hinduism that he is reviving. So many attacks have been launched against the women of these Adinams and Sarvagnapitas and these ancient sovereign nations, these ancient kingdoms. And whether it is in Pavlakundru, in the ancient city of Tiruvannamalai, or in Chennai, in Trishulam, or whether it is in the ancient Hindu kingdoms of the Tanjavur, Tiruvarur, and all of these places, these primordial adinams, which were established by Paramashiva himself, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving. In every single way, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working to empower the women in each and every one of these by providing a Hindu ecosystem where they can be empowered to live their most infinite possibility. And we can see some of the most devastating attacks, whether it is in Pavlakundru or Trishulam or in the media, against so many women, directed attacks in order to sexualize and subjugate women and absolutely dehumanize women, and Hindu women specifically, and even the sannyasis, the Rudrakanyas, and all of the yoginis, everyone. To attack them is ultimately an attack against the entire Hindu ecosystem, and ultimately to use them as and weaponize women against the destruction of the entire civilization. Now we can even see some of the extremely brutal and mortifying footage of the attacks that went on in Trishulam and Pavlakundru and so many other places. The various evidence that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally worked so hard in order to voice out, to bring the international attention and ensure that the victims of violence, of gender-based violence, the victims of so many millions, the voices of so many millions of women is heard, at least in some way, in the international audience, where they have undergone so much and yet still not having a platform to voice out and to share and to heal from what they have gone through. Now, if we see the attacks against the Adinams specifically, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived, there are several female-only monasteries that were entirely attacked simply because they were ecosystems which were meant to empower Hindu women and which were meant to enrich the Hindu women to live their most infinite possibility. And across every single Adinam that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived, continuously relentless persecution has been launched against them. If we see the attack in Pavlakundru, for example, over a series of just a few months, the entire Adinam was absolutely destroyed and the women sexually assaulted, and the deities absolutely abused. The women were then illegally arrested, not even for any crime, but simply because they were there standing to protect the deities and protect the ecosystem. Yet they were absolutely physically assaulted, sexually assaulted, and some of them brutally raped. As you can see here, this is the mortifying footage of the sannyasis of Sovereign Order of Kailasa and the Hindu women who stand guard to protect the Hindu deities and to protect their entire ecosystem, who are just saving and standing with their lives to protect the Hindu ecosystem. Yet they are dragged, physically assaulted, sexually assaulted, and even some of them brutally raped. we can see here the destruction of the entire monastery of Pavlakundru in 2017. And these brave Hindu women, these brave sannyasis who took up the lifestyle as a sannyasi and took up this life in order to serve the whole world, serve the community, serve the whole world with the sacred sentiments of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, were absolutely dehumanized, raped, and violated to the most extreme. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism over the last 2 decades has been the foremost leader to work to eliminate the crimes against women and Hindu women specifically by ensuring that the Hindu women and their stories, their incidences of victimization and their experiences are brought out to the international audience. And today we have seen how the UN has officially recognized what these women have gone through. And whether it is even the attacks against the Trishulam Adinam in 2017 in August, where literally women were stoned, cars overturned, where the women were brutally raped in front of the public. And there was so much done to destroy the entire Adinam. And a raid of 300 anti-Hindu militants had trespassed and destroyed the entire Trishulam Adinam, which was a female-run monastery that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was reviving in order to empower Hindu women. In that circumstance, we saw the brutal rape of our sister sannyasis. We saw the literal stoning of Hindu sannyasis, the destruction of property, and the most brutal violence that people have ever seen in this day and age. Cars being overturned and made sure that there was no way to escape. And literally each and every one of us being made to hold on, protect ourselves, hide ourselves for days inside of, without any current, without any form of protection. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally ensured that the crimes done against us, the women of Kailasa, whether it is the sannyasis or the Rudrakanyas or the yoginis, in every single instance, to make sure that our voices and our hardships, our experience of extreme suffering does not go unnoticed and made invisible to the whole world. At least in this sense, at least after so many places being denied justice because of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, because of his immense hard work to bring and revive Kailasa and to protect each and every one of us. Today, the UN has finally recognized the persecution done against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the women of Kailasa. And in so many different ways, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has actually provided concrete measures to help prevent femicide and the gender-based killings and gender-based violence. And yet, despite having done all this, attacks continue against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and against specifically the women of Kailasa. And we have seen how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has provided physical protection through these ecosystems and ensuring that these ecosystems are shelters for any of the victims and the targets of the vulnerable population and the indigenous Hindu women, and also by as well providing and aiding each and every one of the victims with proven methods of healing from trauma and pain, and even by empowering women, Hindu indigenous women, with leadership roles, as well as improving and providing the empowerment for women to be successful in their traditional business and art. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done everything in order to ensure, in order to help empower women and eliminate the crimes done against women. Here you are seeing some of the attacks that happen against the women of Kailasa after a sannyasi was brutally raped and needed to be rushed to the hospital immediately. And in this women only Adinam, so much of attack was done. And we're seeing the brutal amount of destruction to the whole property. Yes, and it is due to the ultimate grace, blessings, and the immense amount of hard work that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally protected each and every one of us and made himself available continuously to uplift and empower humanity with this super conscious breakthrough. And every single day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gracing each and every one of us with the Nithyananda Satsang, which we can now get ready for in just a few minutes. Let us now get ready for the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us chant the Maha. And get ready for the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continue chanting the Mahavakya and let us get ready for the darshan of the incarnation of Paramashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
மூலம் குருமூர்த்தியே பூஜா மூலம் குரு பதம் ஞான மூலம் குருமூர்த்தியே பூஜா மூலம் குரு பதம் மந்திர மூலம் குரு வாக்கியம் மோக்ஷ மூலம் குரு கிருபா உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் நித்யனின் தரிசனம் தன்னை தானறியவே இவை அசைவிடும் தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் மறைபொருளாயிருந்து திரை விலகி திருவடி தொழும் தரிசனம் பிறை சூடிய சடை நாதனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே மறைபொருளாயிருந்து திரை விலகி திருவடி தொழும் தரிசனம் பிறை சூடிய சடை நாதனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே அவள் வேண்டி வேண்டி திரளான கூட்டமுமை தேடி வரும் அல்லவா மறை நான்கின் பொருளுணர்த்த நாளும் கண்டருள கையிலை உதித்ததல்லவா பொருளெல்லாம் தேடி உலகெல்லாம் போடி உடையனுள் உணர்ந்தேனல்லவா பொருளெல்லாம் தேடி உலகெல்லாம் போடி உடையனுள் உணர்ந்தேனல்லவா உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் நித்யனின் தரிசனம் தன்னை தானறியவே இவை அசைவிடும் தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் இரவும் பகலுமே முந்திரு கண்ணில் அசையுதே நாள்கள் என்ன கோள்கள் என்ன உம்மை பற்றிட இரண்டு புவனங்களும் உம்மை சுற்றிட பொருளும் அருளும் தர மனதின் இருள் விலக பரமசிவ தரிசனம் மாயை வென்று விட ஞானம் பெற்று விட மோட்சம் தரும் தரிசனம் பல சித்த புருஷர்களின் ஞானி யோகிகளின் தவமெனின் தரிசனம் அழியும் முடியையும் ஒன்றாய் காண்பதற்கு கையிலையில் தரிசனம் சதுர்வேத கோஷமுடன் நாத கீதங்களின் ஒளியில் இடும் தரிசனம் ஆண்டவி காட்டு பாலனிலாவே உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் நித்ய தரிசனம் தன்னை தான் அறியவே இவை அசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் நித்ய தரிசனம் தன்னை தான் அறியவே இவை அசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம்
नमः शिवाय वेदरूपणे नमः शिवाय पूदाकरणे नमः शिवाय पुण्यमूर्ति नमः शिवाय नीलकण्ठने नमः शिवाय नीयं नानुमे नमः शिवाय तीयं नीरुमे नमः शिवाय तीदुं नन्रुमे नमः शिवाय आदियन्तमे नमः शिवाय वेदरूपणे नमः शिवाय पूदाकरणे नमः शिवाय पुण्यमूर्ति नमः शिवाय सम्मणल पूळूदी सम्बुणल केसम सेन्दनल काற்று தினம் வீசும் மண்ணில் சந்தன குங்கும மங்கள ஒளியினில் அம்பல தாண்டவன் அலங்காரம்
who imparts enlightenment, jnana or medha shakti. Through the playing of the Rudravina, he awakens the non-mechanical parts of the brain and opens the highest possibilities of oneness with Paramashiva. Swamiji's very own guru in Advaita Sampradaya is none other than Annamalai Swamigal, who served Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi personally, developing a deep devotional obedience towards Ramana Maharshi. Annamalai Swamigal imbibed the best of his teachings and therefore was able to live beyond his master in the physical plane and his representative with the same intense radiating energy. Swamiji often participated in Annamalai Swamigal's discourses, interacted with him personally, and even just went to sit and imbibe his divine presence. Annamalai Swamigal's main guidance in Swamiji's life is what is depicted in the Utsava Vigraha Alankaram here in the Kailasa's Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya. The deity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is seen doing the experiment that onto himself when Annamalai Swamigal declared that the soul or the Atma is beyond pain. Swamiji wanted to sincerely test this truth. Hence, he took a knife and cut his thigh to see whether he'll have pain. He had pain, and when he went back to Annamalai Swamigal praised him and said, "Your courage to experiment with the truth is what you need. Just find the source from where the pain is coming." Internalizing this truth and practicing this method, seated on the foothills of Arunachala, Swamiji experienced the superconscious breakthrough and had the 360-degree experience. Swamiji's powerful cognitions in the Advaita Sampradaya and contributions begin with the Shuddha Advaita Saivam. Swamiji has given to the world the ultimate science of Shuddha Advaita Saivam, which technically means the purest form of Advaita, according to which even before we realize that we are Paramashiva, even when we struggle with this realization, we are Paramashiva, and whatever we are manifesting in life, consciously or unconsciously, what we want or do not want, we only are able to manifest because we are the source, Paramashiva himself. Swamiji initiates all into the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the unclutching, and has given numerous lectures on various Advaitic texts, including the Ashtavakra Gita. Today, we offer our puja and respects to the deity of Paramashiva gracing as Jnanadakshinamurti, to our Paramaguru Annamalai Swamigal, and to the Utsa Vigraha of Swamiji gracing in the Tila Alankaram. Let us now offer our worship and puja.
ॐ सहस्रदलपङ्कजे वराभयकराम्बुजं विमलगन्धपुष्पाम्बरं प्रसन्नवदनेक्षणं सकलदेवतारूपिणं परेच्छिरसि हंसकं तदभिधानपूर्वं गुरुम्
सोऽयमग्निः तमेव भान्तमनुभाति सर्वं तस्य भासा सर्वमिदं विभाति कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे ममं भवानी सहितं नमामि। श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्या प्यर्थे सर्वापराधक्षमापणार्थे आनन्दकर्पूर नीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि। मङ्गलं श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलं कामदायिन्ये सर्वमङ्गलदात्रे नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम्। ध्यानमूलं गुरोर्मूर्तिः पूजा मूलं गुरो
With our Sakshavat Tandur pranams, we offer Nithyanandam.
ஐயா சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர உள்ளொன்று புறம் ஒன்று பேசறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ஐயா ஊனறிய உயிர் உடலறிய மோன பெருவழியை நான் அறிய ஆணறிய பெண்ணறிய ஆதி சிதம்பரம் நான் அறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர சாமி உண்மைது பொருளது கண்டறிய போகமும் மோகமும் கொண்டறிய ஆசை பேராசை அறிந்தறிய அம்பலமாடியை மறந்தறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர 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 சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர ஐயா சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர ஆகம வேதங்கள் படித்தறிய, 6 குளங்களில் குடித்தறிய, யாகமும் யோகமும் செய்தறிய, கோமுகம் பார்த்து பணிந்தறிய, சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர, சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர, சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர, சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர. சும்மா ஒருபோது இருந்தறிய, சுத்த அசுத்தங்கள் பார்த்தறிய, ஆத்ம நிவேதன செய்தறிய, அர்த்தநாரீசன் அடி சிறிய, சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர, சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர, சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர, சிவ 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 அரகர. சாமி ஏடறிய, சொல் எழுத்தறிய, ஏற்றமும் தாழ்வும் நான் அறிய, வீடறிய, கொடுங்காடறிய, சோமசுந்தரன மறந்தறிய, சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர, சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர, சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர, சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர. ஐயா சிவ 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 ஹரஹர ஹரஹர சிவ 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 ஹரஹர சிவ 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 ஹரஹர ஹரஹர சிவ 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 ஹரஹர யோகி ஐயா சிவ 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 ஹரஹர சாமி தோப்பு ஐயா ஈசா 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 அருணாச்சல ஈசா வாசா 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 அண்ணாமலை வாசா நேசா 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 உண்ணாமுலை நேசா காடா இடை காட்டு சித்தா மௌன உபதேசா லிங்கா லிங்கா அருவும் குருவும் ஆன அஷ்டலிங்கா லிங்கோத்பவனை அயனறி தேட எழுந்த அக்னிலிங்கா அப்புலிங்கா இந்திரலிங்கா சந்திர குபேரலிங்கா எப்படி அன்பர் அழைப்பார் அப்படியாகு வருணலிங்கா ஹரவோம் ஹர சிவவோம் உன்னருளால் பிறந்தோம் அல்வோம் துணை மறவோம் பாடி கிரிவலமாய் வருவோம் வருவோம் ஈசா 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 அருணாச்சல ஈசா வாசா 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 அண்ணாமலை வாசா சேஷா 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 சேஷ குருநாதா பேசா மோன ஞானமாகும் சத்குரு சிவநாதா ரமணா 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 பகவான் ஸ்ரீ ரமணா அகமே சிவமா தன்னை அறிந்த முனியே சிவஹரணா யோகி 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 ராம் சுரத் குமாரா பிசிறி சாமி ஆகி விளங்கும் வைகுண்ட நாராயணா சிவாய சிவாய ஹரஹர சிவாய குகை நமச்சிவாய பவாய குண சிவ சம்பு வடிவான குரு நமச்சிவாய குருவின் அடி சரணம் சரணம் வேண்டும் வரம் தரணும் பௌர்ணமி வேளையிலே கிரிவல பாதை துணை வரணும் வரணும் குருவின் அடி சரணம் சரணம் வேண்டும் வரம் தரணும் பௌர்ணமி வேளையிலே கிரிவல பாதை துணை வரணும் ஈசா 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 அருணாச்சல ஈசா வாசா 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 அண்ணாமலை வாசா அண்ணா 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 அஷ்டநந்திலிங்கா கண்ணா கண்டது கொண்டது புண்ணியம் அஷ்ட தீர்த்தலிங்கா மன்னா விண்ணா அடிமுடி என ஹரி தேடும் ஏகபாதா மண்ணே பொன்னாய் ரசவாதம் செய் சித்த கணநாதா அப்பா அப்பா பலமுனி மலைக்குள் உலவும் சிவலோகா தப்பே செய்யும் தயவு காட்டிடும் அன்பிகாயானவா அம்மா அம்மா அருணையில் அடுக்கு லிங்கம் ஆயிரமா அருணாச்சல சிவயன மலை சுற்றும் மனம் சிவாலயமா வருவோம் வழிபடுவோம் மிக பணிவாய் பதம் பணிவோம் அருணாச்சல சிவவோம் பல தீர்த்தமாடி வருவோம் ஈசா 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 அருணாச்சல ஈசா வாசா 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 அண்ணாமலை வாசா விமலா விமலா விமல சொரூபா மும்மலமற்றவனே கமலாலயன் தலை கிள்ளி எரிந்த அருணாச்சல சிவனே அருணா அருணா அருணகிரியாடும் ஆதி செடுஞ்சுடரே கருணாகரனே சிவனே ஆதி அந்தமிலா ஒளியே தீவா 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 கார்த்திகை சுடரோனே வா 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 அணி அண்ணாமலை அட்டநாரீசனே சித்தா 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 சித்த சிகாமணியே சொத்தா பத்தா எல்லாம் நீயே சோதிமலையானே வேண்டும் வரம் வேண்டும் உன்னை மறவா மனம் வேண்டும் அண்ணாமலை ஒளியே உன்னை ஜோதியாக வேண்டும்
அண்ணாமலை சுடரே உன்னை ஜோதியாக வேண்டும்.
சிவாய பரமேஸ்வராய சசிசேகராய நமவோ
சிவாய பரமேஸ்வராய சசிசேகராய நமவோ
பவாய குணசம்பவாய சிவதாண்டவாய நமவோ
பவாய குணசம்பவாய சிவதாண்டவாய நமவோ
சிவாய பரமேஸ்வராய சசிசேகராய நமவோ
சிவாய பரமேஸ்வராய சசிசேகராய நமவோ
பவாய குணசம்பவாய சிவதாண்டவாய நமவோ
பவாய குணசம்பவாய சிவதாண்டவாய நமவோ
சிவாய பரமேஸ்வராய சசிசேகராய நமவோ பவாய குணசம்பவாய சிவதாண்டவாய நமவோ சிவாய பரமேஸ்வராய சசிசேகராய நமவோ பவாய குணசம்பவாய சிவதாண்டவாய நமவோ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணச்சடா
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 அருணாச்சல சிவ அருண சிவா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருண சிவா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருண சிவா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருண சிவா
ஹரஹர சங்கர ஜெய ஜெய சங்கர ஹரஹர சங்கர ஜெய ஜெய சங்கர
ஹரஹர சங்கர ஜெய ஜெய சங்கர ஹரஹர சங்கர ஜெய ஜெய சங்கர
ஹரஹர சங்கர ஜெய ஜெய சங்கர ஹரஹர சங்கர ஜெய ஜெய சங்கர
ஹரஹர சங்கர ஜெய ஜெய சங்கர ஹரஹர சங்கர ஜெய ஜெய சங்கர
சிவாய பரமேஸ்வராய சசிசேகராய நமவோ
சிவாய பரமேஸ்வராய சசிசேகராய நமவோ
பவாய குணசம்பவாய சிவதாண்டவாய நமவோ
பவாய குணசம்பவாய சிவதாண்டவாய நமவோ
சிவாய பரமேஸ்வராய சசிசேகராய நமவோ பவாய குணசம்பவாய சிவதாண்டவாய நமவோ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all of you sitting with us. Sarvanyapeta Kartas, Ejamans, Manifestors, Sarvaparityagis, Kailashians, ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, e-diplomats, citizens of Kailasa, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Physics of conscious sovereignty is all about developing a physical body which is capable of manifesting the conscious sovereignty, which is capable of going with the conscious sovereignty boldly, courageously, authentically. Understand? The whole problem you face in your life, all problems, whether you don't have wealth, you don't have happy relationships, you don't have what you want in your life, you don't manifest power, any problem you think you have, which you think you don't have, or which you know you have, which you don't have, which you think you don't have but you have, anything. All your problems, the sole cause is physically you collapsing. Listen. If your stomach is strong, you will never decide to break up a relationship or go for a divorce. If your brain is cool to perceive the inputs of all five senses and process it coolly without friction, you will never be poor. Your brain getting hot, stressed, even the stressed word is more like a mental, and I'll use the word physical words. Your brain getting heated up, physically getting heated up, and not processing the information. That is why during the summer, traditionally, during the summer, the Agni Nakshatra, we call it as Agni Nakshatra period, we are not supposed to start any big project, any big work, because the mind, see, mind actually gets mapped on brain. So, brain is the source from which mind operates. If the brain is heated up, and it gets heated up during the heat wave months, if the brain is heated up, you will not have a larger vision, ability to receive information and process information and take decisions. For India, it is Agni Nakshatra. I think Canada and US is going through now the heat wave. Canada, US, I think even Australia, in Europe, some parts, that heat wave is happening. Wherever the heat wave is happening, those countries, this is the Agni Nakshatra time for them. See, the intense heat wave is the time called Agni Nakshatra. So listen, all your problems are not because of mental collapse, it is because of brain collapse. Actually, mind is neither good nor bad because it doesn't exist. How can you call somebody who doesn't have an existence as good or bad? It doesn't exist. How many million times I have shown to people, before coming to energy darshan, they will hate their whole life, themselves, whole world, everything. All I do is just one touch on the third eye, maybe few seconds, my hands on their shoulder, looking into their eyes. Enna vanunganne? The fellow is already forgotten what he wants in the life. இது போதாதுன்னு ஒரு ஹக் வேற, முடிஞ்சு போச்சாவன். அடுத்த 3 ஜென்மத்துக்கு அவனுக்கு எதுவும் தேவையும் படாது, என்ன வேணும்னு தோணாது. And the moment he goes from the energy darshan, he loves everything he sees. Himself, others, world, everything. Because mind doesn't exist. Only brain exists. When the brain is raised to the higher frequency, the whole mind starts operating differently. People ask me how we are just transformed with one energy darshan. Because I don't try to work on your mind, I just work on your body. I just work on your body. You being told your problems are due to mind is the worst brainwashing done to you. Your problems are actually physical. If you understand, it is all about physical. You can easily solve it. See, when you flare up, how your stomach is. Whenever the same sensation comes to your stomach, be very clear you are going to flare up now. You don't need a reason externally. When you get honey, see the feeling your body carries. Whenever that feeling comes back into the body, be very clear. You are going to experience the same honeyness. It's not that you need an external stimulation. So understand, if you find the right problem, if you diagnose the problem rightly, you can solve the problem, you can liberate yourself. Throbhava, delusion, is not mental, it is physical. When you say your body You accept your creation is centered on your body. Your sustenance is centered on your body. You perceive even your death or destruction based on your body. Then why are you trying to perceive your delusion in mind? That is also body, physical. Don't you see your srishti, creation, sthiti, sustenance, samhara, destruction, all these are centered on your body. You agree that? Then why you are not agreeing? Your delusion is also centered on body. It may have its own impact on your mind, but it is sourced, rooted, centered on body. So, whenever you have a depression, you have mood swings, you have panic attack, you have any problem, attend to the body first. Many times I have seen people attending only the mind. If you attend only the mind, the problem will come back within next few days. And you will start losing confidence on yourself. So understand. The physics of conscious sovereignty is all about making your body right, perfect for manifesting Paramashiva. I have a very beautiful Tirumandiram. I want to share with you all. Listen carefully, then I'll translate and give you the deeper meaning. I first bow down to Paramashiva and Tirumular. These great verses are directly what Tirumular heard from Paramashiva in Kailasa. He gave it in beautiful poetry form. பதிபசு பாசம் எனப்பகர் முன்றில் பதியினை போர்பசு பாசம் அனாதி பதியினை சென்றணுகாப்பசு பாசம் பதி அணுகிற்பசு பாசம் நிலாவே. Listen. I'll try to translate and give you the meaning. Padi Pasu Pasam. Padi is Paramashiva. Pasu is the individual soul which feels it has lost conscious sovereignty. It is chained, bound. It feels it is suffocated. It's under bondage. That individual soul which experiences bondage is pasu. Pasam is the bondage itself. The idea of delusion itself is pasam. Listen. பதி பசு பாசம் எனப்பகர் மூன்றில் பதியினை போர் பசு பாசம் அனாதி. It means padi, pasu, pasam. All three are eternal. He uses one word. Padiyinai pol pasu pasam anadi means like padi, pasu and pasam also anadi. Anadi means there is no beginning or end. Because he uses the word like padi, it is not like all the qualities of padi, pasu and pasam also have, but this quality of beginningless as is attributed to padi is reflected on pasam and pasu also. Understand? He is not saying padi, pasu, pasam, anadi. No. He is saying padiyinai pol pasu, pasam, anadi. It means only the quality of the anadi of padi is attributed to pasu and pasam. When I elaborately explain, you will be able to understand what I am trying to convey through this. It's a very deep, subtle truth which you all need to understand. Just by understanding, you will experience conscious sovereignty. Padiyinai sendru anuga pasu pasam. The bound soul and the delusion both cannot reach the padi, Paramashiva, ultimate. But padi anugir pasu pasam nilave. If the Paramashiva comes, the individual soul and the delusion both loses its identity. They can't stand there. They can't be there. Layers and layers and layers of truths revealed in this one verse. First thing, you can never win delusion by working on delusion. The individual bound soul can never be liberated by itself working on anything. Only when padi, Paramashiva approaches, the individual soul loses its individuality and is liberated. Same way, only when the padi approaches, Paramashiva approaches, the delusion disappears. Importance of Shaktini Pada and Shakti Pada. Importance of padi, Paramashiva approaching you. That is why the last word beautiful. Padi anugir pasupasam nilave. Padinai chendru anuga pasupasam. Neither the individual soul nor the delusion can go near padi, Paramashiva. Because how do you know? What is Paramashiva? Paramashiva has to approach you. Listen, he is approaching you by giving a clear understanding. Shaktipada and Shaktinipada. Padi pasu pasam enapagar mundril. Padinai pol pasu pasam anadi. Padinai sendru anuga pasupasam means the pasu, the bound soul, and the delusion both can never go to Paramashiva, Padi. This also has multiple meaning, means neither the bound soul can reach Paramashiva, nor the delusion can bind Paramashiva. But if Paramashiva comes, the Pasu bound soul is liberated and the Pasam delusion disappears, dissolves. Padi means Paramashiva, ultimate. Pasu means bound soul, individual jiva. Pasam means delusion. I am giving you the rough translation. If I speak in Tamil, explaining this 4 line, it may go 4 hours. So I'll just give you the translation. In English, Padipasu pasam enapagar mundril padinai pol pasu pasam anadi. Padikku பல்வேறு விதமான சர்வஸ்வதந்திரமான ஸ்வபாவமான தன்னை கட்டுப்படுத்தாத தான் கட்டுக்குள் வைத்திருக்கும் சத்குணங்கள் பலவாயிரம் உண்டு. அந்த பலவாயிரம் சத்குணங்களிலே ஒன்று அனாதித்தன்மை, ஆதி இல்லாத தன்மை, அனாதித்தன்மை. பதிக்கு இருக்கின்ற பல்வேறு சத்குணங்களிலே அனாதித்தன்மை மாத்திரம் பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் உண்டென்று சொல்வதற்காகத்தான் பதியினை தனியாய் வைத்து பதியினை போல் பசுபாசம் அனாதி என்கின்றார் திருமூலப் பெருமான். பதி பசு பாசம் அனாதி என்று சொல்லவில்லை. பதி பசு பாசம் அனாதி என்று சொன்னால் பதிக்கு இருக்கின்ற பல்வேறு சத்குணங்கள் சார்ந்து வருகின்ற அனாதித்தன்மை பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் உண்டு என்று ஆகிவிடும். அது பரம அத்வைதத்திற்கு பாதகம், இழுக்கு. பரம அத்வைதத்திற்கு பாதகமோ இழுக்கோ மாற்றாகவோ சுத்தாத்வைத சைவ சித்தாந்தம் அமையவில்லை. சுத்தாத்வைத சைவ சித்தாந்தம் ஞான சுகபோத பரமாத்வைத சத்தியத்தையே சென்றடையும் வழிமுறைகளையும் சீராக்கி வடக்கிலே பல இடங்களில் கங்கைக்கு கருங்கல் படித்துறை கிடையாது. அப்படியே போய் இறங்கி குளிக்கணும். அது பல நேரத்தில் பாதுகாப்பு இல்லாமல் போகும். ஆனா கருங்கல் படித்துறை இருந்தால் செல்வதும் வருவதும் சிறப்பாய் பாதுகாப்பாய் இருக்கும். காசியில பாத்தீங்கன்னா எல்லாம் கருங்கல் படித்துறையா இருக்கும். அதே மாதிரிதான் சுத்தாத்வைத சைவ சித்தாந்தம் தெளிந்த கருங்கல் படித்துறையாக அனுபூதிக்கு, பரமாத்வைத அனுபூதிக்கு இனிமையாக, எளிமையாக, முறையாக செல்வதற்கான கருங்கல் கட்டுமான படித்துறையாகத்தான் சுத்தாத்வைத சைவ சித்தாந்த சத்தியம் விளங்குகிறதே அன்றி பரமாத்வைதத்திற்கு பாதகமாகவோ பங்கமாகவோ மாற்றாகவோ ஒரு கீற்று கூட சுத்தாத்வைத சைவம் சொல்லவில்லை என்பதே அறுதியான, இறுதியான, உறுதியான சத்தியம். ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். பதிக்கு இருக்கும் எல்லா சத்குணங்களின் காரணத்தின் பொருட்டு வந்த அனாதித்தன்மை பசுவுக்கோ பாசத்திற்கோ கிடையாது. பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் இந்த அனாதித்தன்மை மாத்திரமே உண்டு. அதன் காரணங்களான மற்ற சத்குணங்கள் கிடையாது. அதனாலதான் 4வது வரியிலே தெளிவாக சொல்லுகின்றார் திருமூலப் பெருமான், பதி அணுகில் பசு பாசம் நிலாவே. அப்படின்னும் போது பதிக்கு இருக்கின்ற பரம அனாதி தன்மை பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் சாட்டப்பட இயலாது. பதிக்கு இருக்கின்ற பல்வேறு சத்குணங்களில் ஒன்றான அனாதித்தன்மை மாத்திரமே பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் சாட்டப்பட இயலுமே தவிர பதிக்கு இருக்கின்ற காரணங்களால் வந்த அனாதித்தன்மை பதிக்கு இருக்கின்ற அனாதித்தன்மைக்கு வந்த எல்லா காரணங்கள் அந்த சத்குணங்களால் வந்த அனாதித்தன்மை பசுவுக்கோ பாசத்திற்கோ சாட்ட இயலாதது. அதனாலதான் தனியா பிரிக்கிறார் திருமூலப் பெருமான். பதியினை போல் பசுபாசம் அனாதி. பதிக்கு சமமான அனாதித்தன்மை பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்துக்கும் உண்டுன்னா திருமூலப் பெருமான் நடுவுல போல் என்கின்ற வார்த்தையை சொல்ல வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. பதி பசு பாசம் மூன்றும் அனாதி அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்க முடியும். சொல்லல. அவர் என்ன சொல்றாரு? பதியினை போல் பசுவும் பாசமும் அனாதி. அப்படின்னா என்ன சொல்ல வர்றாருன்னா, அனாதி என்கின்ற ஒரு தன்மை மாத்திரமே பதியைப் போல் பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்துக்கும் உண்டே தவிர பதிக்கு அனாதிக்கான காரண சத்குணங்கள் எல்லாம் பசுவுக்கோ பாசத்திற்கோ சாட்டப்பட இயலாது. அதனாலதான் 3வது வரியில் சொல்றார், பதி அணுகில் பசுபாசம் நிலாவே. பசுவும் பாசமும் இல்லாது போகும் பதி வரும்போது. ஒருவேளை பதிக்கு இருக்கின்ற எல்லா விதமான சத்குணங்களின் காரணங்களால் வந்த அனாதித்தன்மை பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் இருக்குமானால் பதி அணுகும் போது பசுவும் பாசமும் நிலாது போக வேண்டிய அவசியம் இலாது போவதனால் இங்கு திருமூலப் பெருமான் அறுதியாகவும் உறுதியாகவும் 4வது வரியினிலே திருமூலப் பெருமானுடைய வழக்கமான நடைமுறை என்னன்னா, முதல் வரியிலே அறிமுகம், 2ஆம் வரியிலே விளக்கம், 3ஆம் வரியிலே அறுதிக்கான காரணம், 4ஆம் வரியில் அறுதி தீர்ப்பு. இப்படித்தான் திருமூலப் பெருமான் தன்னுடைய பாடல்களை எல்லாம் வகுத்து வச்சிருக்கார். 4வது வரி அறுதி தீர்ப்பு. இன்னொரு அருமையான பாடல். பாசம் பசுவானதாகும் இச்சாலோகம், பாசம் அருளானதாகும் இச்சாமீபம், பாசம் சிரமானதாகும் இச்சாரூபம், பாசம் கரைபதி சாயுஜ்யமே. அதுக்கப்புறம் விளக்கம் சொல்றேன். இப்போ இந்த ஒன்றை புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நான் சொல்லுவது ஒரு ஆழமான தத்துவம். அதாவது இந்த பிரபஞ்ச அறிவியலோட யூனிட், அலகு தத்துவம். இந்த வெளி உலக அறிவியல்ல பல்வேறு விதமான அலகுகள், யூனிட் நாம உபயோகப்படுத்துறோம். செல், மூலக்கூறு, அளவை முறைகளில் நாம் உபயோகப்படுத்துற மில்லிமீட்டர், மில்லி லிட்டர், அலகுகள், அளவைகள், இவைகளில் எல்லாம் நாம யூஸ் பண்ற அலகுகள் யூனிட். எப்படி அடிப்படை பாடமோ அதுபோல பிரபஞ்ச அறிவியலில் தத்துவம் அடிப்படை பாடம். இந்த பதி பசு பாசம் சார்ந்த தெளிந்த தத்துவ அறிவு உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையை பெரிய ஆனந்தத்திற்குள் உண்டாக்கும், பெரு நன்மைக்குள் கொண்டு சேர்க்கும். நான் சொல்வது வெறும் வார்த்தை சார்ந்த அறிவு அல்ல, நேரடியாக உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையில் நீங்கள் வாழக்கூடிய தத்துவ தெளிவு, யூனிட் ஆஃப் காஸ்மிக் சயின்ஸ், பிரபஞ்ச அறிவியலின் அலகு தத்துவம். திருமூலப் பெருமான் பதி பசு பாசம் என்பதை பற்றி சொல்லுகின்ற அலகு தத்துவம், யூனிட் பிரின்சிபிள், அதை புரிந்து கொண்டீர்களானால் உங்களுடைய டெல்யூஷன், பாசம் கழன்று போவது மட்டுமல்லாது, பதியே உங்களுக்கு இப்பொழுது உங்களை அணுகி பசுவை பற்றியும் பாசத்தை பற்றியும் தெளிவை அறிவிப்பதனால், சக்திபாத சக்தி நீபாத தீட்சையாய் அளிப்பதனால் உங்கள் பசு பாசம் விலகி பதி உங்களுக்குள் பழுத்து மலர்ந்து பழவினை தீர்த்து பரமசிவமாய் எழுந்தருளி சாலோக்கிய சாமீபிய சாரூபிய சாயுஜ்ய முக்தி தந்தருள்வான். இது சத்தியம். ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். திருமூலப் பெருந்தகை எளிய சூத்திரங்களாய் பிரபஞ்ச அறிவியலின் அலகை சொல்லுகின்றார். பதியினை போல் பசு பாசம் அனாதி. பதிக்கு அனாதி குணம் வருவதற்கான காரணம் இஸ் செல்ஃப் ஃபியூவல்ட், ஸ்வயம் பிரகாசம், ஸ்வயம் ஜோதி. தன்னுடைய பஞ்ச கிருத்தியங்களையும் இயக்கிக் கொள்வதற்கான எரிபொருளும் தானாகவே இருக்கின்ற, தனக்கு வெளியிலிருந்து வேறொரு எரிபொருளோ ஊக்குவிப்பு சக்தியோ தேவைப்படாத தன்னுடைய ஸ்வயம் பிரகாச குணத்தினாலே அவருக்கு அனாதித்தன்மை வந்தது. இதுபோன்று பல்வேறு சத்குணங்களால் அவருடைய இருப்புக்கு அனாதித்தன்மை வந்தது. ஆனால் பசுவுக்கோ, பந்த ஜீவனான பசுவுக்கோ, உங்களுக்கோ, அல்லது பாசமான மாயைக்கோ, டெல்யூஷன் துரோபாவத்திற்கோ தங்களுக்கு தாங்களே எரிசக்தியாக, ஃபியூவலாக, நிரந்தரமாக இருந்து கொள்ளுகின்ற இருப்போ, தங்கள் உயிர்ப்பிற்கு தேவையான சக்தியை புனரமைத்துக் கொள்ளக்கூடிய சாத்தியமோ இல்லாததனால் பதிக்கு சாட்டப்படுகின்ற அனாதித்தன்மையின் காரணங்களாகிய சத்குணங்கள் எல்லாம் பசுவுக்கோ பாசத்திற்கோ இல்லாது போவதனால் அவருக்கு இருக்கின்ற அனாதித்தன்மையை மாத்திரம்தான் பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் சாட்ட முடியுமே தவிர அவருக்கு இருக்கின்ற எல்லா காரணங்களையும் அந்த காரணங்களின் காரணத்தால் மலர்ந்திட்ட அனாதித்தன்மையும் இவர்களுக்கு இல்லை என்பதும், அதனால்தான் பதி பசுவையும் பாசத்தையும் அணுகினால் பசுவும் பாசமும் தன்னிலை கழன்று தன்னிலை இழந்து பதியோடு இரண்டு அற, இரண்டும் அற ஒன்றும் அற கரைகின்றார்கள். அதாவது கரைகின்ற பாசம் இல்லாமல் போய் பதியும் பசுவும் மட்டும் இருந்தால் துவைத்தம், கரைகின்ற பாசம் பசு இரண்டும் கரைந்து போய் பதிமாத்திரம் இருந்தால் அத்வைத்தம், கரைகின்ற பசுவும் பாசமும் இரண்டும் பதிக்குள் கரைந்ததனால் பதி என்கின்ற தனி கருத்து கூட இல்லாமல் போயிருக்கும். இருப்பதே இருப்பாய் இருப்பதே பரமாத்வைத்தம். இந்த சத்தியங்களை ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். ஒவ்வொரு வார்த்தையும் சூத்திரம். திருமூலப் பெருந்தகை அருளிய திருமந்திரத்தின் ஒவ்வொரு வார்த்தையும் சூத்திரம். நன்றாக புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். எப்பெல்லாம் நீங்க உங்களை சுத்தி இருக்கவங்களுக்கும் நீங்க இருக்கிற ஸ்பேஸுக்கும் தொடர்பே இல்லாம இருக்குன்னு நீங்க ஃபீல் பண்றீங்களா, அப்பெல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு வெக்கமா இருக்கும். என்னப்பா அவங்கெல்லாம் ஒரு மாதிரி நினைக்கிறாங்க, நான் ஏதோ ஒரு மாதிரி நினைச்சிட்டு இருக்கிறேன், அவங்கெல்லாம் ஒரு மூட்ல இருக்காங்க, நான் ஒரு மூட்ல இருக்கேன். உங்களுக்கு ஏதோ ஒரு அனீசியா இருக்கும், ஷையா ஃபீல் பண்ணுவீங்க. அதே மாதிரி திருமந்திரம் மாதிரி பெரும் ஞான சத்தியங்களை சொல்லும் பொழுது என்னை ஞான வெட்கம் கவுகிறது. காரணம் என்னன்னா, நீங்க ஒரு மூட்ல இருக்கீங்க, நான் ஏதோ இன்னொரு மூட்ல இருந்து பேசிட்டு இருக்கிற மாதிரி ஃபீலிங்கா இருக்கிறதுனால ஞான வெட்கம் என்னை கவ்வுவதனால்தான் இது போன்ற பெரும் சத்திய சாத்திரங்களை, அதனுள் இருக்கும் தத்துவார்த்த சத்தியங்களை என்னை ஞான வெட்கம் கவ்வாத அளவிற்கு மாத்திரம் எவ்வாறு புரிய வைக்க முடியுமோ அந்த அளவுக்கு மட்டும் புரிய வைத்துவிட்டு இருந்து விடுவது என் வழக்கம். ஞான வெட்கம் கவ்வினாலும் சத்தியத்தை சொல்லுவது என்கின்ற முடிவெடுத்ததனால் சொல்லுகின்றேன் நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பதி பசு பாசம் எனப்பகர் மூன்றில் பதியினைப் போல் பசு பாசம் அனாதி. பதியினை சென்றணுகாப் பசு பாசம் பதி அணுகில் பசுபாசம் நிலாவே. பதி பசு பாசம் மூணுமே அனாதின்னா திருமூலப் பெருமான் போல் அப்படிங்கிற வார்த்தையை சொல்ல வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. கம்பேர் பண்றாருனால என்ன சொல்ல வர்றாருன்னா, அது மாதிரி இல்ல. ஏன்னா 3வது வரியிலேயே அடுத்து இன்னொரு தெளிவான சத்தியத்தை சொல்றார். பதியினை சென்று அணுகா பசுபாசம். அதாவது பசுவும் பாசமும் பதியினை சென்று அணுக முடியாது. ஒருவேளை பசுவும் பாசமும் பதியைப் போன்றே எல்லா விதமான சத்குணங்களின் காரணத்தினால் வந்த அனாதியாக இருக்குமானால் இவைகள் இரண்டும் அவரை அணுக முடியும். முடியாதுங்கிறாரு. 4வது வரியில் தெளிவா ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட் தீர்ப்பு எழுதிடுறார். பதி அணுகினால் பசுவும் பாசமும் நிலாவே. தீட்சை சக்தி பாதமும் சக்தினி பாதமும் தீட்சை. உங்களுக்குள்ள இருக்கிற அந்த பந்த ஜீவனான பசுவை விடுவித்து விடும். பந்தமான துரோபாவமான டெல்யூஷன் மாயையை மயக்கத்தை இல்லாது செய்துவிடும். இது மொத்தமுமே நடக்கிறதுக்கான அடிப்படையாக செய்ய வேண்டியது உடலை தயார் செய்யுதல். உடலை தயார் செய்யுதல். தமிழ்லயே போயிட்டு இருந்தேன்னா சத்சங்கம் முடியாது. நேரம் விடியும் காலம் விடியாது. நேரம் செல்வது அறியாமல் ஆனந்த மயக்கத்தில் காலம் கழிப்பது சக்தி பாதமும் சக்தினி பாதம். அதாவது சத்சங்கத்துக்கு உட்கார்ந்துட்டீங்கன்னா நேரம் போறத பத்தி கவலையே படாம தெரியாம காலம் கழிந்து கொண்டிருக்குமானால் உங்களுக்கு சக்தி பாதமும் சக்தினி பாதமும் நடக்குதுன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. சாமி எனக்கு சக்தி பாதம் நடக்குதா சக்தினி பாதம் நடக்குதா நான் எப்படி தெரிஞ்சுக்கிறது? அப்பா நேரம் போறது தெரியாம காலம் கழிஞ்சா எவ்வளவு நேரம் போகுதுன்றத பத்தி யோசனை கூட பண்ணாம உன்னால் ரசித்து ருசித்து இனித்து உயிர்த்து நேரம் கழிவது தெரியாது காலம் கழியுமானால் உனக்கு சக்தினி பாதமும் சக்தி பாதமும் நிகழ்கிறது என்று தெரிந்து கொள். நேரம் கழிகிறதே என்று நீ நினைப்பாயேயானால் உன் மனம் சஞ்சலப்படுமானால் வார்த்தைகளை வேண்டுமானால் நீ கேட்கலாம். நேரம் கழிகிறது என்கின்ற நினைப்பே இல்லாது காலம் கழியுமானால் ஆனந்த சக்தி பாதமும் சக்தினி பாதமும் குருவோடு நிகழ்கின்றது.
மனமொரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க மனமொரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யன் கருணையில் இறங்கினான் மனமொரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யன் கருணையில் இறங்கினான் அகமதன் இருளை க்ஷணமது கலைந்து மகதிட தியானமதை நித்யன் வழங்கினான் அகமதன் இருளை க்ஷணமது கலைந்து மகதிட தியானமதை நித்யன் வழங்கினான் பணிவோடு கனிவாய் அன்புடன் வணங்க நித்யனிந்தாசன் நீ என அருளினான் பணிவோடு கனிவாய் அன்புடன் வணங்க நித்யனிந்தாசன் நீ என அருளினான் பிறவியின் உயர்ந்த பயனதை அடைய பரவசம் மிகுந்த நிலைக்கென்னை உயர்த்தினான் பிறவியின் உயர்ந்த பயனதை அடைய பரவசம் மிகுந்த நிலைக்கென்னை உயர்த்தினான் மனமொரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யன் கருணையில் இறங்கினான் காலை அவன் காலடியினிலே கருத்துடன் மெதுவாகவே அமர்ந்து கண் விழித்திட ஐயா என்றே பணிவாய் அழைத்தேன் புத்தம் புது மலராய் மலர்ந்து சற்றே ஒரு புன்னகை பொறிந்து பித்தன் புவி காத்திடும் நித்யானந்தா விண்ணோர் மண்ணோர் தோள் மீசன் நித்யாச்சலன் எனும் நேசன் பெருந்துயர் நீக்கிடும் நித்யானந்தா மனமொரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யன் கருணையில் இறங்கினான்
ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். தமிழாலே சத்தியங்களை சொல்லும் பொழுது ஏற்படும் ஞான வெட்கம் 3 நிலை. நீங்கள் இருக்கும் நிலை, நான் இருக்கும் நிலை வேறு வேறாய் இருக்கும் பொழுது நான் இதை சொல்ல முயற்சிக்கின்றேனே என்கின்ற ஒரு வெட்கம், நான் இருக்கின்ற நிலையையே கூட என்னால் வார்த்தைகளால் வடிக்க முடியவில்லையே என்கின்ற 2வது வெட்கம், நான் இருக்கும் நிலையை சொல்வதற்கு வார்த்தைகள் சிக்கவும் இல்லை, சிக்கப் போவதும் இல்லை என்கின்ற தெளிவினால் வரும் 3வது நிலை வெட்கம். மூவெட்கமும் கொண்டு வார்த்தைகளால் உணர்வை செதுக்கி வடித்து உங்களுக்கு அளிக்க இயலாது வாழ்க்கையாய் சக்திமயமாய் சத்தியத்தை சக்தியில் இருந்து வார்த்தையாய் செதுக்கி உங்களுக்கு அளிப்பதற்கு பதிலாய் சத்தியத்தை சக்தியாகவே உங்களுக்கு அளிப்பதுதான் சக்தி நீபாதம், சக்தி பாதம் எனும் தீட்சை. உயிரோடு உயிர் உறவாடி அடைய வேண்டியதை அடைந்து கொள்ளுதல், உயிரோடு உயிர் உறவு கொண்டு உயிர் பெற வேண்டியதை உயிரிடம் இருந்து பெற்று உயிர் பெற்றுக் கொள்ளலே சக்தி பாதமும் சக்தி நீ பாதமும். உள்ளத்து ஒருவனை உள்ளுரு சோதியை உள்ளம் விட்டு ஓரடி நீங்கா ஒருவனை உள்ளமும் தானும் உடனே இருக்கினும் உள்ளம் அவனை உருவு அறியாதே. ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். உள்ளத்து ஒருவனை உள்ளுரு சோதியை உள்ளம் விட்டு ஓரடி நீங்கா ஒருவனை உள்ளமும் தானும் உடனே இருக்கினும் உள்ளம் அவனை உருவு அறியாதே. பிரபாவத்தை பற்றி, டெல்யூஷனை பற்றி திருமூலப் பெருந்தகை 431வது பாடலாக சொல்லுகின்றார். இவைகளை பாடல்னு சொல்வது கூட அவ்வளவு பொருந்தாதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் நடராஜ பெருமான் தமிழை தன் உடலில் நனைத்து செய்த ஆடல்தான் இந்த வரிகள். பெருமான் சித் சக்தியாக ஆனந்தத்தை உடலில் நனைத்து செய்கின்ற ஆட்டம் ஆனந்த தாண்டவம். அதுபோல தமிழை தன் உடலில் நனைத்துக் கொண்டு செய்த ஆனந்த தாண்டவம் ஆடல் இந்த பாடல்கள். சத்தியத்தை சாத்தியமாக்குவதற்காக தமிழை தன் திருமேனியில் பால் வெண்ணீராய் பூசி அவர் செய்த பரத தாண்டவம் ஆடல் இந்த பாடல். இது கவிதை அல்ல, அகவிதை. இதை உள்ளே செலுத்தி தியானிப்பீர்களேயானால் உள்ளுள் பரமசிவனே விளைந்தெழுவான். பரமசிவனே உள்ளுள் விளைந்திட, உள்ளுள் மலர்ந்திட அவன் விதைக்கும் அக விதை இந்த கவிதை. அவன் தமிழை பூசிக்கொண்டு செய்யும் ஆனந்த தாண்டவம் ஆடல் இந்த பாடல். உள்ளத்து ஒருவனை உள்ளுரு சோதியை உள்ளம் விட்டு ஓரடி நீங்கா ஒருவனை உள்ளமும் தானும் உடனே இருக்கினும் உள்ளம் அவனை உருவு அறியாதே. ஆஹா, அதாவது உள்ளத்து ஒருவனை உரு சோதியை, உங்களுடைய உள்ளுக்கு உள்ளே ஏகமாய் இருப்பவன் சோதியாய். அப்படின்னா இருப்பின் மூலமாய் ஒளியாய் விழிப்பாய் ஸ்வயம்பிரகாசமாய் இருப்பவன். அவனை நீங்கள் நினைக்க இயலாது, அவனால்தான் நீங்கள் எல்லாவற்றையும் நினைக்க இயலும். எதனால் நீங்கள் எல்லாவற்றையும் நினைக்கின்றீர்களோ அதுவே உங்கள் உள்ளிருக்கும் சோதி அருணாச்சலம். Cognizing. Arunachala can be only cognized, not remembered. ஸ்மரணிக்க முடியும், நினைக்க இயலாது. உள்ள இயலும், நினைக்க ஒண்ணாது. உள்ளல் சத்தியம், எண்ணல் சத்தியம் அல்ல. எதனால் எண்ணம் சத்தியமோ அதுவே உள்ளம். அந்த உள்ளல், உள்ளல்னா காக்னைசிங், எண்ணம்னா நினைப்பது. எதனால் நினைப்பு உங்களுக்குள் நிகழ்கின்றதோ அது உள் உரு சோதி. உள்ளம் விட்டு ஓரடி நீங்கா ஒருவனை, உங்களுடைய உள்ளத்தை விட்டு ஒரு அடியும் அது விலகுவதில்லை. கனவு காலத்திலும் தூக்க காலத்திலும் மரண காலத்திலும் எக்காலத்திலும் உங்களுடைய இருப்பை விட்டு விலகாத நீங்காத ஒருவனை, அது நமக்குள்ளே உள்ளமும் தானும் உடனே இருக்கினும் உங்களுடைய நான் அப்படிங்கிற கான்ஷியஸ் சாவரனிட்டியும் பரம்பொருள் பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் பதியும் உடனேயே இருந்தாலும் கூட உள்ளம் அவனை உருவு அறியாதே. எத்தனை ஆண்டுகள் என் கூடையே இருந்தீங்கன்னா கூட ஒரு சூழ்நிலையில எப்படி நான் முடிவெடுப்பேன்னு யாராலையும் புரிஞ்சுக்க முடியாது. நீங்க மிக பெரும் தவறுன்னு நினைக்கிற ஒரு சூழ்நிலையை ரொம்ப எளிமையா சிம்பிளா தீர்த்துருவேன். ரொம்ப சின்ன தப்புன்னு நீங்க நினைக்கிற சூழ்நிலையை ரொம்ப ஆழ்ந்து புரிய வைப்பேன். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. யார்கிட்ட இருந்து எதுவுமே எதிர்பார்க்க மாட்டேன். ஆனா கமிட் பண்ணாங்கன்னா அந்த இன்டெகிரிட்டியை மெயின்டைன் பண்ணணும்னு எதிர்பார்ப்பேன். யாரிடமிருந்தும் எதையும் எதிர்பார்க்காத, ஆனா கமிட் பண்ணா, ஏன்னா அந்த கமிட்மெண்ட்ஸை வச்சு, உங்களுடைய கமிட்மெண்ட்ஸை வச்சு உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் உபயோகமாகின்ற பல விஷயங்களை தைத்திருக்கின்றேன். எப்படி பல இலைகளை வைத்து ஈர்க்குகளை போட்டு தையல் இலை செய்கின்றார்களோ அது மாதிரி உங்கள் எல்லோருடைய கமிட்மெண்ட்ஸை வச்சு தைத்துத்தான் இந்த கைலாசத்தை ஈகோ சிஸ்டத்தை உருவாக்குறேன். நானா எதிர்பார்ப்பது கிடையாது. கமிட் பண்ணா அவர்களை வைத்து தைத்து தையல் இலையாகத்தான் இந்த கைலாசத்தை உருவாக்குறேன். அப்ப கமிட்மெண்ட்டை ஆனர் பண்ணீங்கன்னா தான் நீங்க ஒருத்தருக்கு ஒருத்தர் நல்லது செஞ்சுக்கிற இந்த கைலாய கப்பல் இனிமையா போகும். நானா தானே கமிட் பண்ணேன், இப்ப நான் செய்ய வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை அப்படின்னா முடியாது. கமிட் பண்ணாம இருந்தா தப்பு இல்லை, செஞ்சா நடத்தணும்னு எதிர்பார்ப்பேன். பல நேரங்களில் நான் இயங்கும் தர்மம் உங்களுக்கு புரிவதில்லை. நான் இயங்கும் தர்மம் உங்களுக்கு புரிந்தால் உங்களுக்குள் இருக்கும் பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் இயங்கும் தர்மம் உங்களுக்கு புரிந்துவிடும். அதனால உங்களுக்கு உள்ளே இருக்கின்ற பரம்பொருள் உருவு உங்களுக்கு புரிந்துவிடும். அவர் உள்ளேயே இருந்தாலும் அவர் இயங்கும் தர்மம் புரியாது போவதற்கு காரணம், நீங்க ஒரு தர்மத்துல இயங்குறீங்க, அவர் இயங்குகின்ற பிரபஞ்ச தர்மத்தை புரிந்து கொள்ள கூட முயற்சி செய்யாமல் இருக்கின்றீர்கள். நீங்க சமூகம் உங்களுக்கு கொடுத்த சில அறிவு, வார்த்தை இவைகளை வைத்துக் கொண்டு விளையாடிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறீர்கள். யாரோடு உங்களை ஒப்பிடுகிறீர்களோ, யாரைப் பற்றி நீங்கள் சிந்திக்கிறீர்களோ அவர்களாகவே அவர்களைப் போல மாறுகின்றீர்கள். பரமசிவனைப் பற்றி மாத்திரம் சிந்தித்து அவர் இயங்கும் தர்மத்தை மாத்திரம் புரிந்து கொண்டு பிரபஞ்ச பேரியக்க தர்மத்தை உள்வாங்கத் துவங்கினீர்களானால் அவர் உருவு புரியும், அவர் இருப்பு அமையும், அவர் பதம் கிடைக்கும், அவர் சக்தி மலரும். பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் வந்த அனாதித்தன்மை பதிக்கு இருக்கின்ற சத்குணங்களினால், பல்வேறு சத்குணங்களின் காரணங்களினால் வந்த அனாதித்தன்மையைப் போல அல்ல, பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் இருக்கின்ற அனாதித்தன்மை சில சில சிறுகுணங்களால் வந்த அனாதித்தன்மை. அனாதித்தன்மை வேண்டுமானால் பதிக்கு இருப்பது போல் இருக்கலாம், ஆனால் அனாதித்தன்மைக்கான காரணங்கள் பதிக்கு இருப்பது போன்றது அல்ல. பதியினுடைய பிரபஞ்ச பேரியக்க தர்மம், அதனுடைய சத்குணங்களை உள்வாங்குவீர்களானால் பதி அளிக்கும் சக்திபாத சக்தினீபாதத்தினால் பசு பாசத்திருந்து விடுபட்டு பாசம் இலாது, பசுவும் தன் பசுத்தன்மையை இழந்து இரண்டும் கரைந்து மறைந்து பதிக்குள் நிறைந்து போகும். இதுவே சிவசாயுச்சியம். I'll shift it to English now. I'll try to give the gist. If I continue with Tamil, I don't know how long I'll go on and on. existence. Continuously unbroken way manifests its conscious sovereignty in you, but the delusion you perceive is not the problem sourced or rooted in mind. It is experienced by mind, but sourced or rooted in body. So work on the body to manifest the conscious sovereignty. You may think what I spoke in Tamil seems to be completely different, and what I spoke in English seems to be completely different. I'll connect, explain. The truths I revealed in Tamil, the truths I am revealing now in English are complementing each other. If you put the whole thing together, you will understand step by step how I gave the principles, unit principles and methodology. Now I am giving you methodology. Work on the body. I think we can go for a long satsang. I'll give you more initiation and more understandings about this methodology, working on conscious sovereignty through your body, working on the real solution. And I am sorry for the yesterday, whatever I was telling us, Chandala and all that. If you guys are hurt, I am sorry, but what I said is true. I am backing out because I don't trust you guys will take it rightly. That's why I am backing out. Not that what I said is wrong. All Hindus who lost inspiration to be genius are Chandalas. You are a load on planet Earth. If I tell NRIs, they get angry. If I say all Hindus, nobody gets angry. That is the funny thing. NRIs are the two arrogant fellows because all the time when they go back home, the Indians behave like a begging. Na, oh, did you bring iPhone? Did you bring this gift, that gift? And so much pampered. These fellows have become so arrogant and they think their lifestyle is right. Your great-grandparents, grandparents, all of them gave you billions, and now you are having millions and you are proud about your millions. You lost billions. Realize that. Anyhow. Who cares whether you realize or not? I sincerely apologize if you are hurt by the word when I said you guys are Chandalas. And here I am very clearly saying anyone, any Hindu who is not having the zeal to become genius is Chandala. Zeal to become genius is the nature, ecosystem of a Hindu. The reality of the Hindu, very DNA of the Hindu. அடே காவிரி பொன்னி அரிசியோட விளை முறையே நம்முடைய டிஎன்ஏவையே அவேக்கன் பண்ணி ஜீனியஸ் ஆக்குற சயின்ஸ் அப்பா. சோழ நாட்டு சோற்று அறிவும் பாண்டி நாட்டு முத்து அறிவும் சேர நாட்டு வேழத்து அறிவும் தொண்டை நாட்டு சான்றோன் செய்வதற்கே செய்யப்பட்ட அறிவு. சோழ நாட்டு சோற்று அறிவுன்னா வெறும் சோறு மட்டும் கிடையாது, காய்கறி அது சார்ந்த எல்லா உணவு மொத்தமும். பாண்டி நாட்டு முத்து அறிவுனா வெறும் முத்து மாத்திரம் கிடையாது, மொத்த கடல் சார்ந்த வாழ்வு அறிவு. சேர நாட்டு வேழத்து அறிவுனா வெறும் யானை பழக்கும் அறிவு மட்டுமல்ல, மொத்த காடு சார்ந்த அறிவு. இது எல்லாமே தொண்டை நாட்டு சான்றோன் செய்வதற்கே. ஞானிகளை, ஜீவன் முக்தர்களை, பிரபஞ்ச பேரறிவை வாழும் சர்வஞர்களை, சான்றோன் அப்படிங்கிற வார்த்தை சர்வஞன் தான். சர்வஞர்களை உருவாக்கும் அறிவியல். If you are a born Hindu, you being economically poor, tolerable. You being politically bound, slave, not having your own Hindu constitutional nation, forgivable. Not forgettable, forgivable. But you not having the appetite for being genius, unforgivable. That is like you losing your very core value. Eh? No. Zeal to become genius. I am giving you various thought currents in the whole satsang. Listen to the satsang again 2-3 times, so all that zigzag puzzles will fall in place. Because of the impossibilities exist in the verbalization of my realization, I am giving multiple thought currents which seems to be unconnected. But if you listen to the satsang second time, third time, you will understand clearly everything. The whole puzzle is connected. It falls in place.
सद्यो जातं प्रपद्यामि सद्यो जाताय वै नमो नमः भवे भवेनाति भवे भवस्वमा भवोद्भवाय नमः वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमो रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमो कलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमथनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः अघोरेभ्यो घोरेभ्यो घोरघोरतरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः सर्वशर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात् ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वर सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवो नमो हिरण्यबाहवे हिरण्यवर्णाय हिरण्यरूपाय हिरण्यपतये अम्बिकापतये उमापतये पशुपतये नमो नमः सत्यं परं ब्रह्म पुरुषं कृष्णपिङ्गलम् ऊर्ध्वरेतं विरूपाक्षं विश्वरूपाय वै नमो नमः सर्गो वै रुद्रस्तस्मै रुद्राय नमोऽस्तु पुरुषो वै रुद्रस्सन्महो नमो नमः विश्वं भूतं भुवनं चित्रं बहुधा जातं जायमानं च यत् सर्वोहेश रुद्रस्तस्मै रुद्राय नमोऽस्तु कद्रुद्राय प्रचेतसे नीरुष्टमाय तव्यसे ोचे मशन्तमहुं हृदे सर्वोहेश रुद्रस्तस्मै रुद्राय नमोऽस्तु
விட்டு இல்லாத இடம் தேடி எங்கெங்கோ அலைகின்றார் ஞான தங்கமே. இருக்கும் இடத்தை விட்டு இல்லாத இடம் தேடி எங்கெங்கோ அலைகின்றார் ஞான தங்கமே. அவர் ஏதும் அறியாரடி ஞான தங்கமே. இருக்கும் இடத்தை விட்டு இல்லாத இடம் தேடி எங்கெங்கோ அலைகின்றார் ஞான தங்கமே. அவர் ஏதும் அறியாரடி ஞான தங்கமே. உன்னையே நினைத்திருப்பான், உண்மையை தான் உரைப்பான், ஊருக்கு பகையாவான் ஞான தங்கமே. உன்னையே நினைத்திருப்பான், உண்மையை தான் உரைப்பான், ஊருக்கு பகையாவான் ஞான தங்கமே. அவன் ஊழ்வினை என்ன சொல்வேன் ஞான தங்கமே, ஞான தங்கமே. இருக்கும் இடத்தை விட்டு இல்லாத இடம் தேடி எங்கெங்கோ அலைகின்றார் ஞான தங்கமே. அவர் ஏதும் அறியாரடி ஞான தங்கமே. நஞ்சினை நெஞ்சில் வைத்து நாவினில் அன்பு வைத்து, நஞ்சினை நெஞ்சில் வைத்து நாவினில் அன்பு வைத்து நல்லவன் போல் நடிப்பான் ஞான தங்கமே. நஞ்சினை நெஞ்சில் வைத்து நாவினில் அன்பு வைத்து நல்லவன் போல் நடிப்பான் ஞான தங்கமே. அவன் நாடகம் என்ன சொல்வேன் ஞான தங்கமே, ஞான தங்கமே. இருக்கும் இடத்தை விட்டு இல்லாத இடம் தேடி எங்கெங்கோ அலைகின்றார் ஞான தங்கமே. அவர் ஏதும் அறியாரடி ஞான தங்கமே. கொண்டுக்கென்றே அலைவான், கேலிக்கு ஆளாவான், கண்டு கொள்வாய் அவனை ஞான தங்கமே. கொண்டுக்கென்றே அலைவான், கேலிக்கு ஆளாவான், கண்டு கொள்வாய் அவனை ஞான தங்கமே. அவன் கடவுளில் பாதியடி ஞான தங்கமே, ஞான தங்கமே. இருக்கும் இடத்தை விட்டு இல்லாத இடம் தேடி எங்கெங்கோ அலைகின்றார் ஞான தங்கமே. அவர் ஏதும் அறியாரடி ஞான தங்கமே. பிள்ளையை கிள்ளி விட்டு தொட்டிலை ஆட்டிவிட்டு, பிள்ளையை கிள்ளி விட்டு தொட்டிலை ஆட்டிவிட்டு தள்ளி நின்றே சிரிப்பார் ஞான தங்கமே. பிள்ளையை கிள்ளி விட்டு தொட்டிலை ஆட்டிவிட்டு தள்ளி நின்றே சிரிப்பான் ஞான தங்கமே. அவன்தான் தரணியை படைத்தாண்டி ஞான தங்கமே, ஞான தங்கமே. இருக்கும் இடத்தை விட்டு இல்லாத இடம் தேடி எங்கெங்கோ அலைகின்றார் ஞான தங்கமே. அவர் ஏதும் அறியாரடி ஞான தங்கமே.
मेरा भोला है भंडारी, करे नंदी की सवारी, भोलेनाथ रे शंकर नाथ रे। मेरा भोला है भंडारी, करे नंदी की सवारी, शंभोनाथ रे शंकर नाथ रे। तेरा नाम है तारनहारा, कि तू ही है पालनहारा। भोलेनाथ रे, शंकर नाथ रे, मेरे साथ रे, तू मेरे साथ रे। तमाम सृष्टि का सार तू है, विकार तू निर्विकार तू है। कहूँ क्या बारे में तेरे भोले, असीम तू है अपार तू है। जुबां पे शंभो है वास तेरा, निगाह में भी निवास तेरा। समाए दिल में है तेरी सूरत, वजूद मुझ में है खास तेरा। गंगा सोहे जिसके केशा, करता मंगल जो हमेशा। भोलेनाथ रे, शंकर नाथ रे, तू ही त्रिपुरारी कैलाशी, तू ही दुख भंजन अविनाशी। शंभोनाथ रे, शंकर नाथ रे, मेरा भोला है भंडारी, जिसे पूजे दुनिया सारी। भोलेनाथ रे, शंकर नाथ रे, मेरे साथ रे, तू मेरे साथ रे। उदासियों को मिटा दिया है, चिराग दिल में जला दिया है। हमेशा से भोलेनाथ तूने सुख का रास्ता दिखा दिया है। नहीं है कोई सिवाय तेरे, बने हैं हमको बनाए तेरे। अगम भी तू है, सुगम भी तू है खेल ये सब रचाए तेरे। पीकर खुद ही विष का प्याला, दुनिया को अमृत दे डाला। भोलेनाथ रे, शंकर नाथ रे, कुल सृष्टि का चक्र चलाए, बिन गौराधा कहलाए। शंभोनाथ रे, शंकर नाथ रे, मेरा भोला है भंडारी, करे नंदी की सवारी। भोलेनाथ रे, शंकर नाथ रे, मेरे साथ रे, तू मेरे साथ रे। नमामि परमेश्वराय शंकर, नमामि सर्वेश्वराय शंकर, नमामि योगेश्वराय शंकर, नमामि भुवनेश्वराय शंकर। मेरा भोला है भंडारी, करे नंदी की सवारी। भोलेनाथ योगेश्वराय शंकर, नमामि भुवनेश्वराय शंकर, नमामि भुवनेश्वराय। मेरे साथ रे, तू मेरे साथ रे, मेरे साथ रे, तू मेरे साथ रे।
ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमेव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीय मामृतात्। ॐ नमः शिवाय। जयति जयति जय महादेव, त्रिपुरारी जय जय देवों के देव। जयति जयति जय महादेव, त्रिपुरारी जय जय देवों के देव। नीलकंठ कैलाशवासी दया करो तुम, हे गौरी शंकर बसते मन अंतर, जपता निरंतर शिव शंकरा। जयति जयति जय महादेव, त्रिपुरारी जय जय देवों के देव। जयति जयति जय महादेव, त्रिपुरारी जय जय देवों के देव। शिव शंकरा, शिव शंकरा, शिव शंकरा, शिव शंकरा। महेश्वर सुन, महाकालेश्वर सुन, सुन कैलाशपति शंभो। घट घटवासी तुम हो अविनाशी तुम संसारपति शंभो। लोभ मोह माया है घेरे, तेरी कृपा से मिटते अंधेरे, होते सवेरे एक तुम ही मेरे शिव शंकरा। जयति जयति जय महादेव, त्रिपुरारी जय जय देवों के देव। जयति जयति जय महादेव, त्रिपुरारी जय जय देवों के देव। जग झूठा है, धीरज टूटा है, अपने चरण में मुझे घर दो। तन मन की मेरी चादर मैली है, गंगा घर पावन कर दो। तीन लोकों के तुम हो स्वामी, मैं प्राण अपने कर दूं निछावर। मुझ पे दया कर, मैं बोलूं हर हर शिव शंकरा। जयति जयति जय महादेव, त्रिपुरारी जय जय देवों के देव। जयति जयति जय महादेव, त्रिपुरारी जय जय देवों के देव। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम्, उर्वारुकमेव बन्धनान्, मृत्योर्मुक्षीय मामृतात्। ॐ नमः शिवाय, ॐ नमः शिवाय, ॐ नमः शिवाय, ॐ नमः शिवाय। शोभितलिङ्गं जन्मज दुःखविनाशकलिङ्गं, तत्प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम्। प्रवरार्चितलिङ्गं कामदहन करुणाकरलिङ्गं, रावणदर्पविनाशनलिङ्गं, तत्प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम्। सर्वसुगन्धसुलेपितलिङ्गं, बुद्धिविवर्धनकारणलिङ्गं, सिद्धसुरासुरवन्दितलिङ्गं, तत्प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम्। मणिभूषितलिङ्गं, मणिपतिवेष्टितशोभितलिङ्गं, विनाशनलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि सदा कुङ्कुमचन्दनलेपितलिङ्गं पङ्कजहार सुशोभितलिङ्गं सञ्चितपापविनाशनलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् देवगणार्चितसेवितलिङ्गं भावैर्भक्तिभिरेव च लिङ्गं दिनकरकोटिप्रभाकरलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् सर्वसमुद्भवकारणलिङ्गम् अष्टदारिद्र्यविनाशनलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय सुरगुरु सुरवर पूजितलिङ्गं सुरवन पुष्पसनार्चितलिङ्गं परात्परं परमात्मकलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् ॐ नमः शिवाय शिवलिङ्गम्
In the chambers of my heart, a shrine I have for thee. Come, O Lord, come, O light, come thou dwell in me. Lord Muruga, London Muruga, Lord Muruga, London Muruga. In the chambers of my heart, a shrine I have for thee. Come, O Lord, come, O light, come thou dwell in me. In the chambers of my heart, a shrine I have for thee. Come, O Lord, come, O light, come thou dwell in me. Lord Muruga, London Muruga, Lord Muruga, London Muruga. The candles of my love are burning bright for thee. The candles of my love are burning bright for thee. Come, O Lord, come, O light, come thou dwell in me. The blossom of my soul I offer unto thee. The blossom of my soul I offer unto thee. Come, O Lord, come, O light, come thou dwell in me. Come, O Lord, come, O light, come thou dwell in me. In the chambers of my heart, the shrine I have for thee. Come, O Lord, come, O life, come thou dwell in me. In silent communion, I watch and wait for thee. In silent communion, I watch and wait for thee. Come, O Lord, come, O life, come thou dwell in me. Too little eyes to look to God, too little ears to hear His praise. Too little eyes to look to God, too little ears to hear His face. Too little legs to walk His way, too little hands to work His will. Too little legs to walk His way, too little hands to work His will. One little heart to love Him still, one little heart to love Him still. In the chambers of my heart, the shrine I have for thee. Come, O Lord, come, O life, come thou dwell in me. Lord Muruga, London Muruga, Lord Muruga, London Muruga. Come, O Lord, come, O life, come thou dwell in me. Come thou dwell in me, come thou dwell in me.
Siva Siva Yandre Deligila Ruva Siva Siva Vayuvunde Dulladanga Siva Siva Yandre Deligila Ruva Siva Siva Vayuvunde Dulladanga Siva Siva Vaya Delivinul Ullaga Siva Siva Vayu Tiruvarulame Siva Siva Vaya Delivinul Ullaga Siva Siva Vayu Tiruvarulame.
As I bring silence to focus, I search for Parabrahman like the lotus, displace darkness and pray, Vinayaka, embrace my soul, awaken the Kundalini, my Lord, take control, cause I really don't wanna just keep on falling down. It's my supreme Lord Shiva, save me now, enlighten me like the 63-9 Margal, grace me Saiva Siddhantam like Meghanda, Sivaya Namo, Lord bring me back home, come as Lord Krishna, show me Vishwarupa, my Lord Muruga, you are one and the same, Arumugangal within the third eye flame, my Amma, divine mother, Parashakti, without you how can I or anything be, as Anavam shatters to you I surrender, my Lord Nanda Raja, the cosmic dancer, seeing you dance, Sarvam Sivamayam at every glance, Lord I'm seeing you dance, Sarvam Sivamayam at every glance.
Siva Siva Yandre Deligila Ruva Siva Siva Vayuvunde Dulladanga Siva Siva Yandre Deligila Ruva Siva Siva Vayuvunde Dulladanga Siva Siva Vaya Delivinul Ullaga Siva Siva Vayu Tiruvarulame Siva Siva Vaya Delivinul Ullaga Siva Siva Vayu Tiruvarulame.
மாசாற்றியோதி மலர்ந்த மணி சுடரே நீ இன்றியது திருமை தீமை போட்டனே கலியுக பகவதே சிவனை உடனே என்னை ஆட்கொள்வாயாக திருபமத்தின் மனதை புரிதருள்வாயாக தவணை முறை பெற்றாம் நிரந்தரம் முந்தரி சண்ட மோட்சம் அடையும் இந்த நட்சத்திரம் மூர்த்திகள் விஷ்ணு பிரம்மா உன் உள்ளடக்கம் வாழ்த்திட வேண்டும் ஏனெனில் இந்த தொடக்கம் நடனம் நர்த்தனம் இனியாடும் பொழுது சிவலோகம் நடுக்கம் திப்பொரு வெடிக்கும் தர்ம சங்கடம் தீரும் பேராலை வரட்டும் நான் தயார் நிலை மரண பயம் இணைகளை அவள் நீங்கணி காவல் கண்கள் உன்னை காண அவள் நிழல் போல தொடரு இப்பாடல் பொழுது வேண்டுமே பாவம் அளிப்பு வேறொன்றும் இல்லை நிலவை மாற வேண்டும் என்பார்கள் உன் தாள் சரணம்.
ஈசான சர்வ வித்யானாம் ஈஸ்வர சர்வபூதானாம் பிரம்மாதிபதிர் பிரம்மணோதிபதிர் பிரம்மா சிவோ மே அஸ்து சதா சிவோ तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्रः प्रचोदयात्
கண்ணுடையானே முள பொருளே காத்திருந்த நாள் பல கடவுளே கைலாயம் வர என் மேல் முறையீடு நிலகண்டா திவ்ய தரிசனம் கொடுச்சினம் கொண்ட தமிழ் மகன் இசைப்படையுடன் நடைபொடும் இவன் வினைபல கண்டேன் துணையாய் உனை கொண்டேன் விட்டு கட்டை சர்ச்சைகள் பல உண்டு இனி என் மனதில் நீ நின்று கொடியவனை கொண்டு வென்று அர்த்தநாரேஸ்வரா உடல் முழுதும் திருநீரு கங்காதர கடல் நதிகள் உன்னோடு நவரச தாண்டவம் திரிசூலம் கைலாயம் உன்வசம் தோடுடைய செவியோனே எனை அருள்வாயாக சிவனே திருச்சிற்றம்பலம்
சிவ சிவ என்றே தெளிகிலர் ஊம சிவ சிவ வாயுவூட்டே துள்ளடங்க சிவ சிவ என்றே தெளிகிலர் ஊம சிவ சிவ வாயுவூட்டே துள்ளடங்க சிவ சிவ வாய தெளிவினுள் உள்ளாக சிவ சிவ வாயும் திருவருளாமே சிவ சிவ வாய தெளிவினுள் உள்ளாக சிவ சிவ வாயும் திருவருளாமே
as living manifestation, complete manifestation of Paramashiva. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, collective integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, passing, living Paramadvaitam, the Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षि सुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवभूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान